Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to the H1Z1 Elite Series here at DreamHack Atlanta. We have two tourneys going on here this weekend for you guys. We've got the solos, we've got the fives, we got 120 players, 24 teams competing here for $250,000 total cash prizes. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's go ahead and do some introductions real quick. My name is Jason, aka Supersonic. I'm an H1Z1 shoutcaster for the community. I do a lot of stuff in the background with the scrims, making sure these guys have places to practice and a good environment to practice for these tournaments. And with me today, I actually have my new good friend Rich. First time casting H1, but definitely not new to the casting game. I'm going to go ahead and let him intro himself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supersonic. Very happy to be here today. And like you mentioned, this is my first time actually getting to jump in and cast H1Z1. Could not be happier to do it with you and also live from Atlanta. But I've been casting esports for about a year over at MLG. And we've been doing a bunch of games over there. I've been doing World of Warcraft, Hearthstone. But we did Facebook live streams of H1Z1. I was playing with Benson. I was playing with Guy Blaze.
I love Guy.
I love Guy too, man. We had a lot of fun playing H1Z1. That's when I got really into the game. And now I'm here casting with the true master. But now that we've introduced ourselves, don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short. But now that we've introduced ourselves, for all the new players who are surely tuning in right now, we should probably talk about how H1Z1 actually works.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So for all the new viewers out there, we're going to go over H1 real quick here. It is a massive arena shooter. And what that means is we're going to drop these players into a 100 square kilometer map with nothing but the clothes on their back. They're going to have to fight to get weapons, med kits, vehicles, gas to keep those vehicles going, and they're going to have to use those resources to battle against the toxic gas that will be coming in the entire match, forcing them closer and closer together while fighting off each other as well to be the last man standing.
Yeah, and if you've watched quite a lot of H1Z1 before, or if you have played, it's going to play out in a relatively similar fashion. We're going to have that looting phase going on at the beginning when everyone first drops in, trying to get all of those resources that they actually need to use throughout the game. Then we're going to move into the mid-game, you know, as the first circles start to really come in, as the gas starts to collapse on the players, and then we'll start seeing more and more engagements, and then it's your favorite part of the game.
My favorite part of the
Mine
game.
too, but
the end game. Those final 2 or 3 circles are absolutely electrifying. Basically just sitting around waiting for the one guy to fire off and just be the catalyst to the rest of the match. And it'll go from 40 players to 0 real quick. And that last guy that's left alive is going to win it all.
Yeah, but we should probably touch on some of the things that are going to be a little bit different, even if you are a veteran watching. Things that are going to matter here today that are a little bit new. Obviously, we have a new structure, which we'll touch on in just a second, but those kills are going to be very important. All the kills worth 1,000 points. Placement and kills. The points from both of those going to be mixed together, and that's how the players actually get their overall score and advance to the grand final. So I think we're going to see more aggressive play actually come out in that early looting phase than we're used to seeing in most of the H1Z1 that we've seen already to date.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, last place nets you placement score of 31,000. First place is going to be 175,000, then plus the 1,000 points per kill. So you'll probably see some kills taken in the early game, and then game 2, I think, is where we're going to see some change up a lot, where guys are trying to make up some ground on possibly people. They have a bad first game, they've got to make it up in the second. So we'll probably see some aggressive there. But
well, that's also kind of one of the things to touch on as well, is the fact that the groups are going to be kind of split up. So we're going to have Group A and Group B for the solos, and within those groups, each group is going to play 2 games. So that means that you can actually change up your play style when you come into that second game, because you know exactly what you need to do to achieve advancing onto the final. So as you can see, just to reiterate, we have 120 players split up between Group A and Group B. First, we're going to be jumping on with Group A. Top 20 players from each of those groups advance to the finals, where there are 20 pre-qualified players already waiting. And everything is going to matter quite a lot here, because like you mentioned, 250 grand on the line total here in Atlanta. $100,000 of that is going to be going to our solo players.
Yeah, absolutely. And then once we're done here today, we're actually going to have the finals casted tomorrow. So be sure to check us out there at the at 10 p.m. EDT time. And then big thank you also out to our sponsors who are going to be running this entire event for us, Asus and Corsair. So we've got monitors and rigs from Asus and all of our peripherals provided to us by Corsair. So big thank you to those guys helping us get this event going.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be able to run the event with all of that. So having that here today is a huge help. So thank you again to our sponsors. But I want to drop a little bit of hype right now. We haven't even jumped into the first game. We started to talk about the fact that you should tune in throughout the weekend, because we're going to have nonstop H1Z1 action. But it's not stopping here. It is not stopping in Atlanta. Hey, you do the honors, man. You've been in the community for so long. I was going to do it, but you do it.
All right, man. So right before we started, we actually got a little news drop to us, and we are going to be going to DreamHack Winter next, which means we're going to Europe. We're going to Sweden, boys. So the
Sweden.
next stop on this Elite Series is going to be Sweden, which is going to be awesome. But let's go ahead before we get into this game. Let's touch base on a couple players that are going to be actually playing in these matches. I mean, my first one I think is going to be it's not a new name to anybody within the H1 competitive scene. Mini Trues playing from Echo Fox, been around forever since the beginning. He's helped build the competitive scene in this game, running tournaments in like Steam groups, like, hey, everybody queue at this time, and he's helped build this scene a ton, and he's a monster player. One of the first people to ever drop a 30-plus kill game in H1Z1.
Yeah, and we've been seeing him warm up a little bit today. He's looking really good here, and got to really give shout-outs to him. Like you mentioned, one of these guys who really set up what the community is today for competitive, and we've already come so far. We're already talking about going to Sweden. We're live at DreamHack right now, seeing the formats changing and everything evolving. You have to give it back to those players that got in at the beginning and really set the way for everyone else. But let's talk about one of the young guys who kind of came up and is really one of the guys to be paying attention to, and that's going to be dropped. And this is going to be his first event. And definitely going to keep your eyes on him at home, because he's going to be up to some big things. But you know the story better than anyone else, because you were actually involved in the start of his career. Yeah,
so we actually, at the time of the Fight for the Crown, the last event that was with H1Z1, I was working with Team Rogue as their manager, and we brought on Drop before he was at the time too young to even play. But we saw the talent, and we wanted to work with them, and we brought him onto Rogue at that time.
Big
and
investment.
this is going to be his first time. Yeah, you're paying somebody that can't even play in a tournament, and we're going to bring him in, and it's going to be awesome to see him play his first LAN. I'm super excited.
We can speculate about what the players are actually going to be doing until we're blue in the face, but I think the only way to actually see it go down is to jump into Fort Destiny right now. We have our first game from DreamHack ready. Supersonic, you ready to jump in and see this go down?
I'm ready, and they're jumping in straight onto Isco here in Fort Destiny. Isco, an absolute monster player for World's Best Gaming. He's actually out of Korea, and he was at the qualifiers at TwitchCon, had the highest kill game in the solo qualifiers. Got his way into the finals by dropping 9 out of 60 players in that, which is a big percentage of the field.
Yeah, now we're actually looking at Drop, too, who was this young gun that we were talking about. He's instantly going to be taking some hits to the face from AfroLol, but Drop was one of those players that we were talking about. This is the young gun looking to prove himself here today in his very first tournament. We're going to see the pressure is definitely on. I mean, you're sitting at a LAN, your first LAN, and you were surrounded by 60 players queuing up at the same time as you. It is quite a spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely. Another legend in the community, Sharima Wizard from Obey, who helped lead that team to the victory at Fight for the Crown. His team taking down that $250,000 prize at Fight for the Crown, which was absolutely insane to watch.
Oh, yeah, it was insane, and it's crazy to see how much everything has changed since then, though, too. What do you expect to see meta-wise come out that people maybe at home don't expect to see?
I definitely think some of the competitive community is going to see this, but some of the guys that are newer to the competitive scene and watching this maybe for the first time, this plays out a little different than a normal match of H1. Obviously, we're going in with 60 players rather than 175. So the beginning of the matches, these guys want to stay alive. It's placement plus kills. So they're going to play these games out a little bit slower and kind of bide their time and work their way into the safe zone, as we were talking about. The early game, maybe land 1 kill or 0, get your stuff. You want to get completely kitted, move to that mid game, lock down your spot, and then buckle in, because it's going to be a ride.
Yeah, for sure. And seeing that initial spread, too, is going to be big. That's when we can really start making predictions as to where we think the ring is going to come in, as to how we think people are going to play that early game. Are we going to see people get aggressive? Will any guns be coming out early? Will any shots be coming out early? Or will we just see that more passive looting style of play?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we see the more passive play in Game 1. I think Game 2 is where you see some people maybe either desperate or needing to play back from having a bad Game 1. They didn't like their performance, and I think we see more aggressive in Game 2. But it's anybody. We'll just have to watch and see.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to get to see that initial spread, and you got to make the prediction, man. Where do you think the first ring's going to be?
It seems like it's shifted a little farther north. I'm thinking it's probably going to be somewhere around the northwest corner there, pushing a little bit towards Harris Bluffs, maybe up into Harris Ridge. We'll see if I can guesstimate that one, but I'm predicting a Harris Bluffs, Harris Ridge safe zone.
I'm going to predict PV.
You just like PV.
I'm going to predict it because I want it. I want it to all come down to PV, but we're going to jump onto Sharima Wizard to kick this off live from DreamHack Atlanta, and he lands right onto, just absolutely gifted that police car there.
Yeah, nobody challenges him for it. It looked like there was a shotgun on the ground. He's getting the beginning of his kit already. Isco flying into Ranchito here, landing near the blue roof in the red roof diners. We'll see if he actually decides to go across the street here to Ben's Furniture, and he's going to go through the window and start trying to get looted up. Drop Kid also already getting some loot out of one of these diners, and he started his kit off well already with a military backpack. And we might see a fight here early between Lifted and Prodigy Aces. Prodigy Ace is already tagged here down to about 75, so it looks like he may have caught him with the shotgun, but he is going to decide to back off the chase. You don't want to chase into somebody and possibly get one pump by a shotgun yourself.
And these are, we were actually watching these guys warm up, and both of these guys looked incredible in warm up, so keep an eye on Prodigy Aces for sure. Now we're getting back on with Dreamo Wizard. We saw him pick up this car early in the game. Absolute free. No one was there to contest it at all, and he is going to be riding that around right now, getting his loot going. Our young gun in the corner of your screen right now, dropped, is going to be looting as well, and we see Mountain FPS is going to be the closest player to him.
Yeah, Mountain FPS, one of the guys out of the EU, who actually helped build up the EU scene, kind of doing what Mini did for the NA guys. Mountain would be the guy that did that for the EU, so definitely glad to see him make it out here to DreamHack and chop it down, a guy that's been at the top of the solo leaderboards for quite some time and quite a few seasons, being up there in those top 10 positions.
Yeah, we saw his rig already looked pretty great. His loadout looked pretty good. For anyone at home who's just watching for the first time that may not actually know what everyone is looking for in the looting phase, I know Pineapples has put out the guide. We talked about it quite a bit. What do you think all of these players are looking to achieve in general from their looting phase?
Yeah, I mean, Piney talks about doing a certain number of helmets, specific number of ammo. I think that it gets shifted a little bit once you're in a land environment. Every single one of these guys can pop your helmet instantly. The head taps, that is where the majority of their kills come from. So you're going to see guys carrying a lot more helmets than normal and then taking their shots a little bit slower, not expending quite as much ammo. So you'll probably see guys carrying 3, 4 extra helmets, a lot of materials to make extra makeshifts. You're going to see them carrying 200 to 300 rounds of ammo just to make sure they have enough to make it to the end game, and every single throwable they can get their hands on.
We were completely wrong about where that first ring was going to be as well.
I was half right. I got north. I just didn't quite get the
that's east, not west. So that is
right.
going to be our first ring. But I want to touch back onto what you were talking about a little bit with the resources here. And we're going to see it a lot, especially when we move into the mid game. It really becomes a war of attrition. You know, you're using those bullets every now and then. You'll hear that tat, tat, tat really slow, trying to figure out their shot, trying to figure out height, trying to figure out how much that they actually need to lead. And on top of that, sometimes they'll engage just to pick off a helmet, just to pick off a makeshift or a lammy, trying to just limit the resources of their opponent, so when they actually get to that final brawl, they are ahead in resources, not necessarily ahead in kills.
And this could be bad for Lenara coming in. Imperial Hal already in there, and one pumps Lenara directly in the head with a shotgun. Good night. That is a quick death. He had his pre-aim exactly where it needed to be. Easy kill.
Yeah, it feels pretty good that the first kill of our first game of DreamHack is going to be a one pump, and we are going to be down to 59 players. The first one has fallen, but everyone seems to be playing pretty passively, more passively than we saw in practice. Which makes sense. I mean, this is kind of,
they were trying to get their guns warm in practices.
Exactly, yeah. And that's also like a big thing with Piney's guide as well. We're going to be talking to Pineapples a little bit later on today. But he's always talking about, if you want to get better at the game, don't think about placement at first. You just got to go in there and get a feel for the gun, because that's how you practice what actually goes down in the last seconds of the game.
Yeah, your first couple hundred hours, just focus on learning the weapons. Again, these are things that, for any new viewers, the game is not a hit scan game, which basically means that it's a projectile. So these guys need to, it's not aim at the player, it's aim at where the player is going to be when your bullet gets there. So you have to treat it like an actual gunfight.
And that goes back to kind of what we were saying with, we'll see those long-range shots come out a little bit slowly. And now we're going to jump on with another fight. It's Mountain FPS behind the tree. You can see the Molly already did go down. Husker's going to have that car, so that's going to be some mobile cover for him there, but he's ultimately going to retreat. And it looks like Mountain probably took a shot there on top of the Molly.
Yeah, it looks like Huskers might be trying to take the fight, which is going to be somebody playing a little bit more aggressive than we would normally see. Typically, you want to keep your car alive. You want to keep all of your as many makeshifts, helmets, everything you can for that late game. Vehicles are huge in the late game to be able to keep yourself mobile and get yourself out of trouble quick.
Speaking of resources, Supersonic, we're going to see our airdrop coming in soon. And for anyone who hasn't been watching H1Z1, this is going to be the first airdrop that they're seeing, so you should probably touch on exactly what they can expect to happen here.
Yeah, so within the solo environment, this thing is going to drop down. It's going to hit the ground. There's going to be a little box on the ground that takes about 5 seconds to open. So you run up, click on it, and inside you're either going to get one of two power items. You're going to get either a hunting rifle, which is a one-shot kill to the head, or it is a 75 or 50 damage to the body, depending on if they have armor on. If you have armor on, you're going to take 50 damage from it. Other item is 2-hit body armor. That is huge. That puts you up against somebody with no armor, 2 shots ahead before the fight even starts. So ton of power inside of these things. Definitely worth getting, but you put yourself at risk because everybody's going to know where you are.
Yeah, we could see drop. Oh, we're jumping in on another fight right now, and that's going to be a really clean kill coming out here from Broderick. Saint Die going to fall down. But going back to that airdrop, we actually did see Dropped kind of circling around that in his police car. Not wanting to get too close, but definitely keeping his eyes on the prize there. Now Broderick, after his engagement, he comes out on top, going into the building, trying to loot, and he finds himself in a really good position here. And ultimately, we are going to jump on. Is he going to be able to get this here?
Yeah, it looks like Milky Day's going to go for it without even dropping a smoke nade, which is really dangerous. It does have the armor in there, and it looks like I think he may have gotten it. I think that we got tabbed on it too late, but I believe that the hunting rifle may have been there actually. There was a blink spot in the box.
Yeah, we'll definitely hear it if it did, but right now Milky Day going to get as far away from that highly contested zone as possible, and the police car is the perfect resource
and
to
he does
be
have
using
it. It is there on his back, so Milky Day able to lock down and get the hunting rifle here early. That is a big pickup for him, and that will probably come into play if he can maintain and stay alive till the end game. That is a big piece to have in those final circles while people are fighting. All you got to do is tag them in the knee.
I've heard you say it just about a million times, too. The second we hear those shots fired, it is going to put the fear in everyone on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. The hunting rifle is definitely an item that is going to make people very aware. Sometimes it gives you away, but it also makes them not want to fight.
Yeah,
they'll typically not peek you.
It kind of forces people exactly not to take those favorable peak fights. It forces them not to take favorable fights. It really forces players to play scared. Now we're going to jump on with Doug is Raw. He also has a police car of his own, and he's getting close to Shurima Wizard, who we saw pick up the very first police car of the game.
Yeah, looks like he's going to decide to kind of take off to the side. It looks like they're trying to go out to the edge of the safe zone, maybe get outside of the safe zone to come in with the gas when it comes in the first time. And it looks like Afrolol is looking for fights, and he was definitely chasing down fights within the warm-ups. And it looks like he's currently in pursuit, throwing a couple shots towards Lifted, as Lifted checks that door to make sure he's not going to walk into somebody with a shotgun.
Yeah, and he is checking everything. Got to dot all of your I's and cross your T's in a scenario like that. And Lifted, definitely the type of player to make sure that he does all of that. Now jumping on with Grimmy Bear. He's got some pretty good lines here, but going to play it ultimately passively. I don't think he's given away his positioning behind these ridges yet. I don't think he wants to do that just yet. He might be kind of trying to close space and get in for a pinch eventually, but all the players are pretty far off.
Yeah, it looked like Bazaar was missing a little bit of health off his bar. They may have been in an engagement earlier there, but Zoltan going to go down to Shurima Wizard on a head tap from the shotgun. Back out over there where they were driving around in the cars, so Shurima already netting himself 1,000 points on a kill here, and we're down to 56.
That is the second shotgun kill that we've seen
to the head.
Yeah, so we've been talking about the shotgun and just how important we thought that it might be here today. Definitely starting to see the players who have gotten it paying dividends. Yeah. Rexy, Monster, Balin, all pretty far away from getting into that safe zone. Going to have to be really huffing it over now.
Yeah, they'll be able to make it. It looks like a couple of them are moving fairly quickly. Monster's definitely got a car. He would not be that far up there if he didn't have a vehicle right now. So I expect most of these guys to make it out of the gas or end up in a fight in the gas there. And it looks like Crank may be chasing. It looked like Crank was following right behind somebody in a vehicle there. So we might have seen a fight from Crank soon.
Yeah, we saw that defensive smoke come down, not wanting to take that fight. Now jumping on board, seeing a few shots ring out. Not too much is going to come out of it.
Constantly moving. You'll see this a lot from these guys where some players, when they first start out, are kind of like trying to hide and they hold their corners. Most of the time, you're going to see these guys constantly moving unless they're inside of a building trying to not give away their footsteps. And Measley here great positioning. This is a great rooftop. This staircase, there's only one way up this building, and he has a ridge. He can just sit there, hold that spot. So until he's forced off, I expect Measley to not move at all. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Measley is set up really well, and now we're jumping on with Memento and Crank. We've been seeing quite a few of these just police car dances going on in the fields, and no one wants to take the fight just yet, but it is going to be dropped right now and tries to put a couple shots into Milky Day as Milky Day retreats back into those trees. Not too concerned by the pressure that Dropped had attempted to put onto him, but this young gun still looking very good in this match.
Yeah, throwing the shot sometimes worth it. If you can sit there and your vehicle's not at risk of getting hit and you can put some rounds into other people's vehicles, anything you can take away from them is a positive. You just want to sit there and wear them down. Best case scenario, you don't get, or worst case scenario, you don't get the kill. You take out their car, and this guy's stuck on foot against everybody else driving around. And they'll take him out for you.
Yeah, and that's like the big thing that we talked about as we move into this mid game. It is that war of attrition. Like right now, obviously, Doug is raw, not going in for the kill. But if he can start getting Zeeth's car to degrade a little bit, if he can just get some serious damage into that, that will be a thing that will come into effect later in the game when the smoke or when the gas really does start to collapse on these players and they're forced into these engagements constantly. And as you can see right now, our playing field has drastically shrunk. Everyone really huffing it over. Monster was the one guy that we really did highlight, and you can see he is pretty deep into the gas right now.
Yeah, he's going to make it out, though. He'll be fine. He'll come out before. He's stopping right now just to get a heal rolling so that when he comes out of the gas, it's already going, and he's not having to try and heal in the open while people can see him. So he's just meting up early.
Yeah, definitely a good play to see from him. Now on board with Gotaga, we can see that he does have that truck for himself, and he's holding his line as well. And now Lifted is going to play around in the gas for just a little bit here.
Yeah, this early gas wave is doing next to nothing in damage. All of these guys should make it out. Nobody's too deep in the gas. They'll all be fine. Unless they get pinched coming out, that's a different story. But the gas, I don't expect to take anybody in this first wave.
Yeah, and with the positioning that we did see, I don't expect anyone to actually get pinched when they do come out of that gas. I think they're pretty safe to be hanging out in here for now. Just like you said, want to make sure that they do get themselves pre-meted a little bit, get that healing rolling, so when they come out, they don't have to worry about any additional factors.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be a big part of the meta, and a lot of players would make use of it. There's players that like to go to the center of the safe zone, so the circle they wouldn't have to move that far if the circle moved. The other guys like to play the gas, and you can out-heal it for quite a while until you hit what we call toxicity. It basically, the longer you're in the gas, it builds up. Once you hit 100% toxicity, all damage from gas is increased by double. So not too many guys are going to play the gas very long, but in this early game, we may see some of them just go ahead and do that. And again, we're talking about attrition. He's just eating up the car.
He got some nice shots in there, though, too. So we do have to say that those shots were definitely, they might pay dividends a little bit later on, getting them into that car. And now we're back on with Soar Rogue, not to get confused with anyone from Rogue Gaming. His name is Rogue, and he is on the organization of Soar, and he is just doing donuts, hanging out, having a grand old time, back on with Measley. And we already highlighted this is one of the most optimal positions that we have seen thus far. Look for Measley to be doing big things in this first game.
Yeah, for somebody to take that spot from Measley, it's going to be a lot of work. Measley definitely has the upper hand there, no matter who comes up that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the main thing is what resources he actually has with him right now, because that's really going to be most of what he has for the game if he's just going to try to hold that position. But then definitely a good strategy. Now jumping on with Broderick, one of the guys who was getting some of these early kills onto the board. He's going to sink some shots into that Jeep while he can. Now moving back to these rocks, but kind of in the open for now. This could be a fight here. This actually looks like a really good fight for Jeesh. Yeah,
Jeesh and Afrolol, both solid players. Jeesh, one of my favorites to possibly. I could definitely see Jeesh making the top 20. That monster player. And Keebler gonna go down to a headshot. I didn't catch the name there, but Keebler gets eliminated in 56th place.
I want to really get your expert opinion. What did you think of using that smoke defensively there to get into the more solid tree fire from Jeesh?
It's definitely a good use of it, especially when you don't know how many people are around you, possibly somebody else there. Sometimes it'll end up working out. Somebody will try to take the shot as you run into the smoke, and you kind of bait them out. Now you know where the other person is. Making use of smokes is a big part of the meta right now. If you got them and you got enough to expend, use them. There's no reason to not try and eliminate lines of sight for your enemy.
I was really surprised that we didn't see a smoke actually come down on that airdrop. That was one of the wonkier things that we've seen so far in this game. He just went in raw, man. He was able to just take it without anything.
And Lifted goes down to Samuel here early in 55th place. So Rogue Lifted gets taken out. But yeah, the not putting that down was absolutely crazy to me. Like, to not smoke nade yourself off when you're on land playing to get in to play for money is absolutely insane. And Milky Day going to just go ahead and clean up some of these explosive barrels around him so that he can kind of set up shop here. And he's going to probably make use of that. I expect him to probably hang out, just sit around for a little bit and wait for some people to walk in. Maybe he can get a one pump from sitting inside.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely smart to make sure that there isn't anything that can explode on you. But now we are going to see that second ring coming in here, collapsing right around Ranchito.
Yeah, so we're still up here in the Ranchito area. We're going to see a new circle here probably in about 30 to 45 seconds once that circle closes in completely. And the next circle is going to be a fairly big jump in the size of how much it decreases. So we're going to see a much smaller circle.
Yeah, that is for sure, and that means we are going to see a lot more engagements. And with how these players have been playing it out, we are going to see an absolute bloodbath when that does collapse.
Yeah, definitely. Rexy here just kind of hanging out, driving around. You're going to see this from a lot of players where they're just kind of cruising around most of the time, just trying to maintain as much gas as they can or find a spot to hide their car so that it's not at risk of getting eliminated. And some fat kid coming around here.
See that
Grimmy
kill?
doesn't see it.
Fell.
Fat kid sees him. First shotgun shell is going to come out. Takes Grimmy down to about half health. We'll see if he decides to push this. No. Fat kid's going to go ahead and back off of that fight. And he's going to come around the corner instead. He's got a throwable in hand. Grimmy, knowing that he's rotating, though, pops a fence to give himself a chance to escape. And he is. He's going to back out of that and down the fence. I expect him to pop another fence and go through here.
Some fat kid going to take it, though. He gets a few shots in. None of them connect to Grimmy Bear. Grimmy Bear does manage to get behind this cover. Some fat kid is still up in this fight by about 2 shots. We already did see Broderick grow down. Will some fat kid be able to bring down Grimmy Bear as well? Grimmy spacing this out as much as he can. He's got a whole house between him and some fat kid and some fences as well.
Yeah, both of these guys just making use of the fences, and they're just counter-rotating on each other over and over again, and it looks like these two are going to decide it's just not worth it, and they're going to go ahead and separate. I give that to Fat Kid, though, by taking away, again, some resources from Grimmy Bear. So Grimmy down at least one makeshift.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there, and now we're going to jump on board with Choppa down, and as you can see, he is right up against that gas. This fence is down. He's looking to move around. Question is, does he know how close Prox is to him?
Absolutely. He stepped out to take a shot there for a second. And Fat Kid now out in the open in a fight against Disturbed Gaming. Disturbed with a better position, lands his first shot into Fat Kid, gets a second one down below 50%, nade into the smoke. We'll see if it connects here. He actually doesn't step into the smoke. So this is another tactic of using smoke. You can bait people into thinking that you're in it, and they'll start throwing away their grenades at it, and you're actually just standing on the outside and healing up. In fact, you're going to make the good decision there. That's what a lot of players will do when you throw down a smoke, is just throw a throwable in there and try and eliminate you.
Yeah, another good play by some fat kid. We've watched him quite a bit in these last few seconds here. Looking really good in that gunfight against Grimmy Bear, and then expertly using that smoke to defend himself. Now he's retreating back, trying to keep his eyes on any players that may be around, but he kind of finds himself out in the open as he retreats from that last engagement.
Yeah, Frosty just kind of hanging out here, doing another spot where you can just literally hold it down. And you're just waiting for the guy to come up the stairs. You pre-aim, get an easy tap. So
that was the first, that's the exact way that we saw the first kill play out, but now we might see another one. Prodigy Ace is getting a few shots onto the car of Gotaga, but it looks like he may just let it be, get into his Jeep, and cruise on off.
Yeah, I expect Prodigy Aces, he's just trying to find a spot to really hide his vehicle away so that other people can't take it out. That spot under the bridge isn't bad if you back into it. He is going to leave the car out in the open. I personally probably would have backed it up and under the bridge because there's no spot to see through under in that corner there. He could have completely tucked the car away. But he's going to hop out, and Samuel firing some long-range shotguns onto Kingley, who is going to choke out and go down to the gas. And now we've got shots coming in onto Samuel, who is down to about 75, loses a makeshift, and I'm thinking the shots may have come from Shurima Wizard over along the riverbed.
Yeah, I think those were some long-distance shots as well, and yeah, pulling that makeshift is going to be big, but now we jump on board with Grimmy Bear and Noble.
Yeah, Nadroj here coming up on Grimmy. Grimmy just holding it down. I'm not sure if Nadroj knows that Grimmy's there.
Afrolol also did fall down while we jumped on to this current This current back and forth, it doesn't look like anyone's going to open up anytime soon. I think they're just testing each other out, trying to get a feel for it, but they are very close to one another.
Yeah, this is the please come to me, I don't want to come to you battle where they're just waiting. Whoever makes the first move is typically going to be at the disadvantage. So neither one of these players want to advance on the other one, and I don't expect that fight to go down.
And Natraj kind of had that peak advantage there with that tree. If someone comes into him, it could be a one pump. And now we are going to see the first shot is going to be landed into Tross by Gotaga.
Yeah, Gotaga lands that helmet and looks like he's going to try and chase. He's going to have a rough time chasing this down, though, with the pickup truck versus the cop car. The cop car, we like to call it the Ferrari. It is just the fastest vehicle in here, and I don't see them chasing it down.
Yeah, I heard a couple of shots ringing out there, but as you can see, we're jumping back on board with Grimmy Bear, and that fight never happened.
Yeah, exactly as we thought. They're going to go ahead and back down. Grimmy not with a car, so he's not going to leave the backyard. Other player with a vehicle, so he's not going to leave his car. So
exactly.
Fight's just not going to happen.
We've seen Shurima Wizard hanging out in this cop car the whole time.
These ridge lines are great, especially with this gas coming up behind him on his backside here. He doesn't really have to worry about people behind him, so he has pretty much all cover. He only has to worry about up the water line to his right and wait for the gas, and I expect him to sit here until the gas starts moving and then rotate in with the gas. But we do see Jish here coming up onto Shurima along the south side of the gas line.
One thing I want to point out, too, that ring doesn't look like enough space to have a party with 50 people.
No, that it was definitely built with a max fire code of 30. So 50's a little much going in there, and I expect to see some people start dropping as they come in, especially with the guys that got there early and started securing the rooftops. They're going to hold down the city. They are your turrets that are defending the city.
Did Gotaga get pinched there? He manages to...
Oh,
that was a beautiful kill coming out of Duke.
With the assist from Trost, but Duke able to jump in and pinch that fight out and get the final shot and gets a helmet tap on to take him down.
Prox now going to be inside of his smoke, trying to keep himself clean, staying out of this fight with Choppa Down, getting back to this wall here, ultimately going to make sure he takes out the explosive there, scared that some shots from Choppa Down may stray and actually cause an explosion. Good move. Now Duke going to be fresh off of that kill onto the ATV, trying to close some space here.
Yeah. We'll see if what he's going to decide to do here, but it looks like BMR might decide to chase him down. I'm not sure now that it's gone away, but we do hear some shots ringing out. We're going to jump on board with Imperial Howl, who's looking out towards Vex Mickey, who is already down to about 50%, but Mickey, again, using those smokes to smoke himself off and get to a safe spot.
Yeah, that's kind of been the entirety of the match right now. We've seen a lot of those smokes go out anytime an engagement has happened. And jumping back on board, look, we're still on that roof.
Yeah, Casperific playing the turret, ends up taking down Samuel from the rooftop here as he comes into town. And Jish goes down to the toxic gas. He must have been in a fight with somebody. I can't see him from where his position was, staying in the gas that long. Choppa extremely low as he comes out of the gas with a smoke nade, lays down, actually crouches, and he is just going to heal up right here on the edge of the gas as it stops.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. I mean, well, he is kind of out of the woods.
I mean, he's
at this
out of the woods.
Yeah, but he could still find himself stuck into an engagement for sure.
Yeah, Casper here watching this. Now, Choppa's somebody that's definitely aware. I've seen him use it on players before that played rooftops. He knows that this barrel's here. And if he can find Casper walking close like that again, that's a dangerous play from Casper.
Look at
he
these
shoots that barrel, it's an
now.
instant kill.
We just saw another 2 fall. Duke was one of them who had just gotten that big kill picked up, and we're down to 46. And we are going to start seeing that number drop off very, very quickly as the playing field gets smaller and smaller. And we can hear the shots ringing out, and Grimmy Bear going to pick up a kill of his own. Now Casperific looking to get some shots into Chopper Down. Chopper Down going to move out of that smoke, move close to the building. Casperific not having a great line here. Now Chopper Down going to move inside of the building that Casperific has been camping on top of.
Yeah, Casper going to probably just kind of set it and forget it and worry about Choppa later. He's going to pay attention more to Balin, and most of the time he's probably just going to stay moving. Again, like we were talking about, don't waste all your ammo just trying to get these long-range kills. Throw a couple bullets, eat up their helmets, eat up their armors, and just work it down. And Memento going to go down here to Figures in a close-range fight inside, and it looks like Memento was also, his death was assisted by Measley.
Yeah, so Measley was actually one of the guys who I wanted to note. You can see him in the corner of your screen for a little bit there. He's still propped up on that roof, set and ready to go, able to pinch in there, and he is going to really be able to dictate the tempo of this game as the playing field gets smaller because he's perched up. He can pinch whenever he wants, just get a couple of shots in. If anyone tries to get up there and contest him, he can ultimately take them out because there is only that one area that they can come up
Yeah, like I said, as soon as we saw it, it is the best spot he could be in. There's no reason to move unless the gas dictates that you must do so.
Exactly.
And this airdrop going to drop down right here next to Huskers and Rexy. I'm not sure if either of them have looked out the door and even know that it's there. There's no audio cue of it hitting the ground. So until they look at it, they're not going to know it's there. One of them might just walk out the back door and end up with a free hunting rifle.
Yeah, I mean, that is the real question, is who sees it first. But now looking at Casperific here, he has a pretty clean attempt. Does he see the man in the top of the screen? It is Thugga. Thugga's already taken some shots from Chopper down, and yeah, Casperific comes in with the pinch, cleans him off. Thugga gonna fall down, and as you can see, another 2 kills. The kill feed is just lighting up right now. Grummy Bear and Crank on denial, both going to fall to some Fat Kid and Isco.
Yeah, some Fat Kid and the Grimy Bear fight finally happens, and Fat Kid going to take that one down himself, and we are down to 41 players here. FJ here just playing against everything. He's trying to find a way out. I'm not sure what he was going for with the smoke nade, and Teenage going to go down to Prodigy Ace's shotgun, and now we've got Rogue dropped versus Disturbed Gaming, and expertly using that shotgun, gets the jump shot. He's over the fence, gets 2 hits, cleans it up, gonna heal. Solid kill.
Beautiful. I mean, nice and clean. Now we actually can see Prodigy Aces here. He's taking a little bit of damage, able to heal himself up. The FPS is in a pretty interesting position here. He has his back up against that gas, and he has only the rock for cover. And as you can see, everyone else is in Ranchito.
Bizarre is actually playing the gas right now. It just showed for a split second there, but Bizarre was out in the gas line with about 80% health, and it looks like he isn't moving. He is playing the gas and trying to out-heal it, letting the herd kind of thin itself before he comes in.
That was exactly what I was thinking the FPS might want to do. Maybe actually dip into that gas since he has it on his back. Let everyone do the dirty work for you. Come in when the win is like up for grabs. Figure's going to fall down here to Cryptic.
Yeah, now it sounds like those shots are probably coming from the FPS out here on the edge of the gas line there, but Isco playing the inside of this building here, closing his door, hanging out, got a shotgun. Rexy gonna go down to Cryptic. Cryptic BMR now taking down 2 players back-to-back there, netting 2,000 points. He is cleaning up right now.
Yeah, I just want to bring that up again. The way that players are actually scored here in this game and all of the games that we're going to be playing all weekend long is going to be their placement and on top of that, the actual kills that they're getting on. And that's going to be 1,000 points per kill. We see another one. We're down to 35 players here now.
Yeah, Bizarre finally makes his way in out of the gas, and he is starting to work his way in, trying to find possibly an empty warehouse, something with some solid walls around him that makes him feel a little safer than being out in the open. And Prox just kind of holding down a weird spot. This really isn't a lot of cover here, and I expect Prox to, take off, and he needs to find himself a much better spot than where he was at.
Oh, now we're going to jump in on a great fight, and ultimately, wow, that was beautiful seeing him come back as he was down. Nadraj going to get that kill onto Bizarre. He was so low. He's 1 shot away from going down, but ultimately is able to close that space.
The FPS going to blow up that barrel there, but there is a player down the other side, and he saw it as he was backing up. He spotted Monster.
Yeah, he did spot Monster. I have to say, that Fat Kid, my favorite gamer tag to say so far this weekend. And we are going to see Trosh go down to Prox. That's going to be a big kill for Prox as well. He is still set up inside of this building.
P90 going to take down Choppa down with a headshot from the shotgun. We're seeing a ton of headshots from shotties come out, and these close-range engagements are really hard when you're jumping around to get those headshots. And we're seeing these guys land them time after time. Milky Day taking down 2 players back-to-back with the shotgun, cleaning up and getting some points. And we've got another shotgun battle going down outside between Nadro and FJ. Nadro extremely far behind, gets cleaned up by the AR after the shotgun battle. And then Measley taking out Casperific, who is playing the other rooftop. I'm pretty sure Measley probably took shots from one roof to the other there.
Now I just want to bring it back to the kill feed because we are just starting to see this light up, and we are going to see another one fall in this engagement, and it is going to be Isco. That Slayer who had just taken down someone is going to fall.
He's going to trade, though.
That was a beautiful
like FJ
trade.
Goes down to Isco from the bleed damage, and he's going to go out. Milky Day landing himself another kill onto some fact, and Milky Day is absolutely lighting up right now.
Now, the thing with Milky Day getting all of these kills on the board, he's already almost in that top 20, so his placement's really racking up, and we know he already has 3,000, 4,000 points in his back pocket. Gonna see that smoke come down. FPS, he was up against a rock. He was up against that gas ring, and he now has positioned himself on top of a roof. Much better positioning here, and now he really has a lay of the land. And as we can see, we do actually see a player from LG, JP2, choking out in the gas right now. That's going to be another one to fall, and we are dangerously close to our top 20 players. Only one more remain, and it may be Prox just falling down right now. But beautiful footwork coming out of him, but ultimately Zeke was so advantaged in that fight, he is able to take him down, maintaining his helmet as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're talking about, those close-range fights. Sometimes you're just on, and you're going to get that whip shot and get that shotgun kill, and then you see these other ones where you're both kind of what we like to call ENAS, or the alligator run, trying to stay out of the line of sight from the other guy and basically dodge those shotgun shells, and wasn't able to do it long enough. And here comes another close-range shotgun battle between, can't catch it,
Can't catch
Imperial
because they're
Hal, I
dancing like
believe.
crazy, but Tenke is going to pick up that kill on Huskers. Then we jump on board. Oh, bodies are dropping left and right. Nefa Milky Day is going to fall. He seemed to be in the lead as far as kills went, but he is going to fall at 19th place. Now we're on board with Prodigy Aces, and we can hear the shots just getting fired into Imperial as he does fall down. And ooh, Shurima Wizard going to fall as well. A lot of the guys who we saw really well situated at the beginning of the game have fallen off.
Yeah, sometimes the gas makes you have to move, and you've got to play through some bad situations, and unfortunately they've gone down. Prodigy Ace is going to go down to Cryptic again. Cryptic is absolutely destroying people right now. And Doug actually going to win against Transpare with the AR versus the shotgun, able to land those quick rapid-fire shots, and Zeke with the long-range shot into Vex Mickey, but Rogue dropped, steals the 1,000 points from him and takes him down, and Zeke then goes down to Ashton.
That was a really big pinch to come in from him, and that weird jump is going to cost FPS's life.
Measley actually ends up dying there to the FPS. Measley was forced off the roof by the gas, and he was hit by the FPS, so when he jumped and hit the ground, it finished off the kill.
That's what forced him off.
So he goes down in 11th.
Okay, yeah, and that's a big deal because we were highlighting the fact that we thought Measley just had the best position, and the only things that could push him off, really, it was mostly the gas or someone finding a cheeky way to get up on that building. And ultimately, the gas going to put him between a rock and a hard place, going to have to fall off that building. We are in our top 8. We only have 8, or we only have 8 left.
Yeah, it's going down here really quick. A lot of big-name guys here, though, still. Doug is raw on STD. 10K taking him down, though. 10K, the new announcement actually yesterday from Echo Fox. He is now the 5th man of that 5-man roster, also coming out of Turkey. Amazing player. Arguably the best player in the game.
He just got picked up, and he's showing up. Now we find FPS in that favorable position like we saw Measley in earlier, and Cryptic BMR OG going to pick up 2-piece here, going to take down 10K and Hurrah. And now finds himself behind this building, going to be able to heal himself up. But FPS has a clear line on him. Rogue Drop trying to come up from behind. Zeep going to take out Mountain FPS. We only have 4 left here, and it looks like a third's going to fall. Dropped. Gonna get that explosion, and Zeeth is going to fall.
Yeah, this ending is absolutely nuts. Players are falling left and right. Drop making a great play there, using that explosive barrel to take down Zeeth as he comes around the corner. And now we've got BMR dropped, and to FPS trying to make that jump, lands right in front of BMR, and they are now in a shotgun battle, and to FPS turns the fight around, takes out BMR, and he is now in second. Dropped, gets the finish, takes down game 1. Drop Kid, who we were talking about at the beginning, the young gun, absolute slayer, takes down game 1 here of the qualifiers.
This is his first tournament, and he's going to take first place in these qualifiers. That is absolutely huge for him, and you know, you love to see it happen. The young gun coming out, that's worth the investment for Rogue. Picking him up before he was even eligible to play, now he shows up in his first tournament, and he is looking incredible.
And we were asking if he was going to be able to transition onto land, and this is a game that is much smoother on land. It feels a bit different. It's a big change, I think, even more so than some other games. It's a little bit different feel, and he transitioned perfectly, played it out, and takes down the first one. Wins the online NA Showdown, now wins his first game. Every tournament he's played so far, he has dominated. He is a slayer.
Yeah, and you can't stress the fact enough how different it actually is when you get to the land. Obviously, it's incredibly different on the game, which is going to be huge, and you were just surrounded by so many people. We're at DreamHack Atlanta. There are so many different games going on here. All of the players coming over to the H1Z1 stage to see what's going on from the other games as well. You get absolutely mobbed, and you're surrounded by the people that you're playing against. The pressure is definitely on, and there's $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, especially with the people that are surrounding the booth here as well, that are watching it on these side monitors. You can feel the crowd noise in the room.
Yeah.
So there's definitely noise going on that's going to be, there's just so many things within the environment that change that is different on LAN, and not everybody can transition well into it. No effect on Dropped at all. I don't even think he knows he's on LAN right now. He's playing at home.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable right now. We're going to have to see if he can keep it up, but let's review Game 1 right now, and we will be jumping into the second game of Group A very shortly. But who really stood out to you there? What moment stood out to you?
I mean, aside from Drop taking that down, BM Rog from Cryptic was just absolutely destroying every close-range shotgun battle he was in. He had to have had at least 6 kills.
We're going to have to see who the top kills actually are, because we saw quite a few people really lighting up in that kill feed. We saw Milky Day. He was one of the guys who really stood out to me, getting a lot of kills back to back to back. Changed 3 in a row at one point.
Yeah, Milky went off too. I think probably top kills overall probably goes to Milky and BM Rog. I think BM probably pulled that one out in terms of kills.
Yeah,
but both
he was
those
around
players
longer, right? So
yeah.
he had more of an opportunity to really snowball in that regard. And as it gets tighter and tighter, and you get in those more congested situations, you can start picking up those kills in a lot quicker succession. Now, the question is, there were some unusual deaths. There were some that were slightly unusual. I mean, the real one was Measly. Now, Measly found himself in almost the best position, but then the way that the gas collapsed.
It became the worst very quickly because the safe zone was ahead of him from the gas line, and he was forced to have to hop out where everybody was already fighting. All those buildings were already occupied. There was another rooftop occupied. He didn't have anywhere to go, so he couldn't back up against the gas and then come out the other side. He had to take a fight, and he got popped before he jumped, and he ended up just dying to the fall.
Yeah, what did you think about the beginning of the game? Obviously, we saw the first kill come in. It was one pump, very exciting, but players played very slow. Do you think when we actually get into that second game, do you think that they're going to play faster to try to get kills on the board?
I think there's a couple guys that probably will. I think that some of them are going to still know that maybe I went out early and I can still do enough placement and get a lot of kills in the late game and make up for it. But I think there'll probably be at least 1 or 2 that we'll see that want to take fights earlier and start making up some of that ground where they went down very early in the match.
What do you think about the players that are placed high right now? What do you think about players like Dropped?
I don't think it changes his gameplay at all.
Right, you just play it out.
I
think that's exactly what you do. I mean, obviously having that first place going to be absolutely huge. Basically how it's going to work, we have 120 players for solo queues right now, split up between 2 groups. We got Group A and we got Group B. We're looking at Group A right now. That's going to be 60 players. The top 20 progress to the finals, and then the top 20 from Group B progress to the finals, and we have 20 invited players already waiting. Getting that first place finish in the first game going to be absolutely huge for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Just completely.
I'm not good at maths, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be enough for him to secure the top 20 finish with how many points that's worth.
With how many points it's worth, he absolutely. I mean, the difference between 20th and 21st is less than 2,000 points. It's 2 kills. So 21st can easily leapfrog into that top 20 with just 2 kills.
It's more the bubble players who really are going to have to worry about how many kills that they've put onto the board. I think that's going to be the big story.
I think that the bubble players, those guys in the 21st to 25th, 21st to 30th range, are those guys that are probably going to feel a need to make sure that they have that tiebreaker scenario in case that same situation happens to them in the next game.
Well, if you think about it, though, too, a lot of the players that were really slaying out hard happen to fall kind of in that range, right? When we talk about some of the players that were getting the kills on the board initially, they fell into like 19th place, into 20th place, and things like that. So they kind of find themselves in a position where maybe they don't want to switch up their game either. Maybe they just want to slay out and get another top 20.
Yeah, if they know that they can secure themselves a 20th place again, then they know that they're going on and they're going to play in the finals. So I'd expect guys that were maybe like right on the bubble probably will play a little safer, kind of try and get above top 20. Those placement points, I mean, obviously placement points, when you start scaling it up towards the end of it, it's an exponential curve. There's a ton of points for first place versus a 20th place.
Exactly.
It's a huge point difference. So I expect some of them to play trying to get into that 15th, 10th so that the average placement, then plus kills, maybe try and slay out at the end.
Yeah, I think when we get into the mid-game, we'll see players taking fights that they wouldn't usually take. If you basically find yourself in a position where, okay, I came in let's say like 25th place in the first game, and then find yourself in 30th place in the second game, if you slay out really hard, you may actually be able to jump up a decent amount.
Yeah, it's possible. I think trying to play from 30th is a little hard, but when you, again, we're talking about 2,000. I mean, if you slay out hard, you get 6 kills, 6,000 points. That jumps you. If they were all scaled at the same rate, 3 positions.
Exactly.
You can jump yourself 3 positions by 6 kills.
It does matter. The math, though, is going to be difficult to do, especially when you're in the game, you know. So
my brain doesn't work that good, you know.
My brain doesn't either. I'm trying to add 1,000 and 1,000 together, and I'm still just looking at you for answers, man.
It's 25.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So now we actually get to preview the second game, though. Any players that you were surprised to see fall out early?
Oh.
I was kind of surprised. We saw like Jeesh fell out really early.
Jeesh went out much earlier than I thought he was going to. Choppa Down. Got taken out by P90 somewhere in the 30s, I believe.
P90 did really well. That was one of the players that we didn't get to go on board with.
I didn't catch what position she went out. The kill feed started going kind of nuts, and I think I missed her in there.
She was one of the players to fall in that bloodbath. Not exactly sure where she fell either, but yeah, she was kind of in that middle bubble when she did go down. But we saw her put a couple of kills up on the board. So
we saw a couple long fights that went for a while too, though. We actually saw the Grimmy Bear and some fat kid that started and went away, and then started and then went away, and then finally looped around, and some fat kid finally took that one down, took out Grimmy.
Total shark like moment there where they were like kind of just circling each other and not actually going for it.
It started off with definitely blood in the water, and some fat kid was trying to track that down. He was hunting him, knew where he was, and didn't give away his position and got that opening shot in the first fight. So he was definitely looking to take those. He likes those shotgun over the fence fights.
Yeah, well, Dropped obviously was able to take that first game, but let's take a peek at the full list of the top 20 to see who made it. Oh, there's P90 Princess. She actually came in 11th, which means she kind of missed that initial bloodbath and then fell in the second one.
But I mean, let's look at the point difference there just between 20th and 11th, though. We're talking about 17,000 points.
That's huge.
That's a 17 kill difference. So P90 going into this next game has a 17 kill advantage to basically boost her going in. So she's got a good chance if she can perform well in the second game. I mean, Dropped I think is going to be super hard to try and keep him out of the top 20 overall. I think he makes that one.
Yeah, Milky Day I think is one of the guys who really finds himself in a good position though, based off of how much he slayed being in 18th place. You know,
slow it down just a little. Take the aggression back just a touch, make it a little bit farther in the game, and bring that aggression at the end.
But I think that it bodes very well for him in the first game. You know, he picked up like 6 kills. It's going to be like 6,000 points. That jumps him up a little bit. But in the next game, I agree, he can really slow it down a little bit, not have to worry for those kills. So just to read it off really quick for you guys at home, obviously Drop going to be taking that first place, finds himself in an incredible position. .FPS is going to be in second. BMROG is going to find himself in third, Zeeth in fourth, and then Mocket in fifth. Mountain FPS in fifth on Team Mocket. So let's talk about him a little bit. We didn't get to talk too much about Mountain FPS during the game.
Yeah, Mountain's been around for a while, man. And I was saying, I called him the mini of the EU. He runs the tournament server for the European side, for the community events. So he's been around helping build the community for a long time. Love seeing him show up here, making it out to Atlanta, making it over to the stateside, and performing well on land. Another guy out of the EU that's a legend, out of Turkey actually, 10K. Absolute monster. We talked about him for a brief second. Just got picked up and signed to Echo Fox, announced yesterday while we were here doing rehearsals and practicing. He was announced as part of Echo Fox. He shows up and takes 6th.
He's showing up big. I mean, and 6th is one of those really big positions as well, because that's actually going to be the thing that he jumps into that 100K range.
Yeah.
So that is going to be absolutely huge.
And there's a good mix of players here that are both EU and NA. So both sides are showing up. I don't really think that this is super one-sided one way or the other. We're always having just like every esport, NA versus EU discussions. But a lot of these guys showing up, and we see a couple people that kind of flew under the radar that played very passively, that make it into these good positions, like Class and Ashton, who we didn't really see a ton of in the match, but they put themselves in very good positions to make it into the matches for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, incredible position. I mean, they're both of those players that you just mentioned, top 10.
Yeah.
So that's going to be absolutely huge, but the second game is going to be the thing that determines it all for Group A here, and I cannot be more excited to actually jump into that one. After we saw that first one play out, do you have any predictions?
I don't feel like cast or cursing anybody quite
Yeah, you're
yet.
the worst with that.
Yeah,
I actually I watched quite a lot of VOD of you, watched quite a lot of your CA. Man, you curse players.
Yeah,
You
I'm trying to get better about it, man. But
I could hear you while you were casting me, like, I don't want to cast or curse him, and then you just see him fall.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave predictions alone on this one, and that way the guys can't blame me after the tournament.
Yeah.
Let's see you off of what you saw from that game. What do you think? And we'll see if you've got the same bad luck I do.
If I cast or curse someone on my first time out,
It's okay. I'll never let you live it down. It'll be fine.
I will say one thing. I want to see Dropped come out and play to that same level again.
Oh my God.
It's so exciting to see the young talent break out at their first event and just look absolutely untouchable.
I mean, like I said, man, I've been involved with the kid since he first came in, and we first brought him on, and
he was 15, right?
He was 15. He turned 16 before this event, so now he's here, and I cannot be more happy for him.
I couldn't. It looks like he's definitely going to find himself in a position where he's going to be going to that grand final, which is going to be the 60 best players in solo live from Atlanta. And while we're on that topic, let's dive into what that actually means. Like, how different is the Elite Series? We've already mentioned the fact that we're at DreamHack Atlanta, and next we're going to be going to DreamHack Winter in Sweden. This is a big circuit with a lot of money on the line, but one of the things that is very different to what we've seen in competitive H1Z1 so far is the fact that they're not just playing one game. They're going to have these qualifier matches and then go into the grand final for both solos and for fives. How much do you think that actually is going to affect how these players play?
I think that they're loving it, because typically our tournaments run and they're a single match. You win that game, you take all. Definitely getting to see more consistency, and it being the players that maybe don't have one bad game, but they play decently and they're making it. It's more about your overall performance over time rather than one single match.
Sometimes you have a bad beat, right? I mean, look at the fact, Geesh, obviously one of the best players in the world. We highlighted him before we even jumped into that first game. You do not see his name on the leaderboard right now. The question is, will he be able to bring it back in this second game? Will his performance be enough? If you have a mediocre performance, even if it's just a good mediocre performance after having such a bad performance, though, with 2 qualifiers, it's not going to be enough to cut it. Yeah. So he is going to have to play very well here, going to have to find a good placement for himself, and there are a lot of players in that position right now. If they want to qualify, they need to come out hard here in the second qualifier game for Group A.
Yeah, they're going to have to. I actually think that Geesh will probably be somebody that doesn't necessarily play super aggressive in this next one.
I don't think he should.
I think that Geesh is somebody that can very well find himself just off of moving and watching other players' positions and his moving across the map. I think that he'll probably be able to he can place himself into that top 10, top 5 situation and make more off of that than he does off of the kills. I think that he'll probably play to be very, very late game before he wants to take any fights. And we're going to jump into the box, though, and we're going to be going into Game 2.
I'm really, really excited to see this one go down. I just want to reiterate, players really going to have to aim for consistency here. It is going to be a combination of their placings and their kills from this game and from the first game. And that is going to be the determining factor to qualify them for the grand finals, which will go down tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, 10. Be there.
Yeah, definitely be sure to be there, but watch this one first. We're going to have to see who is going to be able to get themselves qualified. And I really think I want to keep an eye on Geesh.
I'd like to, too. I'd like to see
do you
how...
remember where Gotaga actually ended up on the leaderboard?
I think Gotaga ended up on the bubble. I think he bubbled out somewhere around mid-20s.
Yeah, because we saw Gotaga really having a lot of influence on that game the first time around. So I'm curious to see how he does this time around. And now knowing all these players, what do you think kind of one of the biggest things to think about Gotaga is?
I think Gotaga is somebody that's not... He's willing to take a fight at any point in the game. Mm-hmm. I think that he's willing to take one, and I think that it's something that you're going to want to watch for. But let's kind of go over and again, we're looking for consistency. So it's a rough spot to be somebody that takes a fight every time and still do it consistently. There's very few players that can take fights the whole match and do it every game. It typically doesn't play out that way. You're going to have matches where you land and maybe the other guy beats you to a gun. You're going to have things that that play out in a way that doesn't go in your favor. Yeah. So it's really hard. This is a game that's really hard to be consistent. I was kind of explaining it to you, and I think that the best analogy I've ever heard is that this game to me in the long run is poker of esports.
Yeah.
In a sense, it's
And
your
what you're
consistency over
basically-
time,
yeah,
not your
exactly.
single match performance, but what you can consistently do every time you show up.
When you start to see someone maybe not getting first place every time, but consistently finding themselves in the top 10, the top 20, that is the mark of a true player. Someone who is really strong, really effective. And yeah, you kind of have to play your percentages in certain scenarios. You need to go for, I think when you make that poker analogy, it's like, yeah, if I'm going for these types of fights, when it's the right decision, if it's going to come out in my favor 60% of the time, I need to take it every time. Not necessarily think Roddy with that results-oriented thinking. Just because I died in this scenario, it may still have been the right play in H1Z1.
Yeah, what happens with a lot of players is they end up getting into bad situations, or something will happen, and they start not taking the fights when they should. They'll avoid fights entirely as a whole, where maybe you need some loot, but you're choosing not to take the fight because you're afraid to, because you don't want to go out this early. Leave it in a position and play it well enough that you're getting the opening couple shots, and make sure you land that first or second shot so that you're putting pressure on the other person. Because if it's a 60% chance that you're going to beat this guy and you hit first shot before he knows where you are, you're at an 80%, 90% range of closing out that fight. And you need to take fights. There's times where you may not want to, but you need to take the fight.
Well, playing scared, too, is going to impact the game in quite a lot of ways. And usually when you're playing scared, you're not playing to win. You're playing not to lose. And that does not work in H1Z1.
I don't think it really works in anything. I think typically in most esports, most games, you need to play to win. The person that is confident in your shot, when you're confident in your shot and you can get somebody else on tilt, it makes for easy kills, easy wins.
Yeah, exactly. And even in like the scenario that you painted, which is the idea that there is loot, am I going to be able to go for it, or should I shirk away from this actual engagement? You know, if you get the first shot in, a lot of the time the other player might end up having to back up. And so it all kind of comes down to that first shot. You also then you're picking up resources for yourself and taking away resources from your opponent. If you get to pop a helmet, if you get to pop a makeshift. So it's one of those things where it's like you're putting yourself really far ahead in a scenario like that if you do go in.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely people that you can watch that have shown consistency in everything that they've done. I'm sure a lot of the people watching today are aware of players like Inboxes and off of Rogue, and Radic off of Echo Fox, who have played at LAN and performed very, very well in these environments, and they stay confident, and they play well in the onlines, they play well on LAN, and they're confident in their shot always. They take fights when they need to. They do all the things that we were just talking about really well. In seeing dropped in some of these guys in this last game, I definitely think that those top 5, 6 guys, especially even like Milky Day, I think Milky Day was just slightly over aggressive. He was past the point of confidence, in I think he may have gotten that high from getting all those kills.
He does find himself in the top 20, though, and I think that's one of those things where, it did pay off, but is it something, and to go back to that word, you can consistently execute? The answer, probably not. Milky Day probably needs to find himself playing a much slower game style, only taking the good fights, not taking every fight and being a rock star.
I mean, he was a rock star, though. He was going through them. So, I mean, if it works for him, if he can do the exact same thing he just did, awesome. More power to you. Definitely go for it. But I think that he's going to need to tone it back a bit.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. He definitely does need to tune it back. Is there anyone, I want to go back to this list. There was like Shurima Wizard. Yeah. We saw him fall a little bit earlier than I thought, especially with the setup that he did have and his initial placement. If you remember, he comes down right off the break, is pretty much gifted that police car. No one contests him. He has a good spread. Takes that. Think he's going to just be in a good place for the rest of the match, and he ultimately falls down a little bit early. Blood Inferno played very well. Thought Blood Inferno would be a little bit higher up in our standings. He didn't get exactly.
He definitely did really well in our warm-up matches. He was playing very well. Yeah. I expected him to make that top 20. I expect him to be somebody that tries to show up in game 2.
Also, the practice matches compared to the match that we just saw were almost completely different games.
They're completely different. The warm-up matches, I think I was more watching just to see how people's shots were doing. I didn't really care what position they died
It's all about the shots.
Are they winning their engagements? And he was, but unfortunately he went down a little early here in the first match.
He definitely did, but definitely a player to be keeping your eyes on as we do enter that second match, because it is going to be a big one. By the end of the second match, we are going to know the top 20 players from Group A that are going to be advancing to that grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, what was the position? Milky was 17th or 18th?
Milky Day was like right around that 18th.
I think position. He was 18th. So I just want to go back to that and kind of talk about it real quick. And, well, the graphic is here, so this is perfect. Dead on. 18th place. So we were talking about being able to jump positions. Milky Day had 7 kills, maybe.
Well, I
He
think
definitely jumped. I mean, if we take 6,000 points off of him, if he netted 6, I think it was 6. If he got 6, he's actually 21st, and he jumped to 18th.
Yeah, which is huge.
It makes a big difference here, which is something that we didn't typically have in our tournament formats before this.
Yeah, so seeing that jump from him is absolutely huge. But look at dropped, man. How many points do you actually get from first place? It's like 175K. Does that mean
175? So he got 5 kills.
5 kills.
Yep.
So he absolutely slayed out as well. The thing with dropped kills,
he did them at the end.
I think he had like 3 at the end, and then 1 in the early game and 1 in the mid game. So a decent spread, right? You have to get aggressive when that last ring's coming in.
Yeah.
And Drop did that to perfection, but he also did get some kills throughout the game as well.
Well, what we saw that he actually did that I didn't really see from other players is, so let's go back to when he was behind the warehouse and he was hiding out on that little wall with everything behind him. He was completely boxed in, safe. He had a wall, though, that left him open with complete sight lines. He could see everything that's going on around him and hear all the fights behind him, and he knew the scope of the battlefield from that point. A lot of the other guys were playing inside of warehouses, inside of buildings where they have closed-off sight lines. They don't know where everybody is. He's able to gather a lot more information from those type of positions versus the inside where somebody's just waiting for the staircase. That'll get you placement, but that doesn't mean that you can start strategizing what side you want to take. You might walk out blind out of your building and somebody's been sitting outside the whole time.
Exactly.
So they can't do that to him, though, in that scenario, and that's something that a lot of these guys need to kind of find. Measley had a great spot where he had the height. He could see off the edge of the roof. He could see everything. Unfortunately for him, he tried to ride that particular spot out just a touch too long and paid the price for it. But those type of positions are what are going to get you into the late game and have you be able to strategize and play your way out of the late game.
Yeah, and strategy is going to be a big word here, right? I mean, you already brought that up, but what did you think of the strategies of the players that actually decide to play around in that gas? You know, it's one of those interesting things because the main idea to it is if you go into the gas and you're hiding out there, you're kind of staying away from the fights. You can continue to heal yourself up. You obviously do have to put some resources into yourself to be able to stay up through that gas, but the other players do the dirty work for you, take each other out, and then you come in towards the end.
I think it's a good strategy. I think it works a lot better in the online mode versus against a bunch of guys that all of these guys have an awareness level that is above your average player. Most of these guys are going to spot you in the gas. If there is you get a certain distance of the gas, they can't see you. But in that short to middle range, you kind of like a silhouette in there, and it's hard to see sometimes. But these guys, it's not going to get past them. These guys are going to see you coming out of the gas. They're going to know that you're at a disadvantage. You're hurting. You're running out. You can't see very well, and to fight back. And they're going to open up on you because that 1,000 points, as we saw, is worth it and a chance for you to bump yourself up.
And a lot of the times it just ends up being a free 2-tap, especially when we see that final ring really collapsing around an area like Ranchito or PV, and you have those players up on the top of the roof. And we had players like Measley, and we had players like DaFPS who are on the top of that roof. They can actually pick up someone really easy from long range and just 2-tap them while they're in that gas. So I actually am not a huge fan of it here today. I don't like necessarily going for that defensive style of play because, yes, it may move you up in the placements, but it's putting you behind in the points that you score from kills, and I don't think the payoff is too high as far as jumping up in placement.
Yeah, in that safe zone with that particular one in Ranchito, it doesn't work out. It's closed off city, and you're walking out into people that have already taken up all the edge of the city positions. Now, it works out a little bit better when you're playing the gas. If it's a field ending or a forested area, I think you can play that to for the whole game if you want to.
I totally agree. I mean, the other thing is, and you talk about it when you're in one of those city areas and you actually do pop out, even though you're pre-medding and everything's going on like that, you're still going to find yourself in scenarios where you pop out a little bit low and someone's just able to take you down nice and easy. And we're looking at Drop. That, of course, is our victor from the first game. We're going to have to see if this young gun can do it again. He's always playing Fort Destiny the same way, just not moving. We saw someone come up to him, slug him in the face a couple of times, but he's not going to move here. Yeah, definitely feeling good. I can't see him from where we're sitting, but I want to take a look at his face right now. I'm sure he saw smiles.
Oh, man. I'm mad that this wall's behind us right now because I think he's sitting about 3 chairs behind you right here.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to have seen the look on his face taking down the first game.
I mean, you know him, too. How does he react to moments like that?
So I actually personally met him for the first time in person today.
Oh, wow.
So this is my first time meeting him in person, so I'm not sure what his reaction is like there. I'm definitely going to ask him when we're done, though.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see, but the next order of business is going to be all the players parachuting in right now.
Spence Hills, I'm calling it.
I mean, I think that that's a pretty clear call here. I'm going to agree that that first ring probably going to be going in there, definitely in that lower portion of the map.
And you can see all these players immediately. So in a normal match, what happens is that every single one of these guys goes for the highest population area that they can. They want high kill games to get higher on the leaderboards, on the online boards. This is not that game. You can see everybody spreading out, trying to get to the edges of the map that are going to be less populated so that they can spend time getting their loot, let other people die, go while they're running around in the cities, and play it to the late game. So you see everybody going away from the center of the map, where typically you want to go to the center of the map. And FPS able to swing really long, as we were just talking about, and grab himself a car.
Yeah, FPS going to get that police car nice and clean at the beginning, uncontested. We also saw Drop getting the keys out of that Jeep, and then he went inside to loot, but coming on board with Zeeth, just going to absolutely run through this house, grabbing absolutely everything he can. Just want to reiterate, though, if this is the first game that you're watching here today, exactly how this first portion of the game is going to play out. They are going to be looting like crazy here. They came in with absolutely nothing. Everything that they grab here is going to be integral to their survival throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And Zeeth there in a great spot. Already has a shotgun, military backpack, so he can carry more stuff than the normal backpack. Got a 2-hit out of there. So he's got a full Kevlar armor, which puts him well ahead against the first person he goes into combat with. Chop It Down, on the other hand, he's struggling a little bit. He's only found one gun, one helmet. He does have a vehicle, so he's going to have the option to get out of here and try and go get something from another location. But he is severely lacking on loot right now. If somebody tries to take a fight to him, he's going to be at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, that is definitely the case he finds himself in. I almost thought he was going to flip the car for a second.
Yeah, he kind of hit that weird little bump there. That would have been the worst way to go out.
That would have just absolutely been the worst way to end a day where you already aren't even finding loot. But coming on board right now with Crank on denial, he's finding himself in a pretty good situation here. He's getting pretty well set up, and he also does already have his helmet on as well. Just kind of looking around here. No one near him at the moment. Closest player looks to be Judderson.
Yeah, a lot of players going to be far out from him, but Crank able to loot up a little bit.
Wow.
And we missed again. I went southeast, and it went southwest. Apparently, I'm good at north-south. I am not good at east-west. I need to work on that a little bit. But we're going to have the Run-Amok Lake safe zone here, a little bit off the map on the bottom, which shrinks the initial circle by a little bit more than it normally would. And we're going to see a lot of players, P90 Princess, all the way out at Misty Peak Reservoir. A lot of loot up there, a lot of chances for vehicles. She's going to have to loot that and get out of there, though. She's going to have to travel the longest distance possible on the map to get to the safe zone.
Yeah, and there are quite a few players that are kind of out in the boondocks right now. We also saw Doug is Raw up in that top left portion of your map in that northwest sector. I mean, he's going to have to huff it down as well. And how soon do you think they're actually going to have to start moving over to that safe zone?
Give them a couple minutes here. They'll probably take off in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes on those far corners, and they'll want to start moving, especially if they don't have a cop car and they are maybe driving a Jeep or on foot or an ATV or anything other than a cop car.
On foot would be pretty brutal.
On foot is going to be brutal. If P90 rolled those dice and ended up with no car up there, she is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. And as you can see right now, just kind of have a few players cruising around in their cars. Tran's going to be one of them as he moves around. And it's going to be Cryptic who's going to let the first shots of the game really ring out here. You can still hear them firing, trying to get a little bit of damage into those cars. Now we're on board with Truss. He's got a Jeep of his own. He's moving right into this camp here.
Yeah, nobody in the area, though. He's going to be able to get some free loot out of here. These are pretty scarce, though, on loot typically. You're going to find a couple scattered weapons, a couple scattered backpacks and things like that, but it's not going to be just packed full of loot. He's going to want to go through here real quick and get out.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what he is going to be doing, but we're jumping back on with Cryptic and BMROG, and we had already seen him perform quite well in the last go. Let's see if he can do it again. Now P90 Princess going to find herself inside of the building. We talked about her quite a bit as well. She came in around 11th or 12th place, I believe, last time around. We're going to have to see if she can outperform that this time around and ensure herself a place in that grand final.
Yeah, so I think that she can definitely do it. She played very well in the first game.
She looked really good in the first game. She was able to slay. She made it past that initial salvo of kills. She avoided the kill feed in that particular position in the game, and that is why she did get nearly to the top 10.
Yeah, she completely avoided that initial slaughterfest where it went off. We lost about 8 to 10 players at one point, about a 30-second window, and she was able to avoid that, and that's exactly what you want to do.
This is a
We've
clean
got
fight for Zoltan here, and he is going to go for it, and boom, he is going to be able to take down KJO.
KJO going down early in both games, and that's going to eliminate his chance of going into the finals tomorrow.
We're actually seeing people get sent home right now, and it looks like Zoltan's going to be the first one to do that. That is also going to be first blood of the game, and it looks like Zoltan's not done yet. He's going to be cruising on over. He might be looking for another kill here.
Yeah, that's a much later, I believe, probably by about a minute or two later, first kill than we saw in the previous match. So finally getting our first blood of the game there, down to 59, and we're gonna hop over with Sword Teenage, who appears to just kind of be cruising through the scenic route here. He's off the road.
Yeah, but Teenage, man, he looked absolutely incredible in warm-ups. This is one of the players that we were really watching in warm-ups. He had some cheeky plays with his smokes. Excited to see what he can pull off here, because we didn't get to see too much out of him in the last game. Now he's stuck in a dance with another cop car, but we're going to jump on board with our good friend Grimmy. Or
So,
sorry, is that not Grimmy?
That's Frosty there,
That's
up
Frosty.
against Chop It
Read
Down
that wrong.
in a really weird spot. It's good that he got out of there. So the way the camera works, when you jam it up against the wall on your back, it's harder to aim when you're stuck between an item like that. So good position for him or good movement for him to recognize that he was in a terrible spot. He wasn't going to be able to take that fight, and he gets out of there and gets up top.
Yeah, this is looking like a much better position to be in now, and we're going to see Chop It Down starting to retreat right now.
Choppa
with
should
his police
completely
car.
get out of here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Choppa should completely leave. At this point, all you're doing is giving Frosty the opportunity to just rip into your car. But Choppa is somebody that is a very aggressive player and likes to take fights. He's binocularing in there, trying to find out what side he's on to try and maybe possibly pre-fire a corner because he knows Frosty's moving around.
We talked about this potentially being the downfall of Chop It Down as well. We were talking about the fact that he may get a little bit too aggressive here, and it seems like he was sticking to that fight for quite some time. He's still not retreating yet. See those binoculars popping out again, still looking for Frosty.
Yeah, Chop It Down.
Finally getting out of here.
Yeah, finally recognizes that he needs to go.
That was a little bit crazy coming out of him, but now we're going to look at our champion from the first game. It's going to be dropped. He finds himself in a pretty clean position here, hanging out in the ridges. He's got a Jeep of his own. He's got his helmet equipped.
I mean,
He's in a
very
pretty good
clearly
position.
an NA player.
Yeah, very NA.
Yeah, very
Very
NA.
Gotta love that.
Yeah. So we're going to hop on board with Rexy, who's rocking the peak scrubs, looking good. And he's running around, binoculars out. I guess he's most likely just trying to scout ahead of himself and work his way across the map. He is on foot, and he has got to hoof it to that safe zone.
Now on board with Lifted. Lifted looked really good in that first game. Expect to see a lot out of him here. I think he got taken down a little bit earlier than we expected as well. Still, though, ultimately having a pretty good finish. To FPS coming down the corner of your map as well. And you can see
P90 is out of there already. P90 already making quite a bit of distance, and Vex Mickey now losing the race to the circle.
Yeah, well, P90 was all the way up by Misty Peak at the
She
beginning
had the
there,
longest way
so
to go for sure.
I think she was pretty cognizant of the fact that she needed to move out. Don't mind that at all. We are going to see Doug is raw inside of that police car right now, and he's moving all over, just sticking to the road here.
I believe Doug actually went down to 10K in the top 10 in last game. So only two people on the screen right there. We'll see if those two meet up again in this round.
That would be justice if he was able to bring him down, but expect to see that fight a little bit later on. Crank on Denial now on your screen, still looting it up as much as he can. And he is set up very well at this point, and we expect to see that from most of the players, but he's got pretty much his full setup.
Yeah, most guys should be in that position already. Rexy stopped moving for some reason. It looks like he may have tried to go into his inventory for something, and he is up against Isco, and this is not going to be a very fun fight for Rexy. And Rexy accidentally swaps back to his binoculars and tries to swap back, but that delay ends up getting him killed when he tries to swap weapons, and Isco gets a clean kill.
You don't want to be down in a fight against Isco either. When he entered that fight, he was about 2 shots down, so that was a little bit of a mess for him. But jumping back on with Trance. Trance has been hanging out in this Jeep the entire time.
Also, very NA.
Also
very patriotic.
Very, very patriotic, and we're seeing that quite a bit out of a lot of our NA players here today. Just really enjoying being in Georgia and cruising around in a Jeep.
Yeah.
Don't
And
mind seeing
right
that.
back to dropped in his Jeep.
He's going to get out of that Jeep for a little bit, though, see what he sees on this map. And he's not going to find much. He is pretty much in the clear here.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those safe zones, so this is different. So let's talk about this a little bit. This is a very different safe zone from what we previously saw. This is going to be open field. Part of this, the lake is basically unplayable. You, for the most part, don't want to be there. It's completely open. There's not any cover. There's not rocks. There's no ridges. There's nothing to really make use of. So these guys are going to have to play out in the open in most of these situations. This safe zone will probably center in down towards Green's Overlook and this water, which is going to make a huge play. All these guys out in the middle of Runamuck need to get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Last time around, we actually saw everything play out on Ranchito. Obviously, a lot more cover, some buildings that you could be on top of. This time around, that is not the case, and expect to see the kills show it here. And we are going to see Soar Rogue opening up on Lenara. Watch quite a bit of Lenara actually play in CA and things of the like. Very strong player.
Yeah, Lenara's actually did really well, placed top 10 for our online season in the CA matches that you were talking about. Placed top 10, ended up going down very early. Lenara was the first kill in game 1, though.
Lenara was the first one to go down in game 1, and now we only have 2 kills on the board currently, so doing a little bit better.
Yeah, doing a bit. And again, because of the safe zone, people aren't being forced into cities where people are already sitting on roofs and other things. This is a much different safe zone, like we were saying. It's going to play out different, and this is the one that plays out slower. Your cities get forced into situations where people are stuck in a corridor to walk through. They have a lot more outs and options.
Yeah,
when it's out
they're
in the
actually
fields.
like choke points and things like that.
Yeah.
And with this, people are also going to be a little bit scared, right? I mean, the whole thing is that you basically are in the open, so everyone's kind of looking for cover, and they don't necessarily want to take those fights until they can ensure their own safety.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody just kind of spread out, though. Again, we got Class here who actually snuck into that top 10 scenario. I think he actually took 10th, and he snuck in without us ever really catching him in the last game. So maybe we'll get to see him get a couple kills this round.
Yeah, it's starting to get a lot tighter, though, as people have moved over to where the gas is. And now we are going to see some serious shots coming out, and mostly just trying to sink those shots into the car here. It doesn't look like necessarily going for the kill, but we can see Blood Inferno has taken a little bit of damage here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Blood Inferno took it early before he got in the car or if he got hit there as he was driving by. It looks like he has a heel rolling, so I'm thinking they may have fought earlier, and then he's just driving by to get out of there. Measley with his back against the gas and using the car to protect his front. So as long as nobody walks out right behind him, which I imagine he'll turn every few seconds to check, he's in a decent position there. He's got decent cover.
That is for sure. Now Measley, that was the player that we saw up early on that roof and ultimately got pushed out by the gas. Now Samuel just going to be taking as many shots as he can into Isco. We can see Measley trying to pinch onto Samuel right now.
Yeah, both of these are long-range shots. We're talking about 230 meters out. We're also talking about elevation changes and other things that these guys are having to account for, which makes these super long-range shots really hard to find. And you see them start off slow, and as we're talking about, you don't hit those first shots, and you kind of get frustrated. You start kind of hitting the shots a little bit faster and start spraying the shots to try and find a connection.
Yeah, you can literally hear it. It's like tat tat, and then all of a sudden it's just like
you
tat,
hear
tat,
the
tat,
frustration.
You can just hear how angry they're getting that they can't connect. We are going to see Blood Inferno, though, easily able to get out of that scenario, moving around in his Jeep. It looks like he's moving closer to the action for sure. Starting to close in on quite a few players here. The question is when is it really going to start to pop off? Look, it is not spread out anymore as we actually get into this ring.
Yeah, I mean, this ring also, once again, not built. I mean, we're definitely over the fire code once again. We got way too many people in the circle, and you're going to start seeing people drop off real quick. 2 people
have died so far, and on top of that, this ring is almost cut. Like there's a third of it that you can't even play. So it's like 2/3 what we're used to. It's going to be quite brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. FJ here playing the top of this ridge. This is a really good ridge, and like I was talking about with the water, you can see down into it. There's no cover down there, so effectively you consider that part of the gas ring. Don't go in there. That's a no-man zone.
For sure, yeah, and that is going to be coming into effect very soon. As you can see right now, no one deciding to engage with each other yet, and if you're listening closely at home, there are no shots being fired right now. People are done looting for the most part. That's not what's going on, but we're going to see that volley come flying out here. This could be a fight to the death. I think we might see some people start to fall. Zeke is going to be one of them. That is the third kill of the game, but it doesn't look like the fights are over yet. Imperial finding himself in a pretty interesting position here. He's going to be able to get these shots into the Jeep. He's getting some clean fire here. Ultimately, it looks like Keebler going to pop out, and now another two have fallen, and Rogue Drop has fallen down.
Drop going out early here. We'll have to see how the points work out, and that is not the way to throw a Molotov. You typically want to throw it at the other person and not at yourself. But you also heard that Jeep, he got enough shots into the other player's Jeep that the Jeep is now on fire and it is going to be gone. So he at least took away the vehicle from the other player.
Now players are falling left and right. We're going to see figures fall down as well. But Drop, that was first place of the last game, falling out around the 56 mark there.
Yeah, I expect him to still, I think points-wise, he'll still make it unless everybody else.
100K is, he almost has 200K points, so that is going to be quite a lot. And now we are going to hear those shots firing out from Imperials still after already lighting himself up.
So Keebler came down, hopped out of his vehicle, jumped out on the vehicle that blew up just to check to see if whatever was in the trunk fell on the ground, because sometimes it'll drop a gas can or something when you blow the vehicle up. Yep. Checks, immediately back in his vehicle and out.
Good play by him. And we are kind of seeing right now Lifted still taking this high ground here in the Riches. This is where we've seen him pretty much throughout the entirety of the game, and it is a strong position, but we do see Judderson up in that corner may have a line on Lifted, trying to see what the actual distance is here. That could be dangerous for Lifted.
I think Judderson is just barely off. I think there's a little ridge line in between them, more of like a little, think of like a little finger sticking off the edge. Yeah, he's going to be tucked away in there and chop it down, opening onto Shurima. Shurima shows no fear as he hops and takes a shot at Choppa. We'll see if he decides to push this or not.
Yo,
looks like he's gonna push a little bit.
Can you do me a favor and delete this fucking Giazza that you sent me?
Looks like he wanted to keep the pressure there. Looks like he may have hit a
three,
shift
your
or
3,
a
2, 1 play, asshole.
And he may have wanted to push that fight,
Why
but
don't you fucking delete that?
he decided it was way too early to get that
But
aggressive.
Watch your live stream.
Still is keeping the pressure on. I mean, he does take slightly defensive moves.
Send me
now jumping on board with Isco.
the stream for Twitch or whatever.
Isco right before that, he was the last person to put a kill on the board.
Because I'm behind.
The way that we expect Isco to be playing, he is slaying very heavy in this match compared to the other players.
Isco is not afraid to take a fight. He will take a fight.
Great.
No!
If he knows
My mic's not muted! My mic's not muted!
That's Blood Inferno coming out early
There.
again. That may spell defeat for him, but now we are in an engagement between Keebler, and Keebler is just going to be brought down by Monster.
Yeah, I think Keebler thought he was maybe a little bit farther forward, but I think his little feet were sticking out there underneath the bridge and got popped.
Yeah, now we're going to see Monster just insult to injury, getting a few more shots out there. And it looks like, oh, his helmet's going to get popped right now by Milky Day. And we saw Milky Day be so aggressive in the last game. Is he going to try to close this space here? He took the helmet. I think that's just going to be enough of a win for him.
Yeah, you're gonna end up seeing these players again. And we watched Milky and we watched Cryptic go off last game with shotguns. This is not a shotgun safe zone. This is an AR, AK, proper use of throwable type of safe zone.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you said it perfectly. That was a big thing that was actually going on in the last game. I mean, in those first 5 kills, I believe 2 of them were 1 pumps from peaks. So, like, when we actually get into this game, we're not seeing any of those shotgun kills coming out. Yeah, now we are going to see Broderick falling as well.
And Disturbed Gaming went down to the gas there at the same time.
Yeah, players are finally starting to fall, and I hear the siren, Supersonic.
And that means that we're launching off to close this gas wave, and we should see another one again in about 30 to 45 seconds when it closes in. But Monster going to go ahead and hop in this vehicle after getting the loot off of his kill from earlier, and he's going to start moving class in an uphill battle against Huskers at the moment, and he is going to lose his makeshift as he tries to make his way back down the hill, takes another shot, and he is now 2 shots behind in this fight, which he doesn't appear to want whatsoever. He is just dipping back out into the trees there, and Isco lands himself another kill onto Imperial How.
This is huge for Isco. I mean, this is 3rd or 4th kill that he's already put onto the board. Trying to get a good placement here. Definitely looking primed to do so, but we're going to jump on board with Cass here.
Yeah, Casper, who played the roof last game, is what we were watching him do. We'll see if he can.
That's another one for Isco.
Another one for
Isco. Samuel.
Samuel, who got, I'm trying to remember who it was. He got a big kill last game, and I think Samuel,
right in the end there.
Did Samuel get dropped this game?
Samuel just got taken down by Isco.
I think that he might have taken out Dropkid earlier.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
match.
yeah, he did.
He did,
Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying there. Yeah, he took down Dropped, who was the winner of the first game. So Samuel was looking good. Samuel has, throughout both of these games, like you mentioned, been getting these clutch kills. A lot of these really big kills on big-named players, but this time around, it does not look like he is going to be able to stay any longer because he was cut down by Isco. Makeshift going to be popped off from Monster, and he is going to get out of here, and you can see his car has been degraded quite a bit. And now we jump right into another fight, and it is lifted also from Rogue, and he is going to be getting some shots in to the player from STDX. Not able to connect too much there, and now we're back on board with Isco, and it looks like he's getting in with a cheeky little pinch here, trying to close out another kill.
This is not the spot you want to be as Class. You do not want to be in between Lifted and Isco. This is not a good spot.
Someone must give here. It looks like someone is definitely going to fall, and you can hear the shots coming from all directions here, and Class just kind of diving back and forth, and ultimately it is going to be Isco to get another kill on the board. This looks really good for him in the slay department, in the point department, but we could see some shots coming into him here. So he now has his eyes on Milky Day. Isco staying aggressive here in order to defend himself.
Yeah, he recognized that he was in a pinch play with Lifted up the hill, realized that he was about to be pinched after he got hit by Milky, and decided to rotate out and make sure that he got a small ridge line between him and Lifted. You don't want to get into that situation again. Getting pinched by anybody is a bad situation.
I mean, it's almost a guaranteed death. It definitely is, and you can see Isco being very mindful of it. He goes in on the pinch, but he doesn't want to play greedy, ultimately able to move out there, and like you said, that rotation is going to gain him his life. Now Lifted is up on top of this field. Isco, does he not know Milky Day's there? Yeah, I think he's got a pretty good idea that Milky Day is close by.
P90 parked almost vertical on the side of a hill in her cop car. Still in this game, and Lifted going to land himself another kill onto Frosty.
That is going to be another one going home. We almost have sent home 20 players at this point from this game. We're getting dangerously close. Jeesh now. Jeesh doing much better than that first game, and this was one of the players we highlighted to see if he would do better. Isco going to drop this defensive smoke here, trying to keep himself out of this pressure. And you can hear the shots flying right now. It looks like Prox is taking some damage off in the distance here. But it's going to be Isco to see P90 Princess trying to get a couple of shots into her vehicle.
P90 in a rough spot here. She's going to need to turn around and get up this mountain and out of that gas. Isco in the same situation. He should be able to find himself a path up. And this next safe zone is going to announce, and we are still going to the overlook. So we're going to have a lot of trees, a lot of ridge lines, a lot of different little hills in here. And you're going to see a lot of like quick peek battles and pinch plays that come out. And Lifted trying to spot Isco. Knows that he's in the gas and he's hit him. He's now in a fight with somebody else. We'll see if Lifted can spot Isco again.
Isco taking some serious damage here. Will this be enough to send him home? You can see he just got some body armor back on. He still has that helmet. Gonna need to use those smokes. Trying to get into this cover between the tree, but it looks like he's getting pinched. Is he going to fall? Starting to heal himself up a little bit here, and we are going to see Doug is raw falling while this fight is going on. Isco not completely clear, though, from this gunfire. Starting to get a little bit healthy here, but is still one shot down. Duke now on the ATV. We find him about 2 shots down.
And Lifted, gonna get eliminated, and I believe that is going to basically seal his fate there. I don't think that he is going to advance tomorrow. Prox takes out Lifted here in 43rd place.
And Prox was a big performer in that last game as well. Now he's starting to get some serious shots out. It seems like he has his eyes on Soar Rogue. Another player is going to fall. It's going to be Kingley now. We are almost in our top 40. Who is going to be the last player to not make that top 40?
Yeah, Rogue and Prox here now just kind of in about 100-meter range battle there, throwing shots back and forth. And we've got Balin up against Grimmy Bear as FJ and Lenara fall to Bizarre and Gotaga. Measly actually getting a 90% play on FJ. He gets his 1,000 points taken from him.
We are going to see, once again, Milky Day going to be in that kill feed, that aggressive player. Isco engaged in a gunfight with Memento here. Memento seems to be getting pinched because some serious damage is coming in from somewhere. Smoke does come down, trying to get those defensive plays going, and in these smokes, we see Bazaar go down and Zoltan fall. We're down to 35. It is just absolutely lighting up. It's impossible to stay up to date with it as Memento falls as well.
Yeah, Jefferson also goes down and gets a kill after the fact to the person dying in the gas. Jeesh goes out in 30 seconds to Saint die. Actually gets the trade. They eliminate each other, and then Isco finds himself another kill after playing himself out of that bad situation with the smokes, and you can see him using them again, but he lands that kill onto Liam and a little bit more loot.
I think the big Isco's kind of just been the MVP of this game for sure. Playing like an absolute madman.
Hurrah gets taken out.
Yeah, going to be able to take down Hurrah. And just like that, the game has flipped, and I think a big thing is it's just the landscape has changed so much, and now in another fight here, Grimmy Bear taking some serious damage, trying to finish off Measly. They're about even in this fight.
Yeah, just about even there. I think Grimmy's a little bit ahead. Grimmy's already got a new makeshift on. He's going to be able to roll a heal real quick. Measly will not try to engage again right here unless he can see that he's sitting still. I don't expect Measly to try and take a shot. We lose Transpair to Crank, and we lose Prodigy Aces to Ashton. Some fat kid from last game goes down to Isco, and Soar Rogue lands a kill onto Casperific. Isco's absolutely going off, and he's going to start smoking himself off again. He's going to find a spot, lay down, needs to heal again, and we'll see if he can get in another fight.
Yeah, Throwable could have been really dangerous there to potentially finish him off, but it looks like he is going to be safe for now.
Prox is going off this game.
Yeah, Prox just started to go off as well. Prox and Isco being those two players playing like absolute madmen. Our top 20 is now officially here, and that's going to ensure the fate of quite a lot of these players. It looks like they are not going to be able to qualify for the grand finals. Only 20 players moving forward with combined scores from this game and the previous game to go to that grand final to play for $100,000. And Gotaga going to be sent home alongside Duke, and the ring is getting tighter.
Only one player, Crank, is the only one in the safe. Assist from Sharima. Sharima saying that that circle was his and forces him out.
Tross and FPS both going to fall here, and they were players who we saw do incredibly well in the last game, but Isco is just absolutely so low here, and he's just trying to inch on with his life. He must be out of smokes, too. With how we've seen him play, he was using these smokes so defensively.
He's got to be out.
Right?
He would have thrown one if he had one. 10K, getting another kill. 10K now guaranteeing himself, I believe, into the tomorrow. He placed top 20 in both games.
Isco is going to fall down here. He gets 13th place. But the thing is, with the amount of kills that Isco put up onto the board, I feel like it's probably in the area of above 8.
I think that the way the scale works, he's probably closer somewhere around maybe 11th or 10th.
Yeah, that's
just because it scales up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think that he definitely jumped a couple positions. He had a ton of kills. He was slaying out.
For sure. Now, P90 Princess having a great game this time around. Chop it down. We said he may have been in a position where he could play too aggressive. He is going to be able to ensure himself a kill, and he's very close to that top 10. P90 Princess finds herself very low inside of the smoke, going to be able to heal herself up from now.
That might have hit. That looked like it might have been close enough. Grimmy may have caught the edge of that flashbang.
Sure.
But Cryptic BMR, the Slayer from last game, goes down to P90, and then we lose Prox to Soar Teenage. Grimmy Bear still here looking to get this fight with Monster. He knows he's there. He's just not quite ready to take the fight, and here comes the fight. Grimmy firing uphill onto Monster. Monster lands a shotgun shell to take off the makeshift from Grimmy. Grimmy getting pinched now from the side by 10K. Finds a nice little ditch, though, that protects him from both sides, and I think he's going to get to heal up. Grenades raining out of Monster. This is a rough spot for Grimmy.
Yeah, I mean, that spot was nice. Bought him a little bit of time, but don't get me wrong, he is still getting collapsed on Grimmy Bear, finding himself in a dangerous position. I just saw a molly fly up in the air. Not going to connect with Grimmy Bear, though, at this time. Needs to find more healing as soon as he can, and this is good. He finds a way to rotate around. Needs to get in a gunfight with only one instead of two players, but Sharima Wizard going to be able to bring down 10K.
Yep, Sharima eliminates 10K. 10K, great performance in both games, though. We'll be seeing him tomorrow, I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I think that is a relatively safe bet to have right now.
I put money on it.
Grimmy Bear still, though, hasn't found himself a very good position to be in, going to be taking some shots. P90 Princess now collapsing onto Sharima Wizard, wants to take this fight. It's going to be Soar Teenage to fall down first. Will Princess be able to finish it off? Sharima Wizard is going to fall. A clean kill from Princess. She has ensured herself a place in that top 5. And now it's Ashton. He's still a little bit weak after this fight. If Princess can find him in time, she is going to be leading in this fight, but going to play it safe here, going to start to heal up.
Yeah, gets a new helmet on, getting some heals, still wearing a 2-hit. Ashton looks like he's eating gas at the moment, needs to get out of there. He's down to 1 shot. If P90 can spot him, he is going to go down. Grimmy, just look over the hill, buddy. He's coming, man.
Yeah, he needs to see that in his peripherals, but Ashton, as we can see, is using those ridges for some really good cover that's going to break LOS, but now Grimmy Bear starts to rotate towards. Did he hear Ashton? Will he be able to peek out and grab this kill? Ashton, though, crouching very effectively. But Grimmy Bear gets his eyes on him. Will he be able to sink any of these bullets into him? Starting to get relatively low. Grimmy Bear going to be able to move up and clean pop off that helmet, get the kill, but P90 Princess in the wings is going to be able to finish it off, getting Grimmy Bear down right after that engagement. We have a top 2.
And she is going to go
like
down.
That, Monster going to be able to come in and clean it up. P90 Princess, though, having an incredible performance that time around, saying she did well in the first game, but not being able to get all of the way into the top, getting second place this time around, but we got to give it to our champion.
Yeah. She definitely looked more at home in the fields than she did in the city there. But Monster taking down game 2, and as we saw with Dropped, that is a ton of points, just a huge point spread there. So
bringing up Drop's also very important because the whole thing that actually did go down with Drop went down incredibly early that time around.
So 5th one out, I believe, in that game. I think he went in 55th.
Yeah, it was very, very early, but because he had that initial first place finish,
I think he's
still going to find himself in a pretty good position here to qualify for that top 20 of Group A, to go to the grand finals, to face off against Group B and the 20 already invited players who will be in that grand final game.
Absolutely. I mean, a ton of top plays. Isco that game.
Oh.
Isco
was MVP. He may have not come out number 1.
Slayed out.
Absolutely insane. We're going to have to see when we actually do see this leaderboard in general where the chips have fallen, but that was just a sight to see.
Yeah.
Isco found himself in so many good positions, and one of the interesting things was he was very liberal with those smokes, using them defensively nonstop. Ultimately, when he dies, he's not able to heal up because he has no smokes left.
Yeah, he was going through
them. He used
them
very aggressively.
He uses them aggressively, knowing that if he's playing aggressive and he's getting the kills, that he's netting himself more off of the person that he kills. So he's replenishing most of the time, but he eventually ran into somebody that had already used all of their smoke nades, and he was just out of
fight after fight. That's really what happened for him, and like you said, ultimately takes down someone, doesn't get the smokes off of it.
Yeah.
Finds himself in that position, but Isco looking incredible. Now the next thing to see is just where everyone actually falls on the leaderboard. We have everyone calculating that right now, so that's going to be a combination of Game 1 and Game 2 for Group A, combining their kills and their placement points to figure out who that top 20 is. But we are not done today at all. A lot more action is going to be ahead. We have Group B, so there are another 60 players in that. They're going to play out their 2 qualification matches, and we will, by the end of the day, know the 60 that will be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, again, that's going to be at 10 Eastern tomorrow for anybody that does want to tune in and watch. Come and hang out with us for it. Let's recap that a little bit. Like, to you, what's the major difference between Game 1 and Game 2, just as an overall for the play style?
I mean, the thing is, though, is everything was shifted by that ring. That was the biggest difference between Game 1 and Game 2, is just the ring placement was completely different. Instead of being in that well-developed city where you can be on the top of the buildings, where you can kind of get those eye lines, get chokehold and force trades, we found a lot of open positioning down on that bottom portion of the map.
Yep.
And I think that just determined the whole entire pace of the game.
Yeah, and we saw the pace changes that we were talking about, and I'm almost kind of happy that we saw 2 completely different safe zones, because it just shows how differently the story plays out every game. It shifts the story, it shifts the way these players are going to play, what they're thinking about, their strategy, everything. It becomes a pinch play system where typically in the cities you're getting a lot of one-on-ones in rooms, you're getting a lot of one-on-ones, much more isolated fights than you do out in the open, in the fields and in the hills. There's a lot of plays and so many lines. Like we saw P90 make great use of the ridge lines and make that flank on Grimmy and capitalizing on those people, and rather than taking AR shots and giving away position, moving with the ridge lines and getting close to make sure that she was going to do maximum damage and impact with that shotgun.
We saw that one really weird kill. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened, but we saw a player kind of like whip out their binoculars for a second there, and then
it misclicks on the mouse or misclicks on his number pad. But basically, the way it happens is like,
do you remember who that was
though? They went down to Isco. I'm trying to remember who it was.
That was like Isco's, the start of Isco's.
That was the first kill for Isco for that game.
That was Isco's first kill of many. many, more than you can probably count on two hands.
Yeah, definitely.
It was quite a lot.
It's a terrible situation to find yourself in when you misclick. If you go for, a lot of these guys have like they'll throw their shotgun on 4 and binoculars defaults out to 5. If you happen to misclick and your finger rolls a little bit, it recognizes the swap, and he basically went shotgun back to his binoculars, and then you can't switch back and fight Isco like that in a shotgun
you
battle.
triggered me a little bit when you said shotgun there. That's one of the main things, too, that really did change from that first game to that second game. And a lot of that does come, of course, due to the fact that, we found ourselves in a very different position with the ring that changed the landscape a lot of the game. But shotguns were huge.
Yeah.
They're absolutely huge in that first game when you could actually get that peak fire going, and we saw kills get traded out that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more AR battle in long-range pinch than it is shotgun. It's a completely different game style, and some of these players showed that they're able to play both. There's a lot of players that were top 20 from the first game that made top 20 in the second game, and they just showed that they can play both games.
Yeah, now we're basically in the position where it is all said and done for Group A. Group A is going to be done playing. Soon we're actually going to get that calculated score and see who the top 20 players are. And from all of those top 20 players are going to advance to the grand final. That means our next order of business is going to be Group B, and we're going to jump in with that first qualifier game very soon. And Group B, I'm not going to lie, Group A, huge names. A lot of huge names in H1Z1. All those players very exciting to actually watch.
Group B might be scarier.
Group B is the group of death. I mean, it just happens every time you have group play. One is going to be a little bit scary, even if it's just by one player, but this is a group of death for sure. I want to start highlighting some of those big names. I mean, it's scary. I would not want to be in Group B.
Yeah.
I have the list in front of me of names right now. I mean, this is looking pretty scary.
There's a ton of players. I mean, both groups are. You can sit there and look at both groups, and we can argue it all day. But there almost is in almost every esport in group play. You're going to see people. It's just that's what it is. And H1Z1 players, welcome to the world of esports. And sometimes group play is going to get the better of you. But
I like it. I like it. I think this is great. I mean,
it creates great tension.
Yeah,
I think it's great. It shows the people that can play with their back against the wall.
And on top of that, I mean, the whole thing with today is incredible to watch out because we saw the fact that, okay, just because Dropped had one incredible performance doesn't necessarily mean he's going to have another incredible performance again. The players that really shined were the ones who were able to play in that middle of the pack twice in a row. Yeah. Like, they got the most placement points, and I think it's going to reflect itself on the meter because when we actually have that full leaderboard, you figure Dropped probably had 180K points, I believe. 180K,
180,
175K
and he'll
for
net
placement.
some from this. He'll net it minimum 31,000 for placement.
So, but he's probably not going to get in a position where he's too much above like a 200,000, right?
I'm expecting him to be somewhere around 220,
220 to 230,
give or take 5 or 10.
Yeah, definitely. That probably is the case there. We're going to see other players, though, really jump up, because they found themselves in that 80K range the first time around. Now they find themselves in maybe like a 90 or 100K range this time around.
So, but you look at that, though, and that still puts him at 170 versus his 200. That's how big it is to win a match.
It's huge. It's huge.
I do like that. I love that we're doing scoring with hops.
If you win, you should go to that final game.
Yeah, and I think that it basically does that. You win a match here with 180 plus you add in whatever your second game is. I don't think there's any way that he doesn't make it into the top.
Let's say you don't get a single kill somehow. Let's say that like someone chokes in gas or something, and you just end up winning with 175K.
You're still in the same situation.
You're still basically in the same
situation.
You're still in there. And that makes sense mathematically if you win. But I think the big story is when we actually do see these players who are able to get top 10 over and over again, definitely going to be able to get themselves in the position. The question is, those bubble players who find themselves in the top 20, are they able to qualify?
I think that those bottom positions are going to be really interesting to see. Once they show us the 20 from that game and then they show us the final 20, I think that number is going to be – I think there's going to be one or two in there that kind of snuck in that we may not have expected.
I mean, I would actually love to see the top 20 going into Game 1, like after Game 1, and then the top 20 after Game 2, like separate side by side, and actually see how that second game impacted.
As soon as the score comes up, just check Twitter. Somebody will have it up there. We'll be able to
figure it out. Someone tweet that out.
It'll be out within about 30 seconds of that other one. Somebody will screen cap and it'll be a post. We'll find it real quick.
Yeah, But that is going to be a really interesting
Tag
piece of
us.
it.
Tag us. We want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see that for sure, because that's going to be one of the things that we can really predict when we go into Group 2 and when we actually get into fives. And we should probably touch back to that, because we know there are a bunch of people rolling in right now just starting to watch this H1Z1 Elite Series tournament live from DreamHack. And if you are just tuning in, this tournament is unlike the other tournaments in H1Z1, because we're going to have these 2 qualifier matches, and then the top 20 players from each of these groups is going to go to that grand final. It's going to be happening over the course of 3 days. And then after we sure up everything with this solo queue, we're actually going to have that fives tournament. So that's going to be starting tomorrow and finishing on Sunday.
Yeah, so we'll go into qualifiers tomorrow for the teams, and then we'll go into the solo finals
At 10
tomorrow night at 10 Eastern. And then we'll go into finals on Sunday for the five. So we've got action all weekend long.
This weekend's great, and if you missed the announcement that we had at the very beginning of the show, this is not the only stop for the H1Z1 Elite Series tournament. The next one is going to be at DreamHack Winter, which is going to be in Sweden. We're going international.
We're going international. Is it cold in Sweden in the winter?
I have
I'm just
no
gonna
idea.
assume. I'm just gonna assume it's cold. I don't think I'm gonna be able to wear the shorts and everything that I'm running around in. And
You got
well,
pants on right now.
I got pants on right now, but I've been trying to hide out in like gym shorts and tank tops because it is warm.
It is warm in Atlanta. You're over in Vegas most of the time. It's hot over there. I have no idea what the temperature is like in Sweden, but I have one buddy. He's an esports guy who lives over in Sweden. He's always posting pictures. The place is absolutely beautiful. It seems like a perfect place to bring this show.
Yeah, I think I'm super ecstatic to see this go international and get to.
I mean, the DreamHack energy's just been great as well. I mean, we got people cheering for their favorite players. We got stages all around us. It's really exciting.
All right, cool. It looks like that we actually got the top 20 from Game 2 results, so we're going to go ahead and jump over and check that out. ALG Monster obviously taking down first. It looks like he got one less kill than Dropped, so Drop gets to at least say that he got the most points on the day in a single match. P90 in second, and Duke going to take down 20th. So is there anybody in there that you think's kind of
Well, the thing is,
flew under the radar on us?
Well, before we go to flying under the radar, I mean, one of the ones that okay, we'll do that now. Milky Day.
Milky Day, 18th place again.
Yeah, and that's very, very consistent, which is big. I mean, he pretty much has ensured himself the ability to qualify for that grand final. But Isco only getting 11th place there, even after slaying out of his mind. That does really show how important the placement is going to be. Obviously, the kills kept him alive there. I believe he came in 15th or 16th. In actual placement.
And he jumped. I mean, look at how close the point spreads here are between 11th and 13th. We're talking about 3,000 points separate those.
Yeah. He
That's
probably
close.
jumped up. He probably jumped up from like 16th or 15th to 11th.
I think that he got somewhere around 6 kills again, 6, 7 kills. So he definitely slayed out hard there. 10K though, definitely going to go on. I think he made top 10 both games. We should definitely see him in the top 20 overall. He's going to go ahead and make it on.
I mean, P90 Princess is in a really good position here too.
I think P90's in 100%. P90 made top 20.
P90 is like 100% in, because you figure P90 got like 16th-ish first time around, and now this time going to secure second place.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the full top 20.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have the full top 20 yet. That's what I'm. Oh, there we go. Here's the overall top 20. Monster going to be coming in on the top. Drop still able to secure third. Right around that range that we thought he was going to be in. Princess going to be able to come in second place here.
Taking second overall.
That's really big.
That's big. That's big. I think that I would have.
Milky Day exactly 19th place. Just
Takes
consistently
18th, 19th.
Yeah, consistently hitting that area, though, in the top 20. Isco going to be coming in at 15th place.
So Isco going on to compete again tomorrow. 10K, as I said, goes ahead and swings his way in there. Sharima, no shock there. Sharima makes his way in at 8. Grimmy also going to go ahead and go on. And Mountain, talked about him quite a bit. He's going to take 10th. I mean, this is a lot of people I expected to see. There's a lot of names that I expect to see. There's some new names to me. Monster here is actually a newer player to me in the community, and
look,
showed up.
It really showed up there. And a lot of that does come off of that really strong finish in that first game. And that's one of the things to highlight, right? Drop had that first place finish, but then an abysmal finish in the second game. So you had someone like Monster had a pretty decent finish in that first game, and then a really strong finish in the second game. And that's going to be enough to secure him 200,000 points plus that extra 30K. So he ends up just sneaks above Dropped.
And
the confusing name of all, Soar Rogue, not to be confused with any actual players on Rogue, nets himself 20th place, and he's gonna make it into the event tomorrow.
Yeah,
They get to play for a $100,000 prize pool for tomorrow's solo finals.
Well, now that we have done everything that we need to do with Group A, take a final look at those names on the screen, because those are going to be the 20 players headed from Group A into the grand final. Let's start to talk about Group B, because we're going to be jumping into that game very soon.
Yeah, we're going to be going to Group B pretty soon here. We will be taking a. We got a few minutes here. We're going to hang out and talk a little bit. But Group B, like we said, is as scary, if not scarier, for these players in terms of just how many names. And I'm not necessarily talking about just players in terms of skill, but like known players within the community. It has an effect on you. This is another thing to talk about where we were talking about lands and how the environment changes. It's very indifferent when the person that you're trying to kill is sitting next to you and it's somebody that you've known and had a rivalry with or things like that. Those types of things play into whether you're going to go on tilt or not be on tilt and how you handle those situations. And Group B's got a lot of names in it.
Are there any names in particular that you want to start jumping into right now? I have the first little chunk. I think you actually have the second one, though.
Yeah. Let's. I've got the first chunk, actually. I'll start.
Yeah, you start.
So
you start.
Symphony here on Team Dare. Symphony is what we like to call a Z-Tour. He kind of came in after the new map update when that all came out, and has made a big impact in the competitive play and showed that he. I expect him to probably show up here today. We'll see how he handles land. Again, we're talking about land, but he's one of those people that I could see if he can translate on the land, top 20 all day. He's in there.
Yeah, so you're looking for that right
He's
now?
in there. I'm looking to. I'm pretty sure we'll see Symphony making some moves, making some kills in some plays today.
So Symphony, definitely one of the big names to be looking towards. Anyone else in particular, though, that you're excited for? You got the list, I believe. Yeah, you got it right there.
You would be correct.
Yeah, you were hiding it on me. I was looking for it, and I was like, let's actually make sure that we got all the names right.
Yeah, so Stormin, actually, a player off of Rogue who is a really, really big player, been around forever, considered probably one of the, I think most people would probably argue he's top 5 players overall, period. He would just be that guy. And he's going to be playing through this group stage, so I'm really excited to see Stormin step up and possibly do some of these crazy. One of the things he's just great at, his staple is he can basically turn a car on a dime, dead stop, and he knows the exact timing to hop and be able to fire. And you'll see him do turns, hop out of the car, and just two-tap people immediately, just eat people alive.
We're going to have
destroy.
to see. We've already seen quite a lot out of the boys on the Rogue squad here today. Let's see if he can manage to keep that up. This group is just absolutely stacked, though.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that the top 20 from this group go to play our top 20 from that Group A and the 20 invited players. And there's some scary guys in those top 20 players that were, the invited players as well.
Yeah, which we'll definitely get into tomorrow. You guys are going to see 20 guys that show up that you'll know them all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone at home, if you watched H1Z1, will be pretty excited when we actually do hear those names.
Yeah, definitely. And, last one I'd kind of like to touch on just because it's a different play style than what we've talked about. We've talked about Slayers. Crumb. So he's an EU player who's much more the intelligence player that is just very controlled. He moves well, he reads the map, he reads the situations really well, and he plays things very tactically and plays them slowly, and I think that translates really well into the scenario of what we're doing today. I think that he's somebody that will probably show up, and I expect him to make top 20.
I think
overall.
Crumb's going to be able to hit
I
that
think
top
Crumb
20.
will be able to make top 20.
Yeah, I've watched Crumb play a little bit before as well, and yeah, I think that, like you said, it's going to be that tactical mind, that player that has the discipline, who can get that consistency, get that consistent finish that will be able to hit that top 20.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we actually have a look at a graphic right now. It's going to be the brackets for this tournament. I want to take a peek at that with you. And as you can see, this is going to be the top players from Group A. We had 60 in total. Now the top 20 are going to advance. And then we have in Group B the same thing, which is going to be going down. But we're going to take care of that in just a few seconds. Right now, we actually have a special guest who's going to be jumping in. It's going to be Pineapples.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody out there in the chat, you guys know this guy. We're going to bring on
He's done a thing or two within H1. He knows a little bit about the game. He's played a few hours, played a couple matches, won a few games.
Hello.
What is up,
Hello,
my man
hello.
Piney?
Oh,
How are
man,
you
we
doing
are-
today, brother?
We are not presentable for a broadcast, let me tell you. But hi, ladies and gentlemen at home. It's your boy Piney.
Let's help you out there.
We're in shambles.
It's okay. Shambles.
Shambles.
Shambles
Hi,
in the chat,
guys.
boys.
Hello, hello. Thank you guys for watching the Elite Series over here at DreamHack. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm joining Jason here, on the caster desk. I know you guys at home, big fans out there. So ni hao, hello, hello. Wow. What a couple of games, huh?
Yeah, I shocked. I mean, there's a lot of people that showed up that
Yeah.
some unexpected ones.
Mhm.
I expected P90 to play well today
Yeah.
and play that. I did not expect that finish though
It
in that
was-
last game.
it was-
oh my.
Second place in game 2,
Yeah.
11th place in game 1.
Yep.
Taking out legends like Grimmy Bear, Shurima Wizard. Like, she destroyed. What a couple of games, huh?
Yeah, I shocked. I mean, there's a lot of people that showed up that
Yeah.
some unexpected ones.
Mhm.
I expected P90 to play well today
Yeah.
and play that. I did not expect that finish though
It
in that
was-
last game.
it was-
oh my.
Second place in game 2,
Yeah.
11th place in game from Korea. We got players representing different countries from all over the world, and it's just crazy to see everybody here in this one setting just playing H1Z1. It's awesome.
I mean, so you've played at pretty much all the events, right?
Yes.
Were you at first TwitchCon?
No, I missed the only event I haven't participated is the first invitation.
First
Everything
TwitchCon.
else
So
I've
you
been-
you've done both the
Everything else.
showdowns. You did the recent TwitchCon, Fight for
Mhm.
the Crown. So you've done them all. What do you feel the difference is here? What's the difference or within the player base? How are they all feeling about DreamHack versus the other events that we've played in?
Well, I think the big one about this one is close to like the Royalty Showdown. The Royalty Showdown, we had the best players from the leaderboards. Now, these are some of the players from around the world who are like renowned for being the best. And the thing that separates DreamHack from the other events is that this is on the LAN center with everybody. So everybody's on even playing field. We're all here. The energy is unreal. Like seeing all the players, seeing the excitement, the disappointment and stuff like that. You can just feel the H1Z1 community's energy. There's so much support from the audience, the community members, the managers, the players. It's insane to be here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could absolutely hear it, even with the headsets on. And as you can hear,
Yeah.
I don't hear a whole lot of what's going on, but as P90 was going off in that last game, I could hear the crowd over watching on the big screen on the wall over there with, like, I think they have like 500 seats or something
Yeah.
like that for it. I could hear the and
Yeah.
the roars of the crowd and the people around the booth. It's just a different energy. We really didn't have that at Fight for the Crown. There wasn't a huge live audience for that event. The energy is unreal. I absolutely am a huge fan of this format, and this is definitely really cool for the players.
The cool thing about DreamHack too is like this is just the first stop. This is like there is 3 more of these planned in the future. This is only the first stop on the series. So just seeing that like the
on that actually, you were here, but you weren't here for the announcement. So we announced at the beginning we're actually going to Sweden next. Yeah,
Sweden's
so
the
we're going to Sweden for winter. How do you feel about that?
I'm
We're going
about this-
international.
I mean,
that's
international H1Z1 esports. I never thought I'd see the day, and here we are. I'm up on the caster desk with my man Jason Supersonic Burns. Like, this is real. Like
I
for you
remember
guys
the
at
days
home,
when we were
this-
playing and zombies were still in the game when
Yeah.
it was still one game. Before then, it's like there was no thought of ever being
this big
here.
This big here at a DreamHack event. As an invited player, as a caster, just this is real. This is DreamHack. We are playing H1Z1 professionally. It is absolutely incredible. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be up on the desk, to be a participant. I'm playing in both the solos and the team event, so it's just having these opportunities to be able to play H1Z1 at this kind of level is insane. And the next stop, we're going to Sweden. I'm all for that. The Scandinavian countries are beautiful. Like, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah, I hope to be there.
Yeah.
If I get to be there, I'm all for it. I'm going.
Yeah, right? It's just
I am being slid.
being slid. We're sliding.
Yeah. So we are coming in a little bit closer. So where? I am trying to figure out the wording for this because this question is going to be a little odd. You know what? We'll come back to that in a second. We'll come back to that in a second. Brain's not firing on all cylinders. So let's go ahead and hop in. Group B.
Mm.
Have you seen the list for Group B?
Group B is stacked, and I mean stacked. There is, I would say, significantly higher tier players in Group B compared to Group A. I think it's going to be more exciting to watch.
I think names. I'm not necessarily sure about overall skill, but I definitely think
Big names.
Big name. I think the Group B's got a few more in there
Yeah.
that makes it a little scary or intimidating to play in.
I agree 100%. My teammate Crank just played in Group A. My teammate Tifu is going to be playing in Group B. Both of these guys are insanely good, and it's just going to be interesting to see how it works out for them when it comes to actually competing on these solo events.
Yeah, it's completely different. So, predictions.
Okay.
Group B. You have anybody in Group B
do we
that
have
you
the
just?
full?
We do
we
have the full list.
60?
So let me give you this guy right here. So it's going to be the start
Obviously-
right here. and
obviously I
straight
gotta-
down this list here.
Okay. Obviously, I got to support my man
For
Tifu.
them.
You
Got to
know,
support Tifu.
From
so
season
Tifu's-
one to season 5 or 6, top 5 North America, basically every time.
He was top 5 every.
Yeah,
I think. I don't know the time that he dropped out of top 5. If he did,
Maybe
it's like
he
top
did.
6.
He did last season. He dropped out last season, but that's because he only got 30 kill wins. He refused to win a single game under 30 kills. So he had maybe 8 30 bombs last season, which most players don't even have a 30 kill win. This man had 8 in a single top 10.
And he
It was
was-
insane.
But he was still like.
He was still
He was
had-
still royalty
he-
one
yeah,
off of 8 wins.
Yeah, 8 wins. He was still at the very top of North America.
So typically the way that system works is that you need 10 wins to even break into royalty for most players. He made it to the highest level
of
in the
royalty.
game with only 8
Yeah.
wins.
He
He
is definitely a player that we're going to have to look out for in Group B. He is going to be somebody that a lot of people at home are looking out for. I know there's a lot of Tifu supporters out there. I bet you all the emotes are going out in the chat. Show your support for the people you guys are rooting for. A lot of other players we're going to be seeing in Group B. Let's see. There's a ton. There's
mobs. I mean,
CBK Flame, one of the legends from the community, plays for Echo Fox. Definitely somebody we're going to have to look at. Crumb, Jerk Chicken, Razar, Apex Shay, the European representation,
I saw Zach in a CA match go off the other day and murder somebody with a R38. He just came in and just
You got to
blinds-
use whatever you
mid-game.
can.
Mid-game. Came
Mid-game.
in middle of the open field and
Not-
trees and came up with an R380 and just blindsided somebody.
That's impressive. It's like the thing about these players is they're at the highest caliber. I mean, you can pull stuff like that off if you really want to.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
what really is awesome about these kind of highlights is since we have so many spectate cams, we can see so many different fights, and maybe you don't exactly do really well, but you can have an awesome moment in these tournaments, and it's just cemented. Like, your legacy is going to be cemented. For example, Tim in the Royalty Showdown kind of hanging out on the top of a restaurant building and managing, get himself into the top 10. Stuff like that is iconic, and there's a lot of players who maybe aren't as known to the general community, the Twitch community, that have a chance to really kind of break the door open, get their names out there, maybe get picked up by an org, stuff like that. Like, this is the real deal for a lot of players. This is serious. We're playing for a lot of money, a lot of stakes. There's a lot of pressure on, so it's going to be interesting to see how people will play with all this pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about how that pressure works and how it works in between games. So I'd like to see kind of like what your thought process is. So you bubble out, let's say you bubble out at 22nd.
Yeah.
What is your strategy in game 2?
And the thing about, if I know I got 22nd, and the way it works, guys at home, top 20 overall scores get bumped up to the finals. So you're thinking in your head, okay, I got 22nd, like I'm barely not making the cut. Like, I really got to get a good score game 2. And what I would do going into game 2, I would definitely just start playing more passive. A huge skill that players need to learn is reading the safe zone and finding power points. And that works in solos and teams. So the second that safe zone's announced, I'm thinking in my head, okay, where do I need to be? Where is this going to end? Where are some points that I can sit and just try to get as much placement as I can? Now,
so that map knowledge comes in huge for
exactly.
you then of these guys have spent the time that you have. How many hours are you at? You've got to be over 5. I know I'm at like 46, 4,700. So
my general answer for that question is too many, but I'm upwards to 6.5K hours in H1Z1. That is from early 2015 to now. And I'd probably say about 500 or so where those are just left the game open, passed out, go to bed. kind of stuff. But
One
that
of
is
those
a lot.
24-hour stream, asleep in the chair.
Yeah,
okay.
you got a lot of like extra hours added in there, but I definitely have one of the highest recorded play times.
So that's
maybe
a-
like Linden is up there with me as well.
Linden's up there. I think. What 9 Hongildong?
Yeah, what 9 has
He's got-
5,000 hours in like Z1. So
Yeah.
I mean, he's been up there.
So that map knowledge, though, basically plays into that strategy, though, of knowing the safe zones and knowing every level of the map. I know that when I was with Rogue, we worked on things. We went through, and these players literally mapped out and stood at every position, and then had the other guy stand to see where the angles were going to work, what little ridges can I use to hide, and they basically mapped all
Where the power
100
points.
100 square kilometers of this map out, which so that there is going to play huge, and that allows some of these guys that we see that play consistently all the time and perform in these tournaments and these formats like the Showdown. They know how to move across the map, and those are the things that tend to get them to those end games, and then those tend to be the guys that slay out at the end, too,
Yeah.
though. They know how to move around the map. They know where everybody's going to play. If you know there's 5 guys and there's only 4 options of where they can be, you already know where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And that map knowledge is huge. It really plays into how you're going to take a match, how you're going to take a fight, when to shoot, when not to shoot. Like, there's so many small moves that goes into an H1Z1 game that players like maybe like at home that are more casual don't see, but stuff like reading safe zone, knowing where to loot, knowing how to take an engagement, stuff like that. It all factors into play, and it's 10 times as hard when you're filled with in a game with 59 other of like the best players in the world. Like, if you make a mistake,
You die.
You die. And that is what we're seeing in this game. We saw, Dropkid is a really good example of it. I mean, he took first place game 1. He looked great. Jump into game 2. And he's dead off spawn. You know, it's like
he's out. And
these mistakes, these one small mistake could mean your life, and it could mean the difference between, going home with $25,000 in your pocket or going home with 0. And that's how it works.
yeah, I think that's probably one of the better ways I've heard of that. Is that this game comes down to so many little things that are making the right decision and doing it every time.
Exactly.
It's reading the situation. If you get a misread and you are operating on bad information, you've made the mistake and you will pay for it. Every now and then you might play your way out of it. It may be a close range where the guy misses his first shotgun shell, you get around the corner and you get to do the step out one pump on him. You may get the AR outplay on the shotgun. There's things, I'm not saying that it's bad, but you're talking about situations that you have a less than 50% chance of winning, and you happen to get the win there. Those do happen in H1, and I think that's what's different about this and adds the tension versus other games, is that you're always at risk. Always.
And the thing is, too, is that when you're playing at this kind of caliber, you really need to take every single action seriously, from where you decide to spawn, where you're going, where you're reading safe zone, what car you're taking. There's so many decisions that these players can make, and they will mess up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like you said, who can do this consistently? And we know the viewers at home know that there is an RNG element to H1Z1. You're going to land one game, you'll find an AR. You're going to land another game, maybe you'll find a pistol. Like, we know that at home there is this element of randomness when it comes to H1Z1. However, it's how these pros take that randomness, adapt towards it, and grow and work towards winning and using whatever they have at their disposal to win.
Yeah, I think that's very well. I mean, sometimes
your brains
you don't
out
even,
here, Jason.
sometimes you don't even get a pistol though.
Yeah,
You're talking about it like
there is work to be done.
I've landed and only gotten a flashbang before because I just chose a bad spot.
And
so,
there is work to be done to the game's development, stuff like that, and organizing to where we do find these consistencies in the game, especially the direction we're heading with the Elite Series and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure it would be very frustrating if you spawned into this tournament and you landed and you only found a flashbang in a building. Obviously,
I'd cry. I would just cry.
You would be frustrated, and I think that's something that the players know about, the developers know about. There's like a lot that goes into an H1 match that still needs to be fine-tuned, but we're getting there, definitely.
all right. Awesome. Well, I want to ask you one last question.
Sure.
So you were talking about players' decisions in terms of kit, what vehicle, what do I do? So in your guide, which we were talking about a little bit earlier on the stream, you've written a lot of guys talking about competitive play versus normal play and loadouts and stuff. what's the loadout? What's your ideal loadout for this lane?
Well, on LAN, a huge difference than on LAN than home is the shotgun. The shotgun is incredible on LAN. Your pellets hit, you will destroy people. We saw in game 1 of Group A, in the last 35 kills, it was basically all shotgun. Shotgun works on LAN. It feels good to use. Ideally, what I like to run is double rifle shotgun, and then I can drop, a rifle for a throwable when the situation arises. But if you're not using the shotgun on LAN, you're definitely doing something wrong. I know you guys at home are the shotgun. They're like, ugh, Piney, what are you talking about? The shotgun's broken,
No, it's
but
not.
it's really strong on LAN, and you see all these players doing the new frame peek technique. This is something like you see a lot. Basically, say a player standing behind a tree. Basically, what they do is they quickly sidestep from their cover, pop one shotgun shot, and go back in the cover. It's called a frame peek. And then you see all these players at high caliber level. They'll do the frame peek, break your armor, frame peek one more time, and then boom, you're dead, and you don't even get a chance to fight back because everything connects.
Yeah, it's definitely a completely different environment with the shotgun on LAN. But I think these guys are just about getting ready here. So we're going to actually end up taking a short break real quick, guys, and we're going to be right back with Group B. Piney, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for
having
me.
you.
Always.
And we'll be back shortly, guys.
but want to take an opportunity to actually shout all of them out. It has been so much fun to watch these games play out today, and we've only had the first 2 go down out of all of the games that are going to be happening at DreamHack. Just want to say thank you to all of those observers.
Absolutely, thank you. I've done a lot of casting with
You're
this game.
driving and casting at the same time. That's not easy.
Yeah, I'm typically driving and casting, which means I can't catch as many fights. We are catching 75, 80% of these fights, which is amazing to do.
Yeah, I've done the driving and casting thing, and it's just it's a whole thing.
Yeah, they're absolutely killing it, man.
Now we're taking a peek at Thump right now. Oh, never mind. We're going to be taking a look at Nightwalker. So tell me a little bit about Nightwalker. Of course, being on CLG.
Nightwalker, one of the guys that was been around for a long time, aggressive player. Great shot on him. He is somebody that is willing to take fights. He's willing to take high risk, high reward situations and play through them. So I definitely watch for him to look to get engagements. If he feels that he has an opportunity, he's definitely going to take it. And we're going to jump right into this game, and we are dropping in right now. I am going to call it is somewhere north. There's a ton of players up north on this spawn, so we're going to probably be somewhere north of PV. I'm not saying west or east because clearly we know that I cannot do that.
Yeah, you can't figure that out. I feel like it might be Harris Ridge this time around. I'm going to call the ring on Harris Ridge, but I want to mention really quick as we do jump on with Thump, as you mentioned, those aggressive players, they are somewhat favored in this matchup because of the points that they are going to be accumulating for kills. That's going to be combined with their actual placement, and we've already seen how big that can be to actually determine our top 20. And we saw Thump. Now we're going to jump on with Stormin. A lot of talk around this player. Excited to see what Stormin can do here today, and gets gifted that police car. There is no one near. This is a really clean spread.
Yeah, a lot of players getting spread out. We haven't seen too.
Just as we say, it's a clean spread. That is the quickest first blood that we have seen so far at DreamHack.
Yeah, so somebody landed on top of each other there. We hadn't seen that happen yet in the Group A matches. It did go down here. Jerk Chicken though going to land, and he's going to start looting up this building. Not a bad start finding some weapons. He's definitely needs to find a backpack, though, so he can get all the ammo for both these guns. He should be able to find one in there, though. And Nightwalker, no gun yet, finds a backpack, has his 2-hit, his helmet, finds a shotgun. It looks like he's found a building that's got some decent loot in it, and he's going to be kitted up real quick like.
Yeah, he's looking good, too, and having that shotgun inside of the building. Like, he's in a good area on the map to actually have the shotgun, so that is going to be nice for him, but he's got to continue to aggressively loot here. He wants to get some sort of rifle alongside that shotgun so he can progress throughout this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mobs, another player that's been around for a while, absolute slayer, so
yeah, we were talking about Mobs last night a little bit, but we have a lot of slayers in this group. I think that this initial first blood is going to be very indicative of this match. I think it's going to be a lot faster than what we saw in Group A. And right now, we are going to see that Jeep just kind of get tossed to the side right now as it loots this.
So this spot here, there's a couple of these types of cover areas that are spread across the map on dirt roads and different roads. They work out really well. We didn't get to see any of them get used in Group A at all. We might see a safe zone that gets to those. Really great for actually hiding your vehicle and having a ton of spots to get away from grenades and everything else. And Symphony, somebody that we were talking about earlier, at least me and you were. I'm not sure if we were on stream, but he's a guy that came in around the time that this particular map that we're playing on now came into the game, and he has been a monster and terrorizes everybody in the tournaments ever since. So he's another Slayer. I mean, everybody in here, I feel like Slayer is going to be the most overused word of the day.
Well, it's going to be the most overused word in Group B, and don't feel bad about it because it is the darn truth. But as you can see, this ring, we
you
can't
don't know
do
West
it.
or East
We
either.
can't,
We just
do West or
Yeah.
East, man. So we're going to see it over onto Ranchito, and we did see this in game number 1 of Group A. This was a pretty similar ring situation there, and as you can see, some people do have that long trek ahead of them. Quite a few people still hanging out in PV, starting to rotate over now.
This is really interesting up north, so this is something you don't typically see. This area of the map in the northeast corner there doesn't get looted and hit all that often. Typically, you might see one guy kind of get it to himself. A lot of good loot up there, good car spawns, or a good number of them. But we got 4 or 5 guys here, so we might actually see some fights in the early game up here in little peak battles, jumping over fences. And
yeah, last person we actually saw loot up there kind of had it all to herself, and we actually are going to see MMX go down right now. But the last person that we did see loot up there ended up coming in second place in that game, and that, of course, was P90 Princess. So
yeah, P90
keep that in mind.
out there.
That loot is very important, and like you said, a lot of good car spawns, so expect to see those vehicles get brought over to Ranchito. But now we're going to jump on with Thumb, and talked about him being that aggressive type of player, trying to sink some shots into that car, get it degrading a little bit. Not too much going to come out of it, but that pressure is definitely going to be important as we start to get into this war of resources. But this one is going to be a kill, going the way of Gates Reptar, taking down 5 OS Shades.
Yeah, Reptar just playing super aggressive. Hops does the COD rush, ends up paying off for him. A lot of times that doesn't work, but if you know the player is already doesn't have a 2-hit, you have one on, you might feel a little bit more confident, but he still has it on. He actually takes very minimal damage, if any, there, and gets himself a kill. Risky play, but worked out.
Yeah, I think it definitely was a risky play. Do you think it was too aggressive?
I definitely do. It's a play that me personally, I don't.
See, you're the
really
expert.
like 'em. Yeah.
I'm not going to flex my opinion too often here, but I kind of thought it was a little bit too aggressive of a play. But, ultimately is going to work out in Reptar's favor. Sometimes the aggressor is going to get the spoils of that there. That's going to be 1,000 points in his pocket and any loot that he can get in the wake of that kill.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see a little bit of a roller derby going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Solcy just going to roll up, get himself a 2-hit, get a little bit more ammo and everything. He's doing all right. He should be fine. Looks like he has enough loot. Reptar here, though, now going to be in another fight with Cutie Venom, but Reptar's actually going to choose to go away. Went from super aggressive to I feel I have enough loot and I don't want to fight anymore. So
yeah, Reptar is getting everyone's attention, though. I mean, he got right out of that fight, and all of a sudden he's getting shots sunk into him by Venom. Ultimately, none of them going to connect, and we're going to see Reptar retreat up into the hills there. But now we are still on board with Venom, and we can see Venom moving across the map as we jump over to see. We actually haven't gotten too much of a look at this player yet.
Yeah, so thanks for dying from Team Nefarious here. Rocking the hizzy tux in the pig mask there, looking fresh. And he is going to do what we like to call the bathroom gamer tactic. It works well. They have to step in front of you. They're going to be in your field of vision. Get the shotgun out and hold on tight.
Last game that we actually watched, that was, of course, Game 2 of Group A. Shotgun's not very important. They were important in that first game. Seems like they might be important again with the way that Ranchito is playing out.
Yep.
Here we go. These are some of the first smokes. Getting some solid shots into that Jeep.
Yeah, Gabe trying to find that shot, and a lot of times you'll see these guys do this, and sometimes they'll actually do 0 damage to the cars. They are actually still, at that range, looking to kill the player. A lot of these guys can actually rip guys right out of cars and get a lot of loot, and the best part is if you kill somebody in the car, you can hop in the car and drive and loot while staying mobile. So it's definitely a spot that if you can 2-tap somebody out of the car, that's a big pickup.
Yeah, and we ultimately did see a little bit of damage coming into the player there, not the vehicle. So looks like that vehicle will be intact. But now we're on with Impact Shell Shock as he's driving around in a car of his very own. He, of course, in that police car. What do you think his play is right now?
I'm not quite sure of what he's actually got in terms of loot. Based on that he's driving the road, and it doesn't look like he's driving for any specific point that's a point of interest on the map. I'm going to say that he probably feels fairly comfortable with the loot that he has. And again, we were talking about Piney's guide and how he talks about looting. You can actually go with less than what you normally would because in this environment, 1, it's 60 players, and 2, you're not going to take as many fights. So you might get to 150, 200 rounds and feel like, I want to be the first one to this part because of where the safe zone is. I know that this spot's going to be good for a long time. I need to be the first one there to capitalize on that. So sometimes they'll choose to leave early and try to get their loot in the late game off kills.
Yeah, so we're starting to see the differences in the tournament meta and the ladder meta really starting to pop off. And this is a nice spot to kind of park your car right in between those 2 hills. Going to be nice cover from all sides and give pretty good vision to Drazzle here.
Yeah, really excited to see Drazzle here. He actually didn't get to make it to fight for the crown due to some medical stuff, but super excited to see him out of land and get into play. So
we're going to see Crumb and Big K still very far away from this ring. Expect to see them moving over soon, assuming both of them probably do have cars when we jump on with them.
Yeah, Crumb's definitely got this timed out, how far he needs to make it. And here's Minnie, who we highlighted for Group A, but ended up getting moved to Group B. Legend in the community. I expect him to make it make it towards those final circles. He's probably just going to cruise around right now. He's just kind of checking everywhere. You'll see these guys do this, and sometimes they'll do it for a minute or two just to check all the forested areas around them, all the ridge lines, kind of figure out where people shoot at them from so they have a lay of the land, and then they'll pick the spot that wasn't taken.
Yeah, I just saw another kill up on that kill feed. But yeah, when you talk about Mini being that legend, talking about how much he actually did both inside and outside of the game for the game. You know, he's setting up a lot of those scrims, setting up a lot of those tournaments, giving players a place to practice. And now we can see how far H1Z1 really has come when we start having these new tournament formats rolling in, like the one that we have for the H1Z1 Elite Series.
Yeah.
We're going to Sweden, man.
We're going to Sweden.
Haven't mentioned that since we got back.
Yeah.
We're going to Sweden really soon. The next tournament in the Elite Series, of course, is going to be that DreamHack Winter tournament. So that's going to take place in Sweden as we watch these players start to move around the map right now. Definitely something to get excited for, but our first mission here today is to determine the top 20 players in Group B. Figure out this solo queue grand final game that's going to be going down tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
It's interesting to see the number of players that are willing in this situation where a lot of guys won't play with the AK. They're just so used to the AR recoil that's their go-to weapon. It's interesting to see how many guys have actually been playing with the AK and choosing to run it in their loadout. And I don't know if it's a choice or if it's I haven't been able to find enough ammo for my AR, so I'm just going to go ahead and rock the AK. But I like seeing the diversity in some of these guys starting to use that weapon a lot.
Yeah, and we discussed it quite a lot last night, actually, like how often we thought we were going to see the AK and things like that. I mean, obviously, part of it most likely is coming out of necessity, right? You get in, you quickly need to grab a gun because that was a little interesting.
So what we just saw there is Bull is actually, there's a certain part of the map when you go outside of the grid that is within the safe zone tolerance. He has actually gone far enough off the grid that he's hitting what they basically a no man zone, and you will start, when it turns gray, you start taking like 5 damage every second. So it's worse than the max level gas. It's a 1.7 damage more per second than max gas.
Yeah.
So it will kill you very quickly. When you hit that, you need to get back out. But it looks like he's gone with the strategy of I'm going to play right up against the edge of it, get as far up here as I possibly can, and play against the edge of the gas. And it's not a bad play unless people can find you. And if anybody takes these mountains down below and has the same idea, his car is going to get ripped, and he currently has no cover up there.
Well, we were kind of talking about like when it makes sense to play the gas and when it doesn't. That was a big conversation that we had earlier today. So obviously, if you're just watching for the first time, the big thing with that strategy is Bull's going to kind of find himself in a position where he doesn't have to do the dirty work. He can let other players get the kills onto the board, take each other out, and then when he comes in, he has much less to deal with, getting that guaranteed higher placement, but not going for that aggressive slay style. The question is, though, is the payoff going to be high enough? We saw a lot of players try and hide out in the gas. They end up getting two-tapped by a player who just ends up seeing them. I will say, though, his positioning looking really good here.
A lot of those guys that are getting those spots, I think it's going to play out well for them because we're not necessarily playing the gas, but they're playing the edge of the map.
Yeah, now we are going to see kind of that car move across right now.
All right, and it looks like there was a tech issue that we're experiencing with a player, and we are going to reboot this match.
Yeah, I wanted to double check before we were saying it, but yeah, it does look. But hey, that doesn't mean that bullets won't fly before we jump into this next one. Crumb's taking a few shots here into Big K, and that's an important thing to do. Even if the match is going to be reset, you know, practice those shots. I mean, that's probably the most important thing that you can really practice right now. You know, if you are one of these players who has been in competitive for a long time, you know exactly what you want to do when you're looting.
Right.
You know the map really well. You know how to move about it. You know how to get what you want. But getting hot with your shot, making sure that everything is set up. You know, you're at a strange computer. You're not at the monitor that you're used to. You want to make sure that you have the distance down right, you have your leads down right. So warming up that shot, even in those last seconds of the game there, is definitely going to be really important.
That's still going to be worth it. It's unfortunate we got to do a restart, but the players will, me personally, since it was so early, I mean, a couple guys come back in, and the other side is that these guys got to kind of get a little more used to the new equipment.
More practice, honestly. And I mean, the thing is you figure 4 players ended up getting taken down, so they're happy, but no one's upset. So I feel like you definitely kind of do want, like, it happened at a good time.
Yeah,
and by
absolutely.
all means, we want to see the best H1Z1 action play out. And we got a little bit of a preview into Group B, seeing just how threatening that group is. I mean, we got many added to this group. That's just going to be even more big names here.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll we're gonna reset that match. It's gonna take a minute or two. So getting the gun warm there is just so. It's a big thing, especially getting used to the new equipment. And I mean, rigs are running great though. Actually, the actual rigs themselves, I think, have been running really smooth. I talked to a couple players in between Group A, Group B, handling the game really well. Where the Asus ROG systems, the Republic of Gamer systems that we're running on, absolutely killing it. Great monitors.
Yeah, major thanks to Asus Republic of Gamers for hooking us up with those rigs, and also to Corsair for hooking us up with all the peripherals. Wouldn't be able to run the tournament if we didn't have them and all the players get to hang out. Yeah, I mean,
a little difficult without the actual.
it's hard to play this
but
game without a computer.
Yeah,
This may be my first time casting H1Z1, but I'm pretty sure about that.
I will confirm that for you, just in case you weren't aware.
Yeah.
You definitely need them.
So when we actually do jump back into this restart of game number 1 of Group B, what do we expect to see? I mean, so the main thing that could change, we might get a different ring situation. We might not actually be around Ranchito like we were last time.
We will most likely get a 99% chance that we get a different ring.
That could play out very differently. I mean, we've already seen before with Group A and how everything played out with Group A, how different Game 1 and Game 2 were based off of the ring. I mean, we had
the ring, it dictates everything.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And I don't know. I kind of want to see it go to PvE.
You love PvE. Man.
I want to see it go to PvE. We haven't seen it yet.
I'm going to say what everybody. I mean, they might. Some players might not like it. I want to see one of like the kind of crazier ones, maybe like the dam, Misty Peak Dam up in the northeast, or we haven't really gone to the northwest yet either, up into Harris Bluffs or the ridges. There's a lot of cool spots that you can have fights up there that kind of have some cool endings that I think would be really cool to watch.
Clock Tower's fun though.
So I mean that's the ideal one, right? Like
Clock Tower would be really fun.
Dead
For
center,
us.
I think dead center of PV. I've never actually seen it since the update to the gas and the way that it works now.
Yeah.
I have never been, maybe I'm just not good enough anymore to make it that far, but I have not made it to a zone where it actually closed on the clock tower. I think it would be one of the funnest things to watch and cast.
Being a player would be quite stressful, but
it'd be extremely stressful.
But for us and everyone at home, it'd be very enjoyable.
Yeah, have it close in around the clock tower. Just enough that every team has its own building, and then the gas circles center in on itself, so everybody has to leave at the same time. I think it would be.
You're getting me excited when you start talking about teams. That is going to be a lot of the fun tomorrow. So obviously, solo is going to be a big part of the tournament, but there's another half as well. We are going to have fives, so we're actually going to see what these teams can do when they are together. Those are going to be starting early tomorrow morning. And we are going to do the qualifying matches much like we're doing qualifying matches for solos, for fives. Then tomorrow we finish out the day with the grand finals of the solos, and then we're back Sunday to see the grand finals for fives.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how these matches have been so hyped up already to the extent that I don't know what we're gonna do casting during finals. Like finals are gonna be so tense for these guys.
Oh yeah.
And we talk about that intensity and how hard it is to play in a new environment. Now you put the pressure of finals, and now the match is actually for the money.
Oh,
now you have higher expectations on yourself.
That's a lot of money too.
And it's not pocket change. It's
not at all.
It's
I mean,
big money.
It's $100,000 for solos. We had $250,000 prize pool total. So I think the big thing is to think about too when we actually talk about focusing back on solos more with those 20 invited players. So you have those 20 invited players. We haven't seen them play.
No.
So the question is, how are they going to stack up against the other guys? And on top of that, are they going to be a little bit colder coming straight into that grand final? You almost have an advantage being in Group A and B once you qualify.
Well, a lot of these guys are still practicing. They're still playing. I mean, a lot of these guys have Airbnbs, team houses that are out here, sponsors that have that operate out of Atlanta that have gear for them. So a lot of these guys are still playing, even though they're not having to play yet.
It is big being in that different environment, though.
The environment
is
huge.
I'd much rather have my first non-practice game play out in a qualifier than a grand final if I have that opportunity. Obviously, though, you do have to play more games.
But then you got to
so
put yourself into group stages. And
Exactly.
group stages is rough.
If
It
you're
is a rough thing to
if
play
you're
through.
guaranteed to qualify, you'd rather play more games on the rig. But totally agree. Being invited, it does give you that walkthrough. It gives you the lock. And, yeah, playing against the best H1Z1 players to ensure your spot, you can get the invite.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be a lot better. If you can qualify by already having high tournament placings, different things like that, yeah, definitely going to take that.
And they've had some options, too. Some of the guys we started early today, and they got to come in and play on the rig.
Yeah, we saw some of them
So we've seen some people
bit.
playing and practicing earlier today. So they've gotten some time in. But absolutely, the guy that plays through qualifiers and plays 2 matches there, plus a warm-up, plus he did the normal warm-ups before the tournament started. That guy's had a lot more time on the rig, and that might ease that tension that he feels more comfortable.
That player's going to be heated up.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an important thing to pay attention to, but obviously a much more difficult journey to actually ensure that grand final position.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm kind of excited. We didn't really get to go over too many players for Group B coming off the break there, but we actually had a couple guys that we really were trying to touch on going into it, if I can find my sheet.
Your notes are a mess, man.
I'm a little
took
bit.
a peek at that. I was like, ugh.
My ADD shows in my note-taking skills.
Yeah, right.
So we kind of talked about Stormin. We talked about Crumb. There's some other guys in here, though, that are fairly well-known players.
What was it about
players.
this group that made you hard to find it as the group of death? You really said that this was the stacked group out of the 2 that we do have for solos. What is it about Group B that makes it so threatening?
I think it's the name recognition within Group B. Group B has a lot of names that people just know as like staples of this community for a long time. CBK Flame. CBK Flame being the other guy with Mini that ran Champions Arena and started all those original tournaments and really what we first had as competitive. That was started by those guys. So we now have both of them in because Mini's been bumped over. We've got players, more players off of Echo Fox, Jerk Chicken, another monster player that had to, and the way that Echo Fox did their acquired their team is actually by doing a leaderboard system where you had to submit your games for high kills and other things. So these guys are all people that competed to get onto a team rather than being selected, where sometimes friendships, other things that come into play. It's like,
There are
I know
a lot
this
of
guy.
factors.
They had
There are a lot
earned their
of
ways onto these teams.
There are a lot of playground politics with teams, and obviously so. I mean, and not necessarily in a bad way too, because the chemistry is always going to be an important thing. I mean, if you're playing with a friend that you really do mesh well with, that's going to go a longer way than skill sometimes. I mean, obviously it needs to be at a comparable skill level, but that's that extra push.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've got other players in here too. People like Aqua 5 came over from Korea, and that guy's a monster. Their version of this tournament that they do on the online servers. So they run 3 of them each time they do it, and they do them a couple times a week. He's one of the only players I know of. He went in and won all 3 the same day. 3 back-to-back games against the top players in Asia and won all 3 back-to-back.
I'm just thinking back right now to Group A, because we already have our top 20.
Yep.
I'm just thinking about, like, when we look at that and then start to look at this giant list of 60 names, like, we're going to be losing some of the big names. Like,
oh,
it's
absolutely.
Inevitable.
We
It's
lost
just
some big
inevitable.
names. We lost some big names
in Group A. We lost a lot of big names in Group A, and we're going to lose a lot in Group B as well.
Yeah, and that's what Group Stages does. Is we've got to break that down.
Yeah.
It hurts the whole way through in kind of a good way because it builds that tension in that story. But there's so much feel bads with a whole lot of feel good.
The thing is, though, is with this new format too, you can have a terrible game and still get through.
Yeah, you can crush one and lose another. We saw a drop do it.
You dropped, absolutely crushed, coming in first place in that first game. That young gun coming through, looking really good. And just like we were highlighting the fact that, hey, Rogue picked him up before he was even of age to play. He was 15 when Rogue picked him up. Now 16, first tournament, looking great. Drops the ball in the next game.
Yep.
I believe like 56th or something.
55th, somewhere in there,
something like that. So obviously not having a great, but having that anomaly performance. Maybe not an anomaly. One of them most likely being the anomaly, whether it's the early loss or the fantastic.
We only have 2 points to reference from. It's hard to figure out which one's the anomaly. But
exactly. But the thing is, we look at the players who did qualify. A lot of them were pretty consistent in their placings. They were around that 20 range, and
I mean,
they got
Milky
through.
Day the
Nope.
most consistent 18th.
It was like 18th, and then total placing 19th.
19th.
Yeah, something like that. Because the thing is your placement isn't straight up going to do it. Obviously, everyone having different placements throughout the games is going to factor into it, and those placements are all worth a fixed amount of points. But then on top of that, every single kill that you do pick up is going to be worth 1,000 points. So in total, Milky went 18, 18, 19th.
Yeah. 18th, 18th, 19th. And again, man, I still think that might – Game 1 may have been the most hype for me of Group A so far. We've only got 2. But both BM Rog and Milky Day both went absolutely off with a shotgun. I think they killed they killed 13. They killed over a sixth of the field with shotguns between the two of them.
Absolutely nuts. Shotgun was so important in the first game. Less so in the second game. We'll say it was less important in the second game. Rifling was really what most of that did come down to. Really, we haven't seen too many big, I'm trying to think.
We haven't seen a lot of grenade kills. We haven't seen the throwable kills come in yet.
Yeah, we've seen solid pressure come out, but the main throwable that we've been paying attention to is definitely the smoke. I mean, a lot of players using that smoke defensively to perfection. Do we see a Hunter's rifle yet?
If we did, it happened in the kill feed. We haven't
we
actually
saw one get picked up.
Actually been locked on one. We've seen them get picked up. We haven't seen anybody directly get eliminated on screen with a hunting rifle yet. We haven't seen a good use of it yet.
I would love to see that hunting rifle get broken out at some point.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy plays. I've seen some people work top 10 and take out 6 guys. They fire like 7 or 8 rounds, but they catch all helmet taps and they can just wipe the whole top 10 players.
Go right through it, yeah.
I would love to see somebody just go off with a hunting rifle in the top 10.
I'm looking forward to that. And we should be getting into this game very soon here. It's going to be awesome to see everything go down in Group B and get those top 20 players. And that's going to leave us with our top 60. We are so close to getting our top 60 for the grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these guys play out. I mean, top 60 was it plays so quickly now with the way the dynamic gas that the action gets there a lot sooner. So a lot of the changes in the most recent patch, they changed the way.
We should go over them for everyone at home that may have been playing H1Z1 for a long time, just popped on because of the DreamHack hype.
Yep.
What exactly did change in that most recent patch?
So the main change, well, there was a patch last night, and I haven't got to review that one yet. But the most recent one for what we're playing on this build here is the safe zone is probably the biggest change that's occurred. So the system used to basically center off of PV, and you'd have like 1/4 of PV and then out off of PV, and it would kind of circle around. You'd always have part of PV in it, so everybody always went towards the center. Now the safe zones pull just about anywhere. It's all over the place. Yeah. You can end up on any edge of the map, up in the mountains, off the map almost, where we saw players off. We
saw that in the second game coming through.
Yeah, we saw that just in that game there before the restart. But it has a huge impact in the way that these games play out. A centralized safe zone means that everybody's going to make it to the safe zone. There's no problem. There's nothing you're worried about. If you're on foot, you can run the first gas wave, and you're going to make it.
Yeah.
Now, though, if you take one of those super far spawns and you go up and fly to the northeast corner and you go to the dam, and it pulls all the way to the southwest corner and you don't have a vehicle, you're in a really bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those positions where it's like you either got to get running or find a car. I mean, like, you can get running at the very beginning, but sometimes, like you said, it's just going to be too far to be able to make it. So right now we are trying to get everything underway with this second game. Like we mentioned before, there was a brief technical hiccup, so we actually did see some players get disconnected. That's why we are restarting this second group right now.
Yeah. So the other changes, though, that's going on with that gas is that it moves faster. It reacts to the number of players that are left in the game, and the gas rings and everything move quicker and shrink faster. So that's really sped the course of the game up. Where we had matches that would go sometimes in tournament play online, we go 44, 45 minutes at times. We now see games land at about 32 to 35 minutes. So these games tend to be faster paced. You can get more games in a day if you have time. It's also not as much of a stretch. If you got other things to do for the day, you can sit down and play a match rather than it be 45,
it kind of hits that ideal length, you know,
Yeah.
of what an H1Z1 match should be playing at. So if you want to go and check out those changes for yourself, you can get your hands dirty and hop into Fort Destiny and play some of your very own. But well, we're just getting the players sitting down right now. We're about to jump back into
Yeah,
this.
so we're getting them reseated, so these guys are all getting back in their seats, and we're going to be able to get this game underway here pretty quick. So predictions going forward. Call the gas before we see anything.
PV.
Every time.
It
Every time.
has to happen, though, because we've been guessing it so far. Like, well, I've been guessing it quite a bit.
You just want to hit it once. You're like, can I be right one time?
Eventually I'll hit it, and then I'll start calling something else until that's right. The other things
It's
that we
solid
have
strategy. It's good.
It's solid strategy. You know, I'm just playing my odds.
Yeah.
Because right
it's
now
good.
I have no information. You know, I can't see anything. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be PV this time around. I want it to be PV. I really do want it to be PV. It'll just be a fun way to actually see the game close out.
Which ending, as from a casting perspective, since you've played, but from a casting perspective, which ending do you like better?
For what we've seen
From
today,
what we saw for group
for
Group
what we saw
A.
today, I really, you know, that Ranchito ending was really phenomenal. I did enjoy that.
I think I like the fast-paced nature of the hill ending, but I think that just the positioning, how we've been talking about Measley and Measley having to jump and all.
It was so interesting. And go back and watch that VOD. Group A was phenomenal to watch. And yeah, Measley positioned himself so well on the top of that roof. It looked like he was
Outstayed
absolutely
his welcome, though.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. But can you blame him?
No, actually,
He was basically in the 5-star hotel of H1Z1.
I can't blame him for anything. I actually, player that's in the teams here, Sloth, on the original map when we first started doing these tournaments, I basically sat on top of a building very similar to that on the original map, and I outstayed my welcome. I didn't get shot before I jumped. However, when I hit the ground, somebody was waiting me with a shotgun and basically Sloth just dropped me. So I definitely understand the staying and overstaying your welcome.
There's a lot of appeal to
guilty
stay there, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of appeal to try
There
to
was
stay
so
inside
there's
of that.
so much cover on that roof that you almost want to risk it and just see if you can make it work.
Only one point that another player could have really come up on him.
Yep.
He had lines on everyone, and we saw him when he was on that roof just being able to pinch. He could just pinch over and over again, just jumping in, getting that last shot in, getting an extra 1,000 points. But Gas filters in towards the end there, has to jump down, gets picked off, and like you said, gets punished for overstaying, being a little greedy with that roof spot.
Yeah, I still can't blame him, man. I probably would have got caught in the same thing.
I mean,
so.
I probably would have been dead before the first ring
But yeah,
landed.
I definitely think that game, I think just due to where the players were coming from and the positions that they had, and we saw use of barrels, we saw outplay mechanic, we saw a ton go on in that game. I think that we saw a little bit more outthink in game one for player style than we did in game two, where game two was more outshoot or better ability to capitalize on a pinch situation.
Yeah, I think game two towards the end there, like that was a really that was a big thing that did go down, but we don't have to talk about it anymore. We're about to jump into the second game right now. Let's go over to Fort Destiny and see the players themselves as they do load in here. They're going to be parachuting in at any second.
And we got CSG Anonymous here. Anonymous, so CSG, these guys just got picked up like a week ago from Cyberstorm Gaming. So they recently got picked up. So there's a couple guys here on that one. So cool to see them here. Cool to see those guys get orgs. I mean, this has been really awesome for me, just watching all these players grow over the past year and a half, 2 years, and seeing orgs now interested in coming in and picking up players, and seeing some of these guys turn this into a career. This is this event's kind of the culmination of all those things that we've had going on for so long. It's really cool to see these guys get
it's awesome just to be at. This is my first H1Z1 event, and to just see everyone come out in full numbers. This is like nothing I've ever been to before. I mean, we have 200 plus players here. It's absolutely insane to see it all. And if you are walking around Atlanta right now,
they travel in a pack.
Yeah. Well, you cannot go into half of the restaurants without bumping into someone who's involved in H1Z1. We went to like 3 different restaurants last night trying to figure out where we wanted to eat, and we just saw everyone. We were all over the city. So if you are in Atlanta, be sure to come out to DreamHack. But now we are going to see everyone falling on down into the map.
Spence Hills. I'm calling it. It's Spence Hills.
You know,
which means it's going to be, maybe it's actually on the west side, and we're going to end up over here by Calsey and everybody in the southwest, but I'm going to stick with it.
I'm going to hit one of these dead on, and it's going to be Spence Hills.
No, I think just like you've been consistently
Wrong?
calling it wrong. So it's going to be over to the west. Keep your eyes for that first ring. We're going to see that in just a couple of minutes. But now we're going to see right out of the gates, Carta letting loose some shots.
Yeah, a ton of players here, actually. A lot of guys choosing to land in this particular area of the safe zone.
This is the filthiest spread we've seen so far. I think we're going to see blood
Oh.
real quick here.
Zeb going down real quick to computer legs, getting taken out there with the shotgun. And we now have Vago here, and he is pushing down the street, and he's actually in the same area as Carta, and there's another player that he's heading towards, I believe, that also landed.
Yeah, this is just kind of a cluster right now. Everyone is somewhat close to each other. As you can see right now, we're back on with Carta, and still very close to another player here. We might see another fight come out this early, and hearing shots getting fired.
Yep, CBK Flame kind of running around. We got Neostorm as well down at the west end near the fire station, looting up the grocery store there. So we still got 3 players here in what I like to refer to as Sesame Street.
There's another one who's going to fall down right now. Yeah, they're all neighbors in Sesame Street right now. You can see them moving around in slow circles right now, getting all of the loot from those buildings, but expect them to pop out right now. We already have 3 down. Stormin going to take down MMX. We talked about Stormin being a big player to watch here and already starting to slay out of the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. Stormin stepping up, taking out another fellow EU player in MMX there, taking him down, and we are on board with Stormin here now, who actually has just the AR. Really doesn't need any more than that. His AR is one of the filthiest ones you will find in this game.
Yeah, not a bad gun to be starting out with here for Stormin at all. I mean, you talk about it playing into his play style. Pretty good rig.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely much more the AR than wanting to take the shotgun. He's somebody that you're not going to see too often take those close-range engagements. He likes that short mid-range where you can kind of get somebody to think that they should go for their shotgun, and then he'll outplay them with the AR.
Yeah, and then when they're thinking, he finds a way to get that 2-tap in. Now it's going to be Smokies from Vitality, letting out some shots, just letting Aqua know that his presence is there, and that's going to be enough to force Aqua to retreat away from that fight. Doesn't want it yet. Going to be moving now. We are still with him. It looks like he hasn't found a pair of shoes yet, but he does have that backpack.
He just wants to feel one with Mother Earth here.
Hey, sometimes you got to feel the pavement on your toes, man. Allows you to go real fast. Thump jumping inside of that police car.
Yeah, Thump going to make his way across, and he's a player that we've talked about who's a very aggressive player typically.
We got to watch him a little bit in that last game, too, that ultimately didn't get to play out, but you do know how he's going to want to play, and now we're going to jump right in. Some long-range shots, and you can hear with how fast he's tapping, he is actually trying to get those hits in. He wasn't trying to feel out lead or anything like that, but ultimately not able to sink anything into Brother.
Yeah, definitely. So Linden also, though, going from Thump to Linden, basically consider it somewhat of the same play style there. Both of these guys are guys that typically they want to win, and the only way they like to win is by killing everybody on the map.
And you can see that from Linden already. I mean, that was not a fight that he needed to take, but he really making his presence
But why
known.
not? I mean, it's there.
You know what? You only get to go to DreamHack so often.
Yeah,
It's a long time until we head over to Sweden. So
it's a good way to get the camera on you, too.
that is for sure, you know. That's a big deal.
Mig here hanging out, just playing the shotgun inside the door. Looked like he was shredding an item, so he might be trying to get his craftables all taken care of. A lot of these guys will run around and not, until they're forced to scrap something, they'll just run and loot until everything's full and it says you can't pick up anymore. Then they'll find a spot and start breaking down helmets, breaking down military backpacks, which we really haven't touched on. So for new viewers, you'll see these guys wearing every now and then, you'll see armor types on them, and one of them is something that they can actually craft out of items within the world. So you're going to find tan militaries and break them down, and it's going to give you some fabrics, and then you can rip apart helmets to get armor scraps and then a duct tape, and you basically just kind of patch yourself together there, and ta-da, you've got some armor, and that's always worth having. And they'll carry around a bunch of craftables so that they can make new ones as they lose them. So they'll store everything in their bag and just carry multiple armors.
Yeah, just trying to be efficient with that bag space and with that weight. But one of the other things I want to point out, Supersonic, I think you may have actually been right about that first ring.
Oh my! Did I miss it? Did I not see the first?
I think it popped up
did I
for a
finally
second
hit
there
it?
on the map.
Winner, winner.
We will see in just a second, though. But first, we want to be taking a look at Swaggerly TV as he sees Crumb. Will he be able to hit him?
I don't expect Crumb to take this fight. There's
He's not.
no
You can
need
see
to
him
be in
getting
a fight
further
at
away.
57. I don't expect Crumb and his play style to take it at all. And I did catch Spence Hills all the way down into Veshine's Peak in the south. So we're going to see some players probably go for that off-map tactic again down on the south side. We're going to see Astral Zachary with a long ways to go. 50 Shades, Anonymous, Razar, Jerk. All these guys have a long way to go. I expect most of them, due to the number of players on the map, to have vehicles from those areas, and they should be able to make it into the safe zone.
I'm going to give it to you, though. It's a little bit more south than you initially called, but
it's in there.
It's in there for sure. So that's the first accurate prediction for the ring so far today. Points to you, and now that is going to be collapsing very soon. We're going to start to see this gas, and now we're looking at Impact's Shell Shock. We've seen a little bit out of him in practice matches and such today.
I'm thinking either the patriotic Jeep or the patriotic helmet is the skins of the day. They seem to be the most popular.
Yeah, we've seen that patriotic Jeep quite a bit, not gonna lie. Now taking a look at Cloak OG running through right now.
Not to be
What's he
confused
headed
with
for?
their Cloak.
Yeah, what is Cloak headed for right now? I think he kind of just wants to get to the ring.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to the safe zone. He's kind of checking, seeing who's up ahead. A lot of these guys will use binoculars just kind of check trees based upon render distance. So it zooms in, and you can sometimes see a little bit farther and have somebody render in, and then you want to veer right or veer left and work your way around them, or decide to take that fight.
Yeah, players, of course, rendering in at 500. This car is going to render in at 15.
Yeah.
As you can see, we got a little bit of a clump of players forming as we jump on board with Thanks for Dying.
And shots ring out into Foxy. Goes down to Obey Kevy. Again, Obey Kevy and the Obey squad. A lot of those guys are the ones that played at Fight for the Crown and took down that most recent tournament. And now we see Cutie Venom go down to a shotgun, and Linden stepping up like I was talking about, playing fairly aggressive and trying to get some shots into Hansen.
Yeah, trying to get those shots in indeed, but not much going to come of it yet. But the pressure is going to be unrelenting. Going to stick to his man, but Hansen going to be able to get away in his vehicle.
Yeah, and helmet off for Thump. Thump going to the shotgun, trying to find Soul C, plays his way out of it and gets the final head tap onto Soul C. Thump making a play from behind and staying in this match.
Yeah, beautiful play from Thump. Going to be able to get back into his vehicle and start to get the healing going here.
Yeah, and what you see he's done here is actually moved to the back seat of the car. So if somebody heard that fight and didn't directly see him and they roll up, they're going to see the car. They're not going to see him necessarily. While he's healing in the back seat, he can fire out of the back seat, unlike the passenger. So he puts himself in a covered position inside of a vehicle where he can heal, and if he needs to, he can easily swap seats immediately into seat 1 and drive away.
Yeah, very good positioning by him.
Yeah.
Now looking at Thump.
Yeah, just doing the wobble walk as he loots there, making sure that he's always moving, even while looting, to make sure that he can't get easily two-tapped.
And now he's going to get back into that car, and he's going to hop into that driver's seat, move away just a little bit, maybe getting a little spooked by something, but once the double jack, he picked up all the goodies that he can, and now we're going to hear those shots ringing out there from Bull as he has made contact with Careful.
Yeah, Careful getting opened up on by Bull from a long range here, and he's just trying to keep getting into that car, and we're immediately going to hop over, and it looks like there's a fight between Hootie and Simplicity. Simplicity going to run back into the trees. Hootie takes the top. I expect these players to definitely disengage from each other. Neither one of them really has an ideal angle on the other.
Bull was still hanging out after that fight. It looked like both of the players somewhat pulled back, not trading blows anymore, but ultimately Bull going to pull up the mountain inside of his Jeep as we jump back on with Impact Shell Shock, still moving around in that police car.
Yeah, Shell Shock's still just kind of driving around, trying to find himself a good spot to hang out at, and we've got Gabe Isman over here on the hill to the side. We might see some shots come out of Gabe to scare him off. Shell might have actually seen the top of his head there and decided to completely change course. He's going to head the other direction.
Not necessarily the point of the game where you want to be taking the fights like that.
Interesting spot to be sitting.
Yeah, you're kind of just hanging out in the open.
But this
right
is one of
now.
those. So this is one of those things I was talking about before, where it's kind of a roadblock, and there's a lot of things that you can hide your vehicle in. And now you can completely hide your vehicle and hide yourself in these, and you have a ton of line of sight due to the game's third-person nature where you can see over the tops of things. So you have a ton of visual space, which is really important.
Is hopping up on top of that crate, though, ever a little bit too dangerous?
You'll see players do it and then just immediately drop off. They'll hop up real quick and try and get those first shots, and if they land the first shot or two and they know they're ahead, they'll stand there for a second and challenge. But again, challenging, just like any shooter, typically is putting yourself at risk to do that, so they don't want to do it very long. Maybe 3 or 4 shots and duck back.
Beautiful shots coming out here. Ultimately, Jerk Chicken going to be able to hold on to that helmet, getting a few shots into Geets. It looks like 1, maybe even 2. Geets going to try to heal himself up here. Still does have the Jeep and was behind that rock cover. Now moving along with that gas ring. Got to move quick, too.
Yeah, he needs to get the bleed off, and it looks like there is possibly the dribble. He may not have actually ended the bleed.
Ooh, Drazzle, yeah.
Drazzle's going to go down here to the gas.
No way,
it is going to kill him. Carta lands that kill onto Drazzle, and Drazzle's going to go down in 54th place here in Game 1.
Impact Carta now on top of that ATV, gunning through this forest right now, trying to avoid the trees, doing it pretty well for the most part, and it looks like he sees Drazzle, probably going to try to loot that here, starting to pre-med a little bit.
Yeah, Carta here is going to heal up in the gas for a second. He'll be out of there. He'll be fine. Smokey's trying to land some long-range shots onto Razar. Doesn't find it.
Yeah, it does not find any connection there. Now back on with Jerk Chicken. We just saw Jerk Chicken win a fight pretty efficiently.
Yeah, Jerk goes ahead and makes it out of the gas, and he's going to take this ridge line. And we are actually on board with him now. A couple players around the area. I don't think there's any immediate threat to him right now. Everybody's about 200 meters or more out, which means you really don't want to take that engagement. It's just wasting ammo once you get past that 200 mark.
Talk to me about Jerk Chicken a little bit and exactly who this player has been in the scene so far.
I mean, he's been a powerhouse, again, aggressive player that throws up high kill games. One of the better ARs, and we see a hipfire battle with ARs here between Computer Legs and Shellshock. Shellshock able to win that one, doesn't take too much damage, but does lose his 2-hit. But Jerk is another guy. I mean, all those guys on the Echo Fox squad had to put up high kill games and submit them and earn their way in. So all of them are legends within the community.
Just an org of slayers.
It's
kind of what it turns into.
It's kind of, yeah, it's just an org of just people that are just insane slayers. Their gun skill is just on point. Their bullet drop knowledge of just actual feel of the game is so good that they'll nail helmets first shot at 150, 200 meters sometimes, and it's insane to watch.
Speaking of 150, 200 meters, we're going to have an engagement at exactly that range. Aqua inside of that police car. Crumb connecting pretty well, but it's going to sink the shots into the police car, maybe 1 or 2, but not hitting Aqua at all. That's going to allow Aqua to move around freely and separate himself from that fight. Definitely a bad fight from him, as he was the one who was collapsing on that space initially.
Yeah, Teeks here along the edge of the gas is going to have to bail out here and get moving. And we are back on board with Anonymous and Zach, and it looks like Anonymous might have been trying to take the fight to Zach, but
not a bad
Zach
position
doesn't want
to
it.
do so. Yeah, Zach definitely doesn't want it at this point, but it looks like Anonymous definitely does. Sticking behind this ridge for as long as possible. He's starting to get collapsed in on, though.
Yeah, as long as he knows that nobody else is on the other side within range to shoot him, there's no reason to leave that spot. Those ridge lines actually work really, really well. There's a couple spots on the map where they're gapped out maybe 50 meters between, and you get some higher and shorter ones, and you get to see some really cool fights when people make use of those, or if you get a final safe zone on them.
Now hearing the shots ring out as we jump on. Oh, wow. Just gets cleaned up by Hootie. Simplicity going to fall down.
Yeah, Hootie comes out hearing that fight and comes out and makes an easy 2-tap onto Simplicity, and Simplicity gets dropped.
Yeah, and as you can see, that was a pinch. Tuliman going to fall down probably from the initial fight.
Yeah, Thule going to go down to the helmet tap of Kevy from Obey, and he gets eliminated there in 51st place.
And that is going to bring us down to our top 50, first 10 kills in the bank here.
Yep.
Vago going to use his smoke there defensively as we see another player retreat into the building, and now we are on board with Vago, and as you can see, pretty safe here, going to move back behind this rock, just kind of continue retreating back further and further away from every player.
Yep. Back on board with Zach, who's still hanging out, playing these campers. I've seen people like Lenara, who we talked about during Group A. I've seen Lenara on little camps like this, make use of them for 20 minutes in a game and work them really well. So the right player in the right spot can sit here and not necessarily use it to camp so much as just being able to use it to take fights on all sides of them, because there's enough cover to kind of cover your back and bounce in and out.
And you can see that footwork coming in that camp right now, weaving in between all of the cover, and like you said, can really take a fight from any side.
Yep, we have Crumb here again with a good positioning, has his car in a little ditch, there's a little ridge to the left and the right of it. Vehicle's not really at risk unless somebody comes from directly where he's looking at right now. And he's just looking around, watching the lay of the land to figure out where all these guys are, to figure out his next rotation.
Yeah, and as you hear those sirens, wow, that was a beautiful smoke that was thrown out here. That could give the opportunity to move up a little bit safely, and that's exactly what Impact Carta is going to do. Getting aggressive here, only 70 meters away from his opponent. We're going to jump on, though, into the Jeep with Calsey.
Yeah, Calsey just kind of doing the drive around also, but he's kind of stuck out in the open. A lot of these spots up the hills, these trees, as you can see, there's players there already. He's not going to have a lot of spot. Impact Triv is going to land a kill onto Calsey with 1L. And Triv,
Popular handle.
Yeah, popular handle there. And he's going to get an easy kill there, or easy for him anyways. Cleans it up.
Mobs now onto that ATV, moving away from Brother 2G. We've seen Mobs quite a bit throughout this game, too. Jerk Chicken, though, has been one of the players that we've stuck with the most, and we can see Jerk Chicken right now in a great position inside of his police car. Probably knowing the positioning of Bulls. Geets, though, does fall down to Nightwalker.
With an assist from Jerk Chicken. Yeah. So Jerk must have been in a fight at some point recently. And Kyrie gonna hop in the open out from that car to take the fight to Zach. Immediately gets back in the Jeep when he realizes it's not the right fight to take, and he is going to get out of there.
As you can see, it is going to get much tighter here, and in that safe zone right there, we are going to need to fit almost 50 players inside of it.
Yeah, these safe zones really aren't built for those numbers. I know we keep going back to this, but once you actually get everybody inside the circle, it becomes very crowded very quickly.
Yeah,
and we've got Triv coming out of the gas up there by Symphony and Teaksy. Might end up seeing a fight up there.
And as you can see, a lot of the people starting to filter into that safe zone from the same areas. We may see some fights go down before they even get inside of it.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll catch that. A lot of players, the other thing to do is to get just inside the safe zone when you know that the gas is about to release and sit on it. And what you do is you basically shoot at people, make them have to take a wide angle around, and force them to be stuck in the gas at the disadvantage. So we haven't been on board with players that are doing that, but I guarantee you that there's definitely some players today that have been making use of that.
And we may see it here too with the movement as they start to get into that safe zone right now. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for that strategy that Supersonic just mentioned. But now we're going to jump back on board with Linden FPS from TK. He is inside of one of the most popular skins of the entire weekend.
Yep. And Echo Fox Mini going to land himself a kill there on Devago, so Mini's still in the game. I expect to see him make it. I'd expect to see him make that top 20 on this list.
And we were talking about it too. Mini was that one player. He was initially in Group A, gets rotated over to Group B just with how things ended up panning out. So he moves into Group B of pool play. Okay, we're going to start to see some shots ring out here. But the whole thing was Mini just made an already stacked group that much scarier.
Yeah, absolutely. I doubt anybody that was in the group that was like, oh, yay, I'm super excited that Mini's here.
Yay.
None of his competitors were cheering to have Mini in their group.
Hey, you never know. Sometimes you want to be able to take out the best. Not a bad feeling to have. Mini definitely being one of the guys who can achieve that title.
You got to be somebody that can take him out, though.
And we are going to start seeing people fall left and right. And there we go. That's going to be a frag one onto Fury. And keep in mind that these players know that there are 40 players waiting for them in the grand final. They are just 2 games away from getting that standing as the 20 best. 46 players remaining, and now it's down to 45. Jerk Chicken going to take down Neostorm as we jump on with Bull. Getting aggressive here into the Jeep. Going to pop out. Put some shots into Rogue Thump. Connecting onto the vehicle. Not getting too much. Maybe one shot into Thump. Thump going to retreat. That is a bad fight for him. But Rogue Stormin going to stay aggressive. Get a kill onto 50 Shades. That's going to be another kill for Stormin onto the board. We talked about him being a Slayer, and he is starting to put that to the test.
and Bull chases it down in a super aggressive manner and ends up taking out Thump there in 43rd.
Man, Thump was looking really good, and he gets cut down early.
Bull playing really aggressive. Could have gone really bad for him. We'll see how that continues to play out if he stays that aggressive. Again, I've said that I'm not a huge fan of that type of play. It's definitely flashy, and if you pull it off, it looks great for the end of the game, but it's hard to maintain that type of momentum through the entire match.
Yeah, sometimes it's not worth playing for the highlight reel, right? You want to make sure you're going for that placement as consistently as possible.
Get top
Play
10,
the percentages right. Yeah, you want to take the good fun gunfights. You don't want to just take gunfights. Do agree with you there, but we are seeing some of these aggressive players definitely excelling. And as we jump into a fight right here, we're going to see Zach easily retreat into this building.
Yep, Zach going to back out there. So one of the kills earlier that we saw Jerk take out, I think it was Jerk took out Neostorm. So those guys definitely know each other. Neostorm being over from Twin Galaxies and working with Echo Fox and doing some of that stuff there. So
yeah,
a little brotherly love there, but Jerk the pro definitely taking down Neo.
All of that brotherly love is right out the door when you sit down here at DreamHack and you're competing for $250,000 of prize money. And every decision here in these last seconds is going to be moving towards that. We're going to see Hootie pick up a kill here.
Hootie keeping him actually fighting him in the gas, but it looks like Hootie was closer to the actual safe side, so he was playing that role that we were talking about. And now you see him do the double gas. So the cool thing with the double smoke nade is the person doesn't know which one you're going to come through. So you can do this sometimes just to kind of mess with people's heads a little bit. You throw down a wide one, and now they have to figure out where you're coming from.
Look at how much damage that gas was already doing. And as we can see right now, we do have our air supply coming down and quite a few players around it. That is going to be a highly contested chest.
There is a fleet of vehicles coming in from this side of the safe zone, just blasting into the safe zone here. Cop cars everywhere. And we have a little bit of a destruction derby going on here between Mini and Razar.
We are sitting on top of a powder keg right now. One person is going to spark it, and bodies are going to start to fall. Everyone is very close on this map. It is a cluster, and as you can see, it is lighting up right now. Cloak going to fall down, and then we're going to see Mig fall down as well. It's going to start getting bloody.
Yeah, Mundolino getting dropped there as well. Careful, going to go down to Stormin. Stormin still landing kills. Gates Reptar opening up, getting another kill onto Thanks for dying. And Bull is going to open up, try and get a fight onto Stormin, and lands the last two shots to get a two-tap onto Stormin.
Bull is cutting down all of the big names here, making a name for himself. Now we're going to jump on with Mini. That's another one of the big names that we were talking about coming into this tournament, and he already has 2 shots sunk into him. Going to move back, going to use his police car as cover and back that right up into this gas here. But as you can see, Reigns still does have eyes on him. Right now, Nightwalker going to be able to pick up another kill and jumping on with Bull. This has been the Kingslayer. He's trying to get some slots into Aqua as he hides behind that rock. And while we're watching this fight, Mobs is going to go down and Cranium. And then Bull is going to get cut down.
And Aqua comes in with Bull's tactic, eliminates him with the hop out on the Cod Rush, and then goes down to, I didn't catch the name, but another player picks up Aqua right afterwards, and Aqua and Bull both going to get eliminated.
Yeah, and man, you hate to see that happen. Bull kind of being the MVP here, getting a lot of the big names out, and then gets a little bit aggressive, feeling himself a little bit too much. Aqua takes him down and trades out.
Yeah, Aqua comes in and basically says, you want to play aggressive, we'll play aggressive, but as we talked about, there's consequences to those styles of play, and Aqua pays the price for getting that aggressive with Bull.
And that price is going to be a pretty tough placement here. I mean, we're only in the top 30 right now, and the fights are still breaking out. As you can see, there is a bunch of smoke down, but Shell Shock is up in this fight. He wants to keep going here, just needs to sink one more shot, going to be able to bring down, and there we go. Lindsay Bunny going to fall down to impact Shell Shock.
Yeah, Lindsay in a tough pinch there between between Noble Fury and Shell Shock. Really rough spot to play back from, and we've got shots ringing out right now from Reptar onto another player, and Hansen lands himself a kill onto Hootie.
Now, to be honest, too, we're starting to see a lot of the players that have been playing more passively throughout this game start to get the kills, and that's going to be 3 kills inside that kill feed, and look at just how tiny this safe zone is going to become.
Yeah, I didn't catch who those last 2 were in that 3-man kill, but 2 of them ended up trading out as Spirits takes down Linden FPS, and down goes Razar as well to Reptar. Reptar probably the most kills in this game right now, just racking up kills at the moment.
Reptar has steadily been amassing those kills. Expect to see a lot of points in Reptar's favor. And on top of that, looking for a pretty good placement right now, gunning for that top 20. That's where the really big points are going to be. Only 2 players stand between Reptar and that. And we're also jumping on with Shock, but Blood Inferno going to be brought down by Spirits. Now, Blood Inferno, this is a much better placement, and this is exactly what we expect from Blood Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, definitely cool to see him come back in, especially after being on 26 and being on the bubble and in that game ruining it for him. And he's going to be in 21st, which sets him up to basically kind of play out that second game and get a repeat from the issues in Group A. Reptar lands himself another kill, though, there with the shotgun. Hansen getting a player really low, but backing out of it as Zachary goes ahead and smoke nades himself off. Now, Hansen's in a tough spot here. He knows there's somebody at both sides. There's 2 people smoking themselves off at the moment, and we know that he's in a pinch situation. Now, he needs to try to not give away his position, though. He needs to just try now
because exactly,
get out of there.
If he gives away his position there, that's when that pinch is going to come in, and we are going to see the player from Astral be able to bring down Impact. Carta nice and clean there.
Yeah, Carter going to go down, gets a couple shots into him, and then jumps around the corner, pops him with the shotgun to finish it off, and gets a clean kill. Zach just watching right now. I think he's waiting to see if Kyrig is willing to 100% stop moving. If Kyrig stops to take shots, I expect Zach to shoot, but there's players rolling up onto Zach. We are going to see the hop come out. The car's almost going to run Reptar over, and Reptar going to go down in 14th as Shell Shock lands himself a kill. I believe it was onto Noble Fury as well.
Reptar going to find it. Really, the position Reptar was in, coming in 14th there, did get so many kills that may be able to jump up to like 11th place, maybe even a little bit higher, but that was a very aggressive play from Reptar. Ultimately going to get punished out of that hop. Now looking at Hansen, trying to put some shots into the smoke, connecting onto Crumb. He is so close to finishing out this kill. Looking to get it right now. Going to go ahead and throw out a throwable, but Crumb is going to be moving still. Really smart, though, using the gas there, but ultimately Crumb clutches up, able to get out.
Great play by Crumb to recognize that he wasn't going to be able to stay there with that many players around, and decides to take the car to see if he can drive away. He has a little bit of health to make it, and CBK Flame going to go down to a shotgun from Big K and an assist from Zach, and shots are still ringing out here. Crumb does get away, gets down to about 1 or 2% health, and gets his heal off. So Crumb narrowly escaping death and clutches it into the top 10. 9th place going to go, or 10th place going to go to Swagger Lee as he drops down to Zach.
Yeah, you said it, Supersonic. We do have our top 10 and expect it to get very aggressive right now. They are all grouped up. You hear the sirens. These smokes are going to be fading in just a second here. And Anonymous going to be the next one to fall to Kyrig. And it looks like Zach is still very low. Kyrig, though, has his sights onto another player. Hansen, though, going to be able to take down Nightwalker. These smokes are all going to fade. It's going to be just a couple seconds here, Supersonic, until we really see the shots. And oh, wow, beautiful play from Jerk Chicken. Been on fire throughout the entirety of the game, able to pull off that body armor and then clean up house.
And Kyrig now in a fight with Zach, and he is actually going to go down to the AR. He loses the shotgun versus AR battle, and then he turns and absolutely deletes Crumb from the match with a 2-tap. Crumb definitely happy, though, with 5th place. Jerk gonna go down here to Gabizmon, and we are down to 3.
Thought Jerk was going to fall down a little bit easier there, but definitely puts up a fight against Gabizmon. Gabizmon going to have to heal up right now in the top 3, but he is looking relatively weak. Zach, though, on absolute fire, and now it's down to 2. Hansen is choked on the gas. Will Zach be able to close this one out here? He is slayed the entirety of this game. He's going to put in the shots. That is your number 1 place going to Zach, and with all of that slaying ability that he has had, expect him to be very high in points coming out of this first game of Group B.
Yeah, Zach taking down game 1. Love to see it. Just recently found this player, so he's a newer player to me from casting the CAs. I was talking to you about a guy that came out mid-game, R380 kill. tapped a guy in the middle of the match.
No.
My boy Zach taking down game 1 of Group B, the R380 legend, and he is going to take it down. That was Zach. Zach is the one that did that. That's story I told you.
We were just talking about Zach quite a bit before we actually even hopped into stream. So, yeah, Zach now looking primed for a very good placing here, and getting that first place pretty much guarantees him going on to that grand final. I think it does guarantee him going on to that grand final.
I think with the amount of slay that he did, he got around 4 or 5 kills. I think that we're going to see a very similar score, plus or minus 1,000 off of what we saw out of Dropped. So definitely great performance from him.
Dropped came in with that first game with about 180K.
Yep.
And I wouldn't even be surprised if Zach gets up a little bit higher here. I think he may have amassed, I think he amassed more than 5 kills, but we will find out soon. But he was one of the guys constantly getting that pressure out, constantly slaying throughout the entirety of the game. We saw kind of a lot of the more passive players show up towards that top 20 area, all of a sudden getting their names on the board for the first time, seeing them for the first time, maybe even just go down.
And that's what you see a lot, though. We talked about aggressive versus passive, and there is a play style that is passive-aggressive, and it is to play unless somebody brings a fight to you, don't take it. Once you make that top 20, top 15, that's the point where you now start to eliminate your biggest threats, and you want to edge out your area within the safe zone, and Zach did a great job of that. Zach got put in a situation there where he was in a pinch. He took the shotgun battle, won the shotgun battle, turned, and immediately eliminated Crumb, dropping 2 of the top 5 right there, and then cleans up the rest.
Now, let's talk about Group B in comparison to Group A. What have we seen out of this group so far that is different than what we saw out of Group A?
I think that this is a much more aggressive game than we've seen. Just as an overall from players as a whole, I think we're seeing a lot more aggression here. I don't think that we've seen one person go off quite the way that we watched maybe Isco or Milky Day or Cryptic on those ones there, on BM Rog. Sorry, I'm saying Oregon said the player name. But those players, I don't think we saw anything there, but we saw an overall level of aggression across the field at a much higher level.
Yeah, totally do agree. And do you think that's something that we're going to see when we actually do get into this second game of Group B?
It's quite possible. Again, it's going to be dictated by that circle. And again, sometimes that circle dictates what's going to happen. That area there had a lot of small point of interest with campsites and other things to play off of, a lot of trees, a little denser, so there's a lot of players that feel more comfortable in doing their quick peeks, but there's so many in that area that it just becomes everybody just trying to take shots.
3 very different safe zones coming out in all of the games that we have watched so far here at DreamHack, and the impact of that is undeniable. It is so clear when we actually watch those games, and it's favoring different players, and I think it's going to be big when we get into this next game, who can adapt to that ring.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that final safe zone is, as much as the first circle dictates what the game's going to be, that final circle dictates as much, if not more, depending upon where it goes. But it is a bit more predictable in the sense we were talking a lot about how gas changed, is those final circles start to center on themselves rather than kind of jumping to the edge of the circle, where typically in the circle you see it jump over to a side. It always touches one side. Those final couple all center on themselves. So you can try to make a power play, and if there's a good spot, you can power play to hold that position and then be there for the final circle while everybody eliminates themselves around you.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying there. Anyone stand out to you in particular? Anyone that actually, before we even get to that you're surprised to see how it go early? I mean, Mini fell relatively early there.
Mini definitely fell earlier than I thought he was going to. I mean, Stormin and Thump, both just monster players. They went down a little bit earlier than
they were all getting
than
aggressive.
I expected.
All of these players that we're mentioning, they were super aggressive in those early portions of the game.
They absolutely were. But we did see those players that went down net themselves some kills. So if they can get position and placement in this next one, that can bump them a couple spots. We saw it happen with Isco. I believe we were looking at the total score, and I'll confirm this later, but I believe Isco actually, if you take his 8 kills away and went off his placement alone, he actually bubbles out at like 21st or 22nd. So these kills make a big impact.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the thing is, though, and I was really hyping up the kills earlier today and really thinking that was one of the more valid routes to go, but I want to bring up the fact that, like, okay, if you do have that 30th place, and this kind of goes back to some of the stuff that you were saying. I mean, if you do have that 30th place, even if you really jammed out, got 6 kills, that's only 6,000. compared to that 175K that you get from first. So placement does need to be one of those key things on your mind at all times in this. And I think the kills are just gravy. You know, if you see a good engagement, sometimes maybe you want to be the aggressor. Sometimes maybe you can be slightly more aggressive, but you always have to be thinking about placement.
Yeah, you always have to be thinking about placement. Placement is one. I mean, winning the game is what this is about.
Exactly.
This is a battle royale. You need to be the last man
You are not just
standing.
going to qualify off of your kills.
Correct. But this tournament is formatted in the sense that it is, you can basically consider those to be the tiebreaker in a sense, right? Like if something happens, because you can leapfrog position. So you could average out and you take 21st and 22nd. The other guy takes 21st and 22nd, but you got 10 kills and he got 8.
That's when it really starts to
bump
matter.
in instead of him. So
and we can see exactly how that affected. We can see exactly how that affected Group A when we actually look at that top 20 and we see how that everything panned out. We can see where they fell on the leaderboard and talk about who got the most kills and who got there because of placement.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're going to have the stats. So let's go ahead and take a look at the top 20 from that first game of Group B. Zach, obviously, Zach ties same amount of kills. Ties dropped for the first game.
Got.
So,
and as we can see, that puts Zach in an incredible position because Drop he did not have a great second game and managed to qualify himself in that top 20. So Zach pretty much solidifying that he will be going on forward.
Mini actually went down later than I thought. I don't know why I was thinking that it was 26 and not higher, but Mini actually landed in 16, so he did make the top 20. So if he can perform that level again, he can definitely lock himself in for finals tomorrow. And we're seeing a couple duplicates here. We're seeing guys like Swagger Lee and Anonymous 9th and 10th.
Yeah, definitely. I think Crumb was one of the standout players for me. Jerk Chicken was a standout player for me. Shell Shock looked really good throughout the entirety of the match. Reptar slayed like crazy.
Reptar was dropping kills. It was definitely a surprise for me to see him kind of come out and play that aggressive and do it at that level.
But he does play it out. Reptar actually got out.
Reptar ended up going down to...
I thought it was like 18th or something like that. I think Reptar jumped up quite a bit from the amount of kills able to post on the board.
I think he went down to Aqua, and then Aqua got taken out is what happened, right?
It was something of the like. Yeah, I remember exactly what you were talking about. I'm trying to refresh my memory and see if Reptar was actually the one to fall. I kind of feel like... Didn't Aqua take out, like... I thought that was Mini.
It was Bull.
It was Bull. Bull, yeah,
was.
Because Bull was super aggressive throughout all of that. And as you can see right now...
So, I mean, we've got a ton of duplicates here. I'm looking just at Org side.
Where is Bull not in that top 20 then?
Bull went down early enough that he wasn't. I'm guessing with kills, he probably bubbled out somewhere around 21st to 25th.
So that's kind of exactly what happens, right? Because we saw Reptar come in, take out Bull. Reptar gets traded. Or something like that. They fell around the same time, and Reptar is going to find himself in that 14th place.
Yeah, so Reptar going to make it into the later game, gets himself some kills. He's also the first person we see get a nade kill on the day that I actually watched. But we've got a ton of duplicates here. So we got 2 players out of CLG, Nightwalker and Calsey, both stepping up. Double L Calsey, not single L, not to be confused.
Yeah, definitely take note of that. That's one of the most important things to take note
Echo
of
Fox Mini, CBK Flame, both on Echo Fox. So we see 2 guys out of there. Kyrig, Gabismon out of SOAR, 2 players out of CSG. A ton of guys on same orgs here clearing out and making it into this top 20. L7, Big K and Hansen. I mean, that's really awesome to see that these orgs. To me, H1Z1 taking off as an esport, you're seeing that orgs are figuring out a way to make good picks here. You're seeing guys that are able to all perform.
Yeah, that is very true. And then we're really going to see what these orgs can do when we jump in and see those 5s a little bit later on. We're going to get our first look of it with the qualifiers tomorrow. Then after that, the grand finals on Sunday.
Yeah.
So that is going to be very exciting to watch that play out. But for now, of course, keeping all of our eyes onto Group B, seeing exactly what these players can do. We have our first top 20 from game number 1, but we're going to be jumping into a second game here, a second qualifier, and then the scores from that top 20 of game 1 and from this top 20 of game 2 are going to be combined together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very least, though, we can say that the orgs know how to pick up a solo player.
That is true.
They can pick up somebody that can play some solos. We can say that. We'll test them out a little bit tomorrow. We'll see, see how it shakes out.
We're going to put these orgs to the test, that is for sure. And it's going to be very exciting to see these 5s play out in this LAN environment.
Yeah, again, guys, just so everybody knows, we are in the middle of Group B. We just finished Game 1. We just saw those results. We're going to go into Game 2 here in a couple minutes. We will be doing Game 2, that will close for today, and then we'll be back again tomorrow at 10 Eastern Time with the solo finals, which is gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be so exciting. We're gonna give those players just a few seconds to get everything kicked off. Want to give a special thanks to our sponsors right now, Asus Republic of Gamers. We actually have all the players playing on those rigs, so that's been absolutely incredible. And also want to thank Corsair for supplying us with the peripherals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving. Really like the keyboard. I was playing with my own mouse, but I sat down yesterday while they were doing a play test and played around for a little bit. And I hadn't used that particular Asus monitor before. They're really smooth. It's kind of like they're doing the job. They're selling themselves to me, you know?
Definitely, for sure.
But yeah, sat down and got to play on those a little bit. Big fan, though.
Yeah, I actually haven't had a chance to sit down on the rigs yet, but I've used quite a few of the Corsair products myself. Yeah, Bajira, my buddy from the World of Warcraft scene, is always using he's always using the Corsair product, so he's kind of converted me a little bit.
Right.
So I have played around with the Corsair stuff quite a bit, but yeah, we should have some time after this to maybe get in, play a couple of games.
We'll sit down during team warm-ups tomorrow before actual games and see if maybe we can just hop in and take a couple guys out. Possibly we'll grab a couple devs, throw them in there. We'll see how far we can
got
make it.
wrecked by devs recently. I was over at Daybreak, and
you can't let them do that
dude,
to you,
I got
man.
two-tapped, man.
Man, if it's not Ri-Fi, Bronstad. Yeah, there's like three or four of them that can throw down, man. But
I got pretty cocky because I was just like, "Oh, it's devs." Like, we're like
I don't respect you. You only make the game. You don't play
You
this.
don't play it, yeah, right. So you think you're gonna come out and get a few easy kills? And no, I was definitely proved wrong. But I also want to thank everyone for bringing me out here. This, of course, is my first H1Z1 event. So you may not have seen me yet. My name is Rich. I've been casting esports for about a year over at MLG. Been doing a whole bunch of different titles, but had the very distinct pleasure of getting to cast with Supersonic for the very first time. A true master. He casting cool H1Z1 really from the get-go.
Yeah, I've been doing it a little bit here, but I mean, I've still always got stuff to learn, man. Never master.
Anyone who says that they do not, they're lying to themselves.
Well, I'll continue.
Hey,
I'll continue with telling myself the truth. I know it. I
feel I had so much fun. Usually you sit down for the first time, and it's always kind of a trek, trying to figure out the other person, but we're just having a good time right now, really flowing together, and it's been a lot of fun to get to cast with you.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
especially at this tournament, this H1Z1 Elite Series is unlike any H1Z1 tournament that's gone down so far. Being live at DreamHack Atlanta is great. The community here is just it's really nice. I know you were complaining about the weather a little bit. It's kind of
It's not necessarily the weather. It's just in long sleeves and humidity.
Wearing the
it's
suit
just
jacket, walking around.
Well, I mean, yeah, you put the jacket on. I left that at the hotel. I
though.
magically lost it, so I can't wear it. But let's hop back in a little bit about these players from that first game. Outside of maybe Bull going off and Zach taking down that game, who else? Did anybody else really kind of stand out to you that you think maybe a crazy shot, crazy play?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about those initial kills that we saw coming in. We'll start at the beginning and kind of move our way forward, because at the beginning of the game, we saw a lot more kills. You talk about that Group B being the more aggressive of the two groups, seeing people trying to get those kills on the board very early. I'm trying to think who actually started to get those first
Well, we saw
blood.
it as early as the parachuting. So the parachuting phase, you can kind of see what a player is thinking in terms of aggressiveness based upon where they decide to land. And we saw a lot of people decide to go PV and go that north side Sesame Street there and go after each other. And that is not what we saw in Group A. Group A was very much we are all going to go to the edges of the map, and that's typically the more passive route, which we saw players like Crumb do, and paid off really well for them. But we saw a lot of players that I think are much more used to taking and wanting to be in gunfights and be in the action, and that's what they're wanting to do. And we saw a lot more guys kind of play that central area instead.
It's fun to watch. It's a lot of fun to watch.
I'm not going to complain. Hey, they want to shoot at each other. I'll cast it all day.
Yeah, we saw someone go down right at the beginning, right? As soon as they landed, a much more clustered break than initially.
So bad.
Yeah, definitely rough, especially when you're playing for a lot of money here.
But again, we saw it with Dropped. If he comes back and if that person places first, they have the potential to still go on.
All of a sudden, snap right back into it. And yeah, that is definitely something that you can keep your eyes on. If that was one of your favorite players who went down early, still do have a chance here. Just need to come out really hard in this next game. But I hope we see something like one of those scenarios you mentioned. You know, we had 3 players hanging out on Sesame Street, rotating around, looting in those buildings. Lootating, I like that.
Lootating.
Yeah, you're gonna
rotational loot. I mean, you may.
You know what? Sure.
Yeah,
It's a
I'll
thing
run
now.
with it.
Yeah.
We'll run with it.
Well,
Yeah, first time
lootating?
casting H1, and you're gonna set the terms.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
it.
Yeah. We're making up new
dictated.
words right now. Yeah, we saw them lootating on Sesame Street, popping out, starting those fights nice and early. We'll have to see if that level of aggression comes out, though, now that they know their placement. Because now that they know exactly where they do stand, they might approach the game with a slightly different
Absolutely.
outlook. I mean,
Do you feel that you were too aggressive? Do you start questioning your play style? And that now becomes another thing where can these players play through that? When you start questioning your play style, you play in a manner that you're not used to. Sometimes you're less confident, and it's going to affect your shot when you're trying to do something that you don't normally do. These guys are typically going after high kill games. They're chasing them down. They're taking every engagement, and not doing so feels uncomfortable or wrong, which puts you now it's a mind game with yourself.
Exactly.
You're playing against yourself.
I think one of the really interesting things, you talk about playing against yourself, one of the really interesting things about this second group, about Group B that we saw in the first game, I feel like a lot of players, they came out and at first they're taking the necessary fights, right? They find themselves in a position where they have to fight. They get that kill. They get riled up. Then they go in for that second kill. Then the third. We saw a lot of people just slaying out, starting to feel themselves too much, then putting themselves in bad fights and ultimately getting taken down. I feel like, look at Bull. I mean, Bull was starting to put some crazy kills onto the board. He was feeling himself way too much. I think ultimately at the end, put himself in a bad position that he didn't necessarily need to be in, and maybe you would have seen a higher placement come out of Bull, not in the top 20. One of the players that was really dictating the course of that game, not making it into that top 20.
And if he does, and he makes top 20, he makes top 15, and then decides to play that aggressive play style, you know, maybe get 1-2 kills just to make sure you have a good feel of where the bullet lead is. How's the game feeling? Make sure that you're feeling comfortable.
Got to see where the win's at. I mean, that's definitely true, but when you start getting that aggressive, eventually
you're going to pay for it.
Eventually you're going to come out on the losing side of that gunfight. You're playing against the best in the world. We got 120 players here, 120 of the best in the world. You got to go through the 60 in your group to qualify for the grand final, and if you're taking every single gunfight, eventually you are going to hit the bad side of that percentage.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I can word that. Yeah, the percentage is eventually going to catch up to you. The game, like we said, we kind of call it poker of esports, and it's a percentages game, and it's about knowing what your chances are going into that fight. I've got the better position, they've got the better position. There's check marks that you need to go through to figure out, is this the fight that I want to take?
And that's the whole thing too, right? You can be up against an equally matched player, and if you take that gunfight every single time, sometimes someone's just going to get the jump on you. You know, they're going to peek out right. You're going to move forward a little bit too quick. They're going to be able to pull out their shotgun and bring you down. So you can't just be taking gunfights. Even if you can outgun the player on the regular, sometimes you're just going to walk up a little bit crooked.
Yeah, definitely. I think also I'd like to go in and maybe talk about a couple players that we think underperformed that I think might actually show up in this next game.
Definitely. Let's hear it, man.
We had a couple guys kind of go out a little early there that I think will bounce back. So there's some guys on like the Obey squad here. Kevy, I think Kevy could definitely have a better round two. People like Linden and Thump, if they can slow their aggression down a little bit.
Thump got turned and burned in that last one, and I think, like you said, it really does come off of that aggression. Thump just looking to put some kills up on the board, and it ultimately does not work out. Thump going down, he's not in the top 20, right? Or did he got top 20? He got like
almost got top 20.
Yeah, he was very close.
He was making it there, and I'd like to see those guys that their shot is just monstrous. They have great shots
and had great kills.
And I want to see those guys go for placement first, then go from there and go after it. If you're not taking your fight in the very early game, as in like the first circle hasn't closed yet, the map is spread out enough that you can take those early game fights. You can early game fight, and we talked about it. Early game, get a couple kills, go into mid game, find your point, go into late game, start killing again. We're seeing guys, though, that want to play one pace the whole way through. Not necessarily super aggressive where it's like shooting at everything in the early game, but they're trying to basically maintain a pace throughout the game that would put them at like 10, 11 kills if they kept killing at that rate, and it's just going to burn you out.
Yeah, and you can see the logic behind it, right? I mean, if those are safe fights, but you're putting yourself in a position where you're more open to taking them, you can eventually jump up on the leaderboard, but you kind of already said it. Placement first.
Placement is absolutely
needs
first.
to come first. I agree, and also the other thing is taking those fights, you put yourself in the position where you are dwindling on resources for that actual final push. You know, you're basically you're relying on the loot of the players that you actually take down, and we saw it that actually popped up in Group A. We had players who were really using those smokes as a defensive tactic, and just every time that they would loot off of someone, then they would have the smokes again. Eventually, that just ran out.
Yep.
And then we saw a player get caught in a position where it didn't have the smokes, got caught in the open after trying to get aggressive.
On Isco, who actually
actually was Isco,
and it was 8 kills. So we ended up looking at it, and I was wrong on TwitchCon. It's 8 kills. So Isco, after the game, came up and told me, and he's like, 8 kills again.
Yeah.
Like, oh man. So Isco, I mean, that's the top kills of the day. That I don't think anybody's broken 8.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. Yeah. So tied for 8 again.
But if we watch Isco, if you watch his fights, he made it all the way to pretty close to the end there, right?
Dude, I think we predicted.
So
yesterday, did you say you thought someone could break it with 9?
I had said Isco. Yeah.
Yeah, Isco.
I said
could break
Isco
it.
could break his record.
Yeah,
I didn't say anybody else could break his record. I said Isco could do it.
But Isco ends up tying his record.
Isco ties it, so he gets close. But he's in the finals, so he has an opportunity to try and do it in an even more epic fashion and do it in the finals with the top 60. I mean, you break it there. You
cut the fat by 40 off of each group. Then you have your 20 invites. That is going to be just the highest level of H1Z1 play that we have seen in a long time.
And we have seen a couple guys that have played it out well enough. I don't have the graphic up right now, but we have seen both playstyles work out. I think definitely the more passive-aggressive playstyle has been the higher percentage people up there, but we're seeing about 3 or 4 in each group that have made it in that are aggressive players that could be really electric to watch going into that final, and you see them just going at it.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. And right now we are going to be getting that second game set up of Group B. And when we get that, after this game, we have our top 60 for the grand final. This is the last game that stands between us. This is the last qualifier match for solos. And then we are going to know exactly who we are going to see playing tomorrow at 10.
Yeah, so we should have our 2 sets of 20 that we know about tonight, which you guys can add to those 20 that are already available right there on the website. I believe we're at h1z1.com/elite series, and you can see all the invited players and teams for the team side as well. So you guys can check them out there if you're online, and we'll be able to kind of put that together and see the full 60, which is going to be really
definitely be sure to jump in there. And if you are a particular fan of any of these players, jump on social media, toss them a follow, help them out. Definitely show them that you do care and show them that you're watching.
Yeah, absolutely. So players are still getting seated here, making their way back. All the guys that had to go, other than one, because, I mean, obviously one of them got to stay at his seat. He kind of won the game. But the rest of them are kind of funneling back in to sit down now.
By all means, let them take their time. This is really about them, and we want to see the best H1Z1 possible. And as we can see, coming out of that first game, we saw some incredible H1Z1 come out of Zach. He's going to be able to secure that first place position, followed up by Gabesmon getting second place, Hansen in third, Jerk Chicken in fourth, and Crumb coming in fifth. Coming into this next game, hoping that Gates Reptar gets a little bit less aggressive, can find a slightly better placement, because we saw Reptar just come out.
I think if he
guns
slows his
blazing.
pace just slightly, I think that Reptar could, with that same level of shot, and obviously he was winning the majority of his fights, I think that he could do really well in a top 10 scenario.
Won all of the fights until the one that he lost. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah,
so we did
most
see
of the time. Most of the time. Aside from one person.
And the whole thing was the amount of fights that Reptar did put himself in.
He did. He took quite a few, and we saw a few of them, but then we also just saw kill feed of him. So, I mean, he was taking the fights.
He was
for sure.
really taking that aggressive position throughout the entirety of the game. Curious to see, though, we talked about it, and now that these aggressive players have seen how the leaderboard shakes up, 14th place for Reptar, not bad at all. I mean, if you can match that 14th, you pretty much guarantee yourself getting in. So, let's see. Maybe Reptar says, okay, it worked for me. I want to play that aggressive again. Maybe sees that initial safe zone get pinned onto the board and says, okay, with this particular safe zone, I can't play like that. Maybe Reptar says, hey, I want to play it slower. I really want to play. Like, I already know I'm 14th. If I can play for that position, I can secure myself that spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who's going to be the Slayer this round, this next match. I'm hyped to get into this next one and just see. I just want to get to this top 20 already, man. I want to see the 60. I want to get to these big matches, man, where the money's on the line, and see these guys that are playing and making it in off of Slain, and how much when somebody shakes $100,000 in front of your face before you go into a match, how much does that affect your gameplay?
I mean,
it
inevitably is going to
I would never
affect
take a fight
some
again.
of them.
I would just roll across the map, hope nobody ever sees me.
I'd find a bush, man. I completely agree with you there.
I go loot a crate, get a ghillie suit, sit in a bush.
Yeah, you know,
whatever you got to do, man.
Yeah.
I just don't want to. I don't want to fight until I have the money in my pocket.
Exactly. Is a lot of money on the line, and on top of that, we already mentioned it before because we had some of these new players coming in. You know, like Dropped. You know, and then first time actually coming to a tournament
Zach
like this.
is a newer player to me.
Zach
He just did the same.
Yeah,
so.
you talk about Zach kind of being in that place in CA where he didn't feel like he could really qualify, so just coming out of the forest, just ripping people apart, just kind of playing for kills, and now we already see him competing at this top level. But on top of that, if you are that newer player, being at an event like this, I know you guys at home can't necessarily see the entire venue right now, but there are people moving all over the place. This place is absolutely swamped.
I mean,
you're far from home. There are lights flashing all over the place because I think Waka Flocka is about to do it.
Waka Flocka is going to be here
I
to
think
perform.
Waka Flocka is already doing a concert over there. Have you ever played H1Z1 next to Waka Flocka? It's a little bit different than playing in your home in your underwear. I mean, it's just going to affect you in a different way. On top of that, you got cameras floating all around you. Got a bunch of weirdos screaming while you're playing the game. I mean, us.
Yeah.
like we're screaming.
I'm about as far from normal as you can get. So
you know, I mean, I'm starting to lose my voice with how much I've been screaming. I'm the loudest weirdo here.
Yeah. I'll give it to you. That's all right. You can have that title.
I got it.
I got it.
It's yours. First H1Z1 event. I'm the biggest weirdo.
100%. You're the odd duck, man. You're the odd man out. So it's all right.
But on top of that, like, it's just a very different environment. It's going to be loud. Even when you can't hear anything, it's like one of those things when the noise is canceled, it's still loud.
Well, right here also, we're talking about the crowd noise. There's literally screens. So you guys can't see these at home, but there's like giant 47 to 55-inch screens all the way around the outside of this. And there's people lined up that I have no idea where they got chairs from, but they've got chairs that they've stolen from somewhere, and these people are lining up around the booth, and when a kill goes off, you can hear that noise, and the players may not hear it clearly, but you're hearing a dull roar going on in the room.
And if you are the player who just got the kill, that could be something that works in your favor. You know, maybe gassing you up. It goes one way or the other. I know there are always some players that just get they get really hyped off of the crowd actually cheering against them. Then there are other players who get really hyped up off the crowd cheering for them.
Some guys want to be the enemy.
Yeah. I can think of quite a few players across all esports titles that really do feel that way.
There's always one.
And you know what? Honestly, I get it, right? It's still having that uproar, that commotion based off of what you're doing. But the first LAN is a big thing to adapt to.
Yeah, first LAN, and we're talking about at LAN experience. We've had very minimal. We've had the Twitch cons, and we had Fight for the Crown, but we're talking about these are 60-man events.
Fight for the Crown was very different too than this setup.
It wasn't a live enversment. It was a recorded event.
Yeah,
so
you're much more protected. You're much more isolated.
Yeah.
You know, so with this, there's nothing to be held. So you are just everyone's walking all around. You know, people are going all over the place, and you have to take that into account when you're talking about the performance of these players.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a camera in your face. I mean, that makes some people nervous.
I mean, some people. I'm okay.
Yeah, you're doing fine, man. You're looking good. You're smiling.
Yeah, I definitely know there's players. I mean, but you're talking about the cameras, and it definitely becomes a little strange when you're playing because you also have, let's say, your org. Your org's here and his media guy's here. So he's actually in the pit and he's going to take pictures of you. And there's just a lot going on, a lot of eyes on you. And I think that adds pressure to just about anything. I can definitely say as a caster starting out when I was casting and doing TwitchCon and even starting today, you know, it's like, okay, we're going on camera. There's a little bit of pressure that brings. And
a lot of players have handled it very well today.
I
expected
they've
that
handled it
to
really well.
expected that to tilt more players than
Especially when you're seeing like
than
these
I've been
younger,
seeing.
yeah, when you're seeing the younger guys shoot up really well. They almost seem to be handling it better than some of the other players, which is incredible.
Yeah,
like,
some
you
of
know,
these
you
newer
see,
young guys are definitely handling it better than some of the veterans.
You see two of them take number one in these games, so
Yeah.
that is a big feat to be had. I mean, they're impressive for sure. I really think Waka Flocka is like already on stage right now.
Well, that's perfect for an event.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I
It's
mean,
exciting.
I woke up this morning definitely wanting to play the Waka Flocka.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
first
all right,
thought of the day.
all right.
Yeah, 100%.
We're about to jump into the second game here, and this, like we said a little bit earlier, is going to determine it all. This is going. We will know every single player going to the grand final of the solo queue.
Yep, end of this one, and we are good to go. And let's go back real quick before we get into this next one, and let's do a refresher off of the results from that last one, and we'll check
Let's
that
take a
out.
peek at that right now. And as you can see, one of the big players that I've been talking about right now is Reptar, just because of the slang that we did see out of Reptar. I know you want to talk about Mini, though, being one of these players that initially was in Group A, gets moved over to Group B, coming into 16th place here, and also just having such a huge impact on the scene as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mini and Flame, seeing both of those guys, I mean, it warms my heart a little bit. I mean, without them starting initially this competitive scene, I couldn't be here doing what I'm doing today. So to see both of those guys still here, still in the community, playing well, making it into this top 20, definitely something I get a little bit of enjoyment out of. I like seeing it. I'd be lying if I said that I wanted them to go ahead and get eliminated out and not get to play tomorrow. Love both those guys, and both great personalities.
Yeah,
to
you
work
know,
with.
you want to see the people that have been around for a long time, that care about the community, that have put in the work for the community, do well throughout the entirety of the tournament. And when we start to see these names performing, I agree with you. It definitely is one of those things that does feel really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Anyone in particular, you were asking me a little bit earlier, who I thought maybe didn't perform as highly as they could have?
I think Carta, even though he came in 19th here, I think Carta's, again, him and I was telling you, him and Jeesh are those players that I think that are, I hold at a much higher level than I think some people recognize. I think very highly of both those players in terms of their skill and watching them.
What do you think of Jeesh's performance
Carta,
ultimately? I mean, that's kind of a little bit of a talking point that if you want to bring that up.
And it's one of those things where I haven't talked to him yet about it, but I think Jeesh may have, I don't know if it was just bad situations or maybe it was a misread. Again, like these situations, as we're talking about being affected by the environment, it will sometimes have an impact on what your ability is to read a situation. Sometimes maybe the crowd roared at the wrong time and you weren't able to hear a footstep or something to that effect. So I'll have to talk to him and see what he thought, but it still hasn't changed my opinion of him. The guy's still an absolute monster. But I think Carta could definitely kind of step up there a little bit more and definitely secure himself. I'd like to see him try and make it up there into that top 15, top 10, and really secures his place in the top 20.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you there, and we will have to see as this game actually does get underway, because we are getting very close to it right now.
Yeah, they should be getting just about done. They need to spin up and get into the box. Once everybody's in the box, we'll go ahead and hop into the Fort of Destiny with them, hang out for a minute while the game spins up, and then we'll make a prediction and try and dead on hit a prediction for that first safe zone this time.
Yeah, you got it.
Got
you
it.
got it. I'm going to give you credit for that for sure. I think you definitely did, but you were looking at the top 20 players coming out of Group B after that first game, so expect to see a good deal of them actually get to progress to that grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, other players that we definitely could have seen kind of come out and make it up there. And actually, let's hop over to this. So this is actually the graphic we're going to go ahead and show how this is basically working. So for guys that are just tuning in, maybe didn't catch Group A, didn't catch Game 1 of Group B, we are actually playing with 120 players today, and we are going to take those players down to 40 remaining. So we have our 20 from Group A right now. We're currently playing through Group B, and we're going to have 20 advance out of here that are going to join the pre-qualified 20 players tomorrow at 10 Eastern,
and they will be playing for $100,000 at that time.
Cannot emphasize how incredible this H1Z1 Elite Series really is. So not only are we here right now for solos and for fives, we're going to see that, like you mentioned, play out at 10 o'clock, but this is going to be a series that goes on for quite some time. The next stop going to be at DreamHack Winter in Sweden, and it's going to play out with the same format, and it's going really well with the Group A, Group B split. It gives everyone a chance to fight through, get 2 qualifier matches, so if you don't have the best placing, you get another go at it, and then we get to that grand finals where all of the money is going to be on the line.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like we are going to be ready for Game 2, and we're going to hop on board into Fort Destiny and start checking these guys out as we go into this match.
I am ready, and we are starting right on with Jerk Chicken, feeling himself.
Doing the chicken dance emote.
It feels right.
It's 100% right. There's not a single thing wrong about this. I love it.
I love it as well. We're going to see if Jerk Chicken can come out as strongly as we saw this player come out in that first game. And there is Zach. That is your champion from game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely handled the top 10 situation and handled that safe zone like a professional and played it really, really well.
Yeah, definitely did. Crumb, one of these players that I think could shoot up in this game quite a bit.
That escape that he made was absolutely phenomenal, where he was low enough. A lot of players would have defaulted to just trying to hide in the gas or in the smoke nade and heal up, and he made that decision, split-second decision, to hop in the car and know that he had a few seconds of travel in a vehicle and still be able to get a bandage off before dying, and managed to get out and get the heal off at 1% and net himself some more points. He bumped himself probably 4 or 5, I believe it was at least 4 or 5 positions, and we are going to jump into this first game here as the players drop into the parachute phase, and we are going to see a lot of people kind of shifting towards that west side, it looks like, and I'm going to say Salty Tear Lake, maybe a little bit south of that, not quite as far as Run Amok.
I really hope that you are right with that call, because that would be unlike any of the games that we have seen here today. Hoping for Salty Tear Lake as well, but I am going to call Pleasant Valley.
What? Pleasant Valley?
I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it. It's going to be Pleasant Valley, and we are going to jump on with the first place player from game number 1 of Group B. It is Zach. Find himself in a pretty good position, nice spread. Not any players to get up in his face at the beginning. Going to have free reign in the store right now.
Yeah, I think he didn't catch the angle. I think I saw it. I believe there was an AR out there that he might have missed. He might catch it when he comes back out the door. But he has the entire strip area to himself, typically an area with a pretty high density of loot. He should walk out of there fully kitted. Shotgun here for Crumb, another player that made it up into that high level of top 20 play last game, as we were just talking about him. And he's going to find himself a helmet, a shotgun, and an AK. So he does have a good starting base to launch this game.
Yeah, that is a very good base indeed. You talk about kitted, he is almost all the way there. As you can see, players just rotating through freely, trying to get themselves going. And Gabismon looking good as well, getting the backpack. He's got his weapons, found a molly.
Going down in, I believe he was second last game, so Gabe was a top performer in that last match as well. Him and his teammate Kyreg both on SOAR. Kyreg placing, I believe, 5th or 7th. So we'll see how they end up doing this round. Jerk, not in a great place. Hasn't found a helmet yet, and this is one of the most frustrating and probably gut-wrenching situations you can be in. Like, running around without a helmet is just
that's not exactly where you want to find yourself.
Terrifying.
Well, we can already start to see this game has not slowed down at all. It's going to be Zeb to take these initial shots, and Drazzle trying to take him down. Zeb gets behind the tree, trying to force it. Okay, he's getting the peak fire going, but he's not able to close the gap, not able to get any shots into Drazzle. Drazzle taking down Zeb here. We have our first blood, and this is the exact aggressive play that we were talking about with this group.
Yeah, Drazzle finding an early kill and deciding that it's definitely worth it to go after it. He's going to net himself a little bit of early loot. Unfortunately for Zeb, he is going to be the victim of the first kill of the game.
Does not feel good.
No, it never feels good.
Has to happen to somebody, though. And now we are on with Brother 2G. Brother got brought down relatively early in that first game as well, but we saw the name in that kill feed quite a bit before he was taken out.
Yeah, he took down 2 or 3 players before he went down, but he did not make it to that top 20 scenario, and he is going to need to play it out this round.
Now we're back on with Thump. This is another player that we were really highlighting as a player that can go far from Group B. And now Thump finds himself inside of that police car, just mostly staying onto the road here. Now he's found a campsite. He's going to be able to loot that, and he's got nothing but time at this point in the game.
Yep, finds himself a tan, which is always a big pickup there, and he's gonna be able to loot up for a little bit there. Nobody in the vicinity around him whatsoever. And we're gonna be on with Fury here, who looks fairly looted. Gonna find himself some more AR ammo. You never want to say no to that. And Impact Carta. Hopefully we can see. Hopefully we can see him kind of show up and even go a little bit further. Already in the top 20. Maybe he can perform well enough to secure and solidify that position.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Impact Carta as well. I mean, you brought it up. This is one of the players that can really get it done in Group B. Falling out a little bit early, but in that top 20 already. Has a good position trying to advance into this grand final.
I think the other side of this is that I hold people in higher regards is, again, Carta and Geesh are people that helped with the scrim system that I run. Were part of the original team that built that.
Exactly.
So guys that are definitely active in the community and try to help him want to see this game grow. So I always like seeing those guys get to be part of the growing system and perform well in it.
Yeah. I think there isn't a better way to put that. You know, build up the entirety of the competitive scene and still get to be that competitor, and that really is a beautiful thing. Now we are going to see Reptar is only 100 meters away, and Reptar was one of those incredibly aggressive players. Depending on the way that Neostorm does move around this building, we may see another fight break out because we haven't seen Reptar say no to a single fight so far today.
Yeah, Reptar going to hear this vehicle spin up. Neo driving inside, and Neo loses his helmet. Reptar now trying to get the finish with the shotgun over the top of the desk here. Reptar pantsless and going for it. Not able to get Neo down yet. Finds him again, able to locate a couple more shots with the AR, and now is just trying to get the finish. But Neo playing those quick peeks with the shotgun gets him extremely low, loses his helmet, but Gates, in the end, able to pull it out.
Yeah. Ultimately, Gates Reptar is able to pull it out, and this is the exact playstyle that we're seeing with Reptar. Said maybe we want to see Reptar slow down a little bit. Did not happen at all. He hears that car, instantly challenges that fight. I think that it is fair, but this is a start to something that we need to keep our eyes on. Very indicative of the playstyle of Reptar.
Yeah.
But really good gunfight, well performed there. On both sides, ultimately, we did see Reptar lose the helmet, getting a few shots in. Even though Reptar was so far ahead in the fight, it ended up being a close gunfight. And now we are going to see a very similar ring to the one that we saw in game Group A, game number 2.
So now we're going to basically have a repeat of Game 2, Group A, here for Group B, Game 2.
So let's talk about exactly how this one did play out. What exactly does this safe zone telegraph to you for how the meta of the game is going to play out?
We're going to see this game play a little bit slower than the last one just due to the nature of how many hills and peaks you have within Green's Overlook versus Veshin's Peak. You're going to have a lot more on these mountains coming off of the side of them. They have these long, almost finger-like shapes with little ridges that you can get in, a lot more hiding spots, and that's going to slow the pace of the game down a little bit. It looks like Mobs might actually be throwing down with somebody right now. We might see him pop up in the feed. It looks like he might be throwing down against Big 99 at the moment.
Yeah, we might be jumping into that fight in just a second here, but we're going to jump on with Crumb first, see what he is up to. Crumb brought over that truck, getting some loot in this campsite. And I want to be driving on Crumb for as long as I can, just really seeing what is going to happen with this player. His fate is going to be determined by this game.
So this is a little scary here. So we've seen a lot of players come into these and they immediately start shooting, blowing up barrels, which does give away your position because people are going to hear that. But on the other hand, I don't personally like walking through there, especially in this scenario, because somebody can blow up a barrel and take you out immediately.
Yeah, I think it is smart to take out those barrels, and you don't want to just run away from the opportunity to get all of that loot, especially in this first phase of the game. We are very much still in the early game, 2 kills on the board. Now looking at Smokies, as he is in the position where he could potentially take this fight against Calzy. It all comes down to the movement there, and look, there's another barrel.
There's just barrels at all of these types of campsites, which are a little worrisome. And it looks like, I believe he's actually in the almost the farthest southwest corner you can get into without hitting the edge of the map. And this shotgun battle rings out here, and we're seeing Carta, and Carta is actually going to go down to Calzy with 1L there in the shotgun battle. Carta going down way earlier than he wanted to.
Calzy with that Nightmare Mass ultimately going to be able to take him down. And that was one of those players that we were highlighting as a player who could go all the way. So props to Calsey, taking down one of the big guns.
Absolutely. Smokey's going to go ahead and head out of here. Definitely interesting to see somebody looting that far southwest corner, though. It's just an area that doesn't typically get touched that much. And that's what I love about this new dynamic safe zones. It takes you to these areas, and we are hearing shots ringing out right here.
Quite a lot of shots ringing out, and they're from
Reptar.
Reptar. This is exactly what we were talking about. How aggressive is Reptar going to be?
And as you see, war of attrition. Reptar is trying to eat up a vehicle, it looks like. It looked like he was just firing onto the Jeep and just trying to put some damage into it. He wasn't actually firing at mobs.
Now he's firing at mobs, though. Yeah, I saw the same thing, though. I almost thought that the wheels were on fire for a second there, but it seems like that car's a little bit healthier than that. Not quite at that 25% or 50% health rate.
It just blew up, so it was just the render.
It actually was.
It was the render distance of the flames on there. So when he ADSs, it pushes. It's a little bit different render distance. And Mundolino going to get taken out by QT Venom. QT Venom barely escapes getting traded out there.
Just by the skin of his teeth, is going to survive, moving back to that tree. And yeah, it looks like not even going to risk it. Put down the smoke just to heal up. Not under pressure, but not going to take that chance. Not here, not with so much on the line. And now it's Reptar again, still trying to get a connection with some of these shots. Sirens are blaring. Pressure coming out into Mig.
Mig driving by with the sirens on in the cop car. I don't know what he's trying to telegraph there, but this is definitely not something I expect to see out of somebody playing for $100,000.
Yeah, Reptar hears that and just goes, oh, look, a target for me to shoot. Aggression coming out of Reptar yet again. Brother 2G now pinned up against this hill.
Yeah,
playing it very defensive, and he finds Fury trying to get a... Oh, does he sink it into the cop car?
Yeah, Fury going to go ahead and dip out there. I think that siren may have actually been like a red flag to a bull. Just irritating Reptar, just egging him on to shoot.
Yeah, all right. Sometimes you got to take out that red flag and just get the animal antagonized.
Yeah.
Definitely doing that to Reptar. Reptar cannot hear a siren and not fire the gun.
When somebody is sitting inside this building, Shellshock rolling up on it, trying to look inside, and it looks like he has an extra 2-hit. The player inside has an extra 2-hit on the ground. He is wearing one, so we are going to go into this fight with both players having a 2-hit, AK in hand, out for the player Shellshock. Shotgun's going to rip off of his 2-hit there, and now the fight is trying to get out the window, makes a run for it, but can't get away. And Too Foxy going to catch him in the back there with the shotgun as Shellshock tries to make it out the window and can't get away.
Too Foxy very well set up there.
Yeah.
That is a tough position to break, and we are seeing these players that we said could go all the way get taken down right now. Too Foxy looking good with that setup. Probably not going to move out of that building anytime soon. Now on board with Kyrig. Let's look at this map, though. We're going to have to see Kyrig rotate on over here.
We were talking about his aggression level. Well, it's really hard to be aggressive when you are the farthest one from everyone else. Bull all the way in the top right corner trying to make his way out of the gas and back to this safe zone, while Kyrig here is driving around already within the safe zone. A couple shots coming his way, but nothing connecting.
Yeah, Kyrig looking pretty healthy at this point, and it's starting to get to a much closer field of play. It's going to be a little bit tighter as we do move to the circle at the moment. That is Mig flipping that car over for just a second there. It doesn't roll all the way. Now moving. Are we going to see him hop out? Is he going to find Mini?
Mig looks like he's trying to play an aggressive game, and he is in pursuit of Mini. Mini's at 100% health, though. Mini is not bleeding. He is not hit. There's just no reason to try and take this. This is a coin flip play when you play this level of aggressive. But Mig might be out far enough that he feels he needs those kills. This might be one of those things where his game style is getting changed up due to his positioning from game one. And Mini, in a decent spot, but in the bottom half of the top 20 for this, does not want a fight right now.
Now there are 3 police cars. Now Mig finally going to get the hop out. He's behind the rock, not going to find anyone to actually dump any shots into. Cloak, OG going to be able to rotate out, but Halsey actually falls.
Yeah, Halsey goes down to Triv there. Mini manages to bait Mig into somebody else, and Stormin just rolling around for a few on his ATV here. Something that you're starting to see more people use. It wasn't something that got used a ton before. Definitely something that people are willing to use a little bit more often than they used to.
Yeah, one of the things too with Storm, and if you are just tuning in, Storm got taken down a little bit early in that first game, expecting a much better placement this time around.
And there went Mig. Mig just went down to a head tap. I think it looked like it was a shotgun.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally wanting anything and everything he could get his hands on, and again, we talk about it.
If you ask for a fight, you shall receive a fight. Whether or not you come out alive, that is to be seen, but Mig found exactly what he was looking for, going to fall down.
Typically, aggressiveness means that you are not playing the game from you having that, doing those percentages and figuring out, I have cover, he doesn't, I have the better position. You're not making those checks, and you're going into a fight and just assuming that you're just going to just two-tap somebody immediately and hoping for that.
Look at how Foxy played it, and then look at how Mig played it, and look at who's alive. Now we are going to see the gas starting to close in, and it looks like just going to play out the gas. I do like that here.
Yeah, Hansen going to stop, probably roll a heal there. I think he may have decided that he's close enough to the gas that he's just actually going to run out. The gas not doing too much damage.
Crumb, though, on a collision course with Thump, but Thump and Crumb, like two polar opposite sides of a magnet, going to separate from each other here.
I don't think you get two players that are any more polar opposite of each other than Thump and Crumb, both in game and personality. These two are absolutely 100% dead opposite of each other.
Yeah, they look like oil and water there, and we can see they are still just moving further and further apart. That collision is not going to happen for some time. Now on board with Drazzle, we've seen some good stuff out of this player already in this game, and definitely in game number 1 of Group 2.
Yeah, he took down the first kill of the game when he eliminated Zeb in the early game here, so Drazzle netted himself an early one. We'll see if he can maybe pace himself out to get a couple kills and get himself up into that top 20.
Yeah, that is definitely something to keep an eye on with Drazzle. Now we're going to start seeing the throwables coming on out. That's Stormin.
Yeah, Stormin looking to
he's
try
just
to
gonna
connect
get
on Absol C. Doesn't get it, though.
What was the point of getting onto that ATV and then kicking it out? Now he's going to start playing shots.
So this is something that Stormin's really kind of known for doing. And what he'll do is he'll hop in the car and start to roll, and the person will try and step out to shoot at him, and he's trying to bait you into fighting him. He's trying to get you to step out because people will tend to not peek. They'll tend to hard peek and actually step out and shoot at a car driving away. And he baits them in knowing that his shot is so good that he is going to win that both of you in the open battle.
And he basically punishes that muscle reflex.
Yeah.
We were predicting to see that a little bit earlier, and seeing it on an ATV is really cool.
Yeah.
Because we knew he likes to do it with the car, and that's exactly what he did with the ATV. Ultimately pulls the man out from the tree, and he sinks some serious shots, getting all the way down to like 50% health, and Storm is staying full. Now looking again at another fight breaking out. This time it's going to be Mini from Echo Fox behind that cop car, trying to engage onto Sanctuary. Mini hopping out of the car here, trying to sink some shots in. And this is that type of aggressive play from Mini that isn't necessarily, at 150, could definitely get some shots into the player, but if he hits the car as well, you're just taxing the player for the late game.
At 150, and once you find your bullet lead, if you can find your bullet lead in the first couple bullets of your clip and stay with it, you can rip through a car. You're doing, depending on what you're shooting with, anywhere like 2 to 3 damage a shot.
Yep.
You can make a car really not effective for somebody really quickly if you can get an early hit and then maintain that bullet lead.
Yeah, that is definitely something that can happen, and we saw Mini try to play that. Now Stormin again really utilizing this ATV to the max level, and you talked about the ATV just being something in the game that was slept on for a long time. Stormin showing how much this can do. Being very deceptive with it, having players lead something that's not there. Now we might have a collision of the Cosmos. It's going to be Mini and Stormin getting very close to each other, and both of these players are players that we expect to do a lot in this 4th and final game of the day.
And you can see Mini hop and land a shot onto Stormin and rip off that makeshift Stormin, not getting hit again. Finally gets tagged one more time by Mini, so Mini going to actually have him at 75% bleeding. We'll see if Mini decides to chase this fight down, and it looks like he might be deciding to, but he sees Symphony behind him, checks his back, and realizes that this chase is not going to be worth it.
Yeah, I think that is definitely what happened there. Stormin now finding himself in a pretty good position here. Will the fight break out between him and CBK?
He goes from one legend to the other and goes from Mini to Flame. The other person driving around is Symphony. I mean, there's no safe spot for Stormin to really head to right now. He's going to lose another makeshift to CBK Flame after losing the first one to Mini.
Yeah, Stormin really finding himself in a bad position here, and also in a position where he could get pinched. Surrounded by quite a few players. Taking a fight here could be bad, and now we see Foxy again. We haven't seen him in quite a bit. Still in the same building. Ultimately was able to take down one man before. Stormin knows better than to go into that building unprepared.
Yeah, Stormin just trying to find a spot that he can stop for a second and heal. This is really dangerous, though. I actually don't like healing on an ATV just because you really aren't moving at all, and if there was somebody hiding, it's a quick and easy two-tap for them.
Yeah, that's one of the big advantages that you actually do see with the other vehicles. You're basically, you have mobile cover, you know, cut the motors, heal.
Yeah, I mean, you still put yourself at risk even in those, but
not as bad as the ATV,
it's
though.
It's just really bad on the ATV, but also the other thing is if that person does miss the helmet, you have the option to immediately start driving and getting away rather than having to run, hop on, start the vehicle, and then go.
Now we are starting to see this gas closing on in. It is getting a little bit too close for comfort for these players. How long is 2 Foxy going to be able to just camp this building?
As long as it's there, and Stormin going to take a quick fight, gets the shotgun, and absolutely drops. Swaggerly TV takes a couple hits, loses a makeshift, goes down to about 75, and he is bleeding. He's coming up on 50% health there, and he's going to need to get away and get some healing off. We'll see if he ends up getting caught. There was somebody trying to shoot him in the back as he was driving away.
Stormin finally able to make some space for himself on that map, getting that kill. First, it was hard for him to find a heal, but now after that kill, things are going to start opening up. But in the same breath, as the gas does tighten, a lot of more fights are going to start happening right about now. Gabe is one of the top players. Oh, Stormin getting another kill. Do have to bring that up. Brings down Kevy.
Yeah, Stormin getting a headshot kill. Jerk Chicken going down to the toxic gas.
I wonder how that actually did go down. We saw Jerk Chicken performing at a very high level in that first game. Not high enough, though, to bounce back from a 47th place.
I'm definitely assuming that he was in a fight along there, and the gas was just the final thing to touch him before he went down. It's the only thing I could see happening.
I agree with you there. But now as we do jump on, oh, it's back with Hansen. Hansen getting some serious work done onto Astral Sanctuary. Sanctuary going to use his smoke, and a good play by Hansen, throwing in that frag, going to be able to secure that kill, while Venom on a different portion of the map is going to be able to take down Aqua. Now, one of the options Sanctuary did have, and we've talked about this line of play quite a bit, you can throw down that smoke, actually get from outside of the smoke, and then try to heal from outside the smoke to try to counter the frag getting thrown in. But when you do see the aggressor on a higher field of play on the map, a lot of the times they can actually see over that smoke to be able to get that throwable.
Well,
it's
hard to do in this situation as well, and Rethink going to get taken out by Geets. It's really hard to do that, what we were talking about earlier, when you're in a situation where you're at 50% health, you're bleeding already, you're throwing the smoke down, but we're already into some of the later circles in the game. The density of players around, you have to stay in the smoke. You can't really make that play in the late game unless we're talking about the final maybe 3 or 4 players. And we're going to see Reptar land himself a grenade kill, and Noble Spirits is going to go down to, I'm not sure if that's that explosion or the gas, but he's going to die to some part of the environment there.
Reptar still managing to stay relatively aggressive, definitely stemmed kills to the point that it's a little bit less than we saw in that first game. A little bit of a slower pace here in that 50 to 40 area of players. Now Drazzle throwing in that molly. Is it going to connect? We are going to see it right in that smoke. Kyrig, though, has managed to get away, but Cranium in another portion of the map is going to be able to take down a player from Epsilon, and we are starting to get heated up as this gas really is collapsing in. Only 40 players remaining on the map. 20 of them will be...
Zach is running with an R380, boys.
He just likes the R380.
Zach has figured out that he's making it into top 20, and he's looking to get a late game R380 kill again. If he pulls it off here on land, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might just flip the desk just out of sheer, like, what did I just watch? I'm going to have to walk away.
It's bolted down, Supersonic. I just double-checked, so please don't do that.
I
Now
worked it
Zach
out.
going to be able to get some serious pressure going. It's going to be Gabizmon who finds the kill onto Hansen. Zach going to switch out his gun, though, here. Isn't going to play with R380 for much longer. He is tagged up, going to fall to 50% health. Fury falls down. Now we start seeing those throwables coming up. Zach wants to keep the pressure going. Actually, it's going to be that smoke, so he is going to take that as a defensive option to heal himself up. We're going to see another player fall to the gas. Only 36 bodies left on this field. Zach, though, not in a great position at this point, kind of low, back up against that gas.
This is a similar situation to in positioning that we saw out of Isco and P90 in Game 2, though, and they played out of it really well. So we'll see if maybe Zach watched that game and learned from those experiences and now starts opening onto Cloak OG, trying to get a finish there. Cloak extremely low. I don't know if Zach knows how low he is. And we lose Crumb,
That was what I was
Heb,
going to...
and Cutie Venom there, all in a split second. So they're all going to drop. Crumb going down in about 34th. We'll see if that's enough to keep him in there still. I believe it will be. And Gabizmon going to go down along with Cloak OG. Zach landing that kill with an assist from Stormin.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a pinch that did come in there. And now we see Zach actually getting defensive with that smoke. It looked like he wanted to stay aggressive, try to get that second kill, but doesn't need to do it. Slows it down for just a little bit, but now it's Linden and MMX here. Will
Linden's
this
a
fight
shotgun
continue?
player too, man. Linden, if he has the option to, will take the fight to you.
You could see there when Linden actually gets in, he tries to make that a shotgun fight, but Foxy is going to be brought down. Foxy had been camping for quite some time. It seems like he was pressured out by the gas. And the second he gets out of where he was set up, he is going to fall. Now it is going to be
Razar.
Apex Shea grabbing a kill here, and Hansen is also going to be out of this match.
Yeah, and Razar there has decided to hide in a bush.
Gotta love the bush play. Really got you. Now MMX is back. He's looking for Linden. He wants this fight. Linden, the shotgun player. Is he going to be able to get the one pump? But it's MMX who comes out on top, bringing down Linden. And we are also going to see Bunny falling down here.
Yeah,
It's
Lindsey
starting
Bunny gets taken out there in the heat of all those fights. MMX now smoking off the building as well, and he's going to go ahead and heal up. And he should be fine after he wins that fight with Linden.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you do want to... okay, now we're going to jump on board. It's Zach who's brought down. He doesn't manage to top 20 this time, but he is going to be just fine with that first place finish. We should definitely see him in the grand finals.
Stormin right now. We have Thump and Stormin. Like, this is two Titans on the same team throwing down with each other. Stormin throws a nade, turns to take the other fight. Now looking for the fight with Thump. He's really low. Shotguns come out from both players. Thump ahead, and Thump gonna clean that up, drops Stormin. Do you feel good? Do you feel bad? You just eliminated your teammate.
No room for teammate love here. $100,000 on the line. You need to secure your spot in that grand final, and now the bullets are really flying. It looks like Thump could go down after that engagement, taking down his own teammate. We're just going to see the kill feed light up. 4 players going down.
Yeah, Thump still looking to kind of get this fight. He's in a bad situation. He's gonna get pinched out in 15th place and goes down to the pinch of Calzy and Tixi. It looks like the ZY team does not like him at the moment.
Right, definitely not. That's going to be enough to get it done. Blood Inferno, though, is still hanging on here. And that is one of the players that we really did want to pay attention to. Blood Inferno getting moved to Group B and performing very well. It looks like he's going to be able to get into this grand final at this point. And now Kyrie going to lose his body armor here. And he's starting to take some shots at about 50%, maybe 60% here. Drazzle falls in the fray to Tikizi. He's still up on the hill.
Yeah, still playing the top of this hill here. Tixi just looking for a position to try and take the fight, but he knows the gas is going to move, and he has to move. A little bit of a weird ridgeline there, and he is going to flip the car. Tixi is in shambles at the moment, trying to get out of this gas, and we'll see if he gets the car righted. And we've got a shotgun battle coming out between AV 50 Shades versus MMX. MMX way behind. Kyrick stealing that kill, and the helmet gets ripped off of AV 50 Shades by one of the players as he runs inside. He is going to get that door closed, get inside, and be able to heal up, though. Blood Inferno playing the outside of this building. Keats with the shotgun is just going to drop Blood Inferno from behind. CBK Flame and TNT Reigns going to trade out, and that's going to take us down to the top 9.
Yeah, that trade was big, but that was a beautiful play by Geets, hopping out, getting the man in the back, and does he see Anonymous? He's looking for it. No, he's back inside the building. Anonymous needs to start healing. because a fight is incoming. At this point in the game, it is always just around the corner. Only 9 players remain. Nightwalker going to drop that smoke. Needs to heal himself up. Anonymous now knows his position. Kyrie going to be letting those bullets fly loose. He is throwing them right at anyone who he can find. Tixi is in his line of sight, but Nightwalker going to pop out of that smoke, be able to bring down Anonymous from around the tree. He wasn't able to heal up. Now Geets looking to continue the fight, and it was all tied up, but Nightwalker comes out on top. He is on absolute fire, posting so many kills here late in this game. Kyrig now in the smoke, trying to slow things down just for now.
Yeah.
No one able to pressure him at this moment. Might get back into the car. Now it's Nightwalker who is going to fall down. That is Karma. He brought down so many men. Now Rizar going to cut him down to size, being the Kingslayer here. Tixi and Impact look like they are on a course for some serious fighting going on. And we see 50 Shades maybe able to jump in here, maybe get a pinch going. Tixi now going to find Kyring. Is he going to be able to bring him out while he's in the car from a long distance? Sinking some serious shots in at 100 meters.
Yeah, Triv over here actually playing the camper. We'll see how long he decides to stay idle. I don't think he intends to give his position away, and he should be hanging out there for a few minutes. Hopefully he doesn't take, I personally wouldn't take the fights. I think Triv has one of the better positions on the map right now, as long as nobody's aware that he's in there.
What do you think about Kyrig's position too?
Kyrie has a little bit of a rough spot. I don't know where the safe zone's going. He may be having to travel through open field, and he is. He's gotten back into his vehicle, and he's just trying to circle and kind of stay mobile because most stationary cover has been taken. Triv is on fire. He can heal through that. Smoke Nate's already giving him cover. I expect him to just stay there and continue to heal. Tixi comes in. Shotgun shell goes out.
Just preemptively trying to get that shotgun, and now that is going to allow 50 Shades to know Tixi's exact whereabouts. Will 50 Shades be able to cut Tixi's down? It looks like this engagement isn't going to happen just yet. Kyrie going to connect with Apex Shay. We have our top 5 here, and it is not going to last for long. Tixi going to find Impact Trip, and then Tixi also follows it up, connecting into Rizar, bringing him down. It's our top 3. Now Tixi trying to find cover behind this truck, sticking to the wheel as much as possible. Kyrie taking some damage, down to 75%. That is going to be the body armor popped off by Tixi. Will Tixi be able to finish this one off clean? Body armor's popped off of Tixi. Tixi is dangerously low. Kyrie does fall, but 50 Shades wants to finish this fight, and Tixi does it! What? Clutches up with 10% health. That is going to be first place, going the way of Tixi. We don't need any of the papers.
I don't need any of the papers anymore. Tixi just killed everybody. I don't need anything. Get it all away from me. Tixi just went through everyone in that top 9. He just went in and murdered, I think, 3 to 4 of them with shotguns. Man. Finished off the kill at 25%. He's at 1 shot. The other player doesn't recognize, goes for the throwables, and he turns on him with the AR and finishes it off because his shotgun's not loaded.
You see that second place player really thinking that he had the advantage in that moment because Tixi took absolutely every fight, but Tixi had one more in the tank and is able to secure that first place win. And now we're going to see Tixi manage to go to that grand final tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And if you ask me, I would not have put I would hardly put any of those players in the top 6. Didn't expect to see them, and now Tixi coming out like an absolute rock star. My headset fell off. I jumped.
Tixi, clip it. Just put it on YouTube. Whatever you need to do. You just ran through that top 10. That was nuts. On land, that might be one of the craziest performances I've seen at the end of a match, just on the sheer number that he ran through everyone.
What a way to close out the day.
Can we ask for a better ending to a day? That was insane.
We cannot. And now we are going to have our top 60 that are going to be going to that grand final tomorrow. And Tixi definitely earned that position. Also, he's going to have to pay for my medical bills.
Your heart not working anymore? Having issues? Heart palpitations real quick? I mean, what? We sit here and we talk about, like, top plays and favorite moments at the end of the match. Tixi. Have you heard of this guy, Tixi, that just ran through everybody during Game 2 of Group B for 100?
We were talking about Storm, and we expected to see stuff out of Storm, but Tixi, we did not predict anything like that because you know what? You can't predict someone playing out of their mind. That was next level. I am going to be paying attention to Tixi for the rest of this tournament.
Do you have any idea how panicked he was, though, when he started missing shotgun shells? As soon as you do that, typically you don't play back out of it. He manages to have the other guy in enough of flustered enough that he gets the long-term fight and finally gets it on that crouch shotgun at the end and then turns with the AR and just finishes it off. I
need to find Tixi's Twitter right now.
I don't know if we're going to get that hype of an ending out of anything else this weekend. That is going to be a hard ending to top.
Oh man, that absolutely clip it out right now.
Just
clip it out right now.
Please. I mean, I asked for things earlier. Clip it, tag it to me. Somebody send me that clip because I'm just going to store it and watch it on replay every night before I go to bed.
Go to bed, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just going to be like.
Yeah, it's going to be my new routine.
Oh man, you're seeing all the players starting to walk around right now. What an absolutely incredible day. I cannot get over that.
I don't know what this thing's telling me to talk about because I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything else.
Top kills.
Tixie just ran through everybody.
Top kills.
Okay, Tixie. Okay.
Unusual deaths. Everyone who died to Tixie.
Everyone that died to Tixie.
Favorite moment? Tixie. Game recap. Let's just watch Tixie.
Final safe zone. Final safe zone was named Tixie.
That was final danger zone.
Favorite fight kill? All of Tixie.
Yeah. Let's give it to Tixie. All right. We're done here. Tixie.
Game over.
Tixie, just sit on the desk and commentate yourself playing, please. Do it all.
Please, can we give him a mic tomorrow and just let him go?
That's the only way Tixie could do more.
Yeah.
The only way Tixie could do more is if he became the ref, the admin, and the commentator of his own slaughter fest here live in Atlanta.
He's just running through. Well, here's a guy in the smoke. Going to one-pump him. Another one pump him. We're going to whip over here, and we're going to two-tap this guy. We're going to one-pump this guy. And then we're just going to go ahead and win the game with 25% health left. That was insane. That was nuts to watch.
Before Tixie comes up to the desks and takes all of our jobs away from us, let's actually talk about in whole what has gone down today. Let's look at all of the players that will be advancing both from Group A and Group B so we can start to talk about what we expect to see tomorrow at 10.
I would pull up the list of players and we could bullet through these, but I lost my mind and threw everything everywhere when we ended that. So
we threw all the papers.
I threw all the papers.
So
I
believe,
made a mess.
I believe Tixie will be in the grand final.
I'm pretty sure Tixie's going to be in the grand finals. So let's do the overall. So what we saw today, we did all of Group A, so 2 games in Group A, 2 games in Group B. We got 20 players from each. They're going to advance, and they're going to play with the 20 pre-qualified players tomorrow at 10 Eastern in the grand finals, playing for $100,000 for their cut. And I hope that it is everything that we just saw right there.
That was some of the best H1Z1 that I have ever seen. And also, this is just the start. The Elite Series is obviously here at DreamHack Atlanta. It's also going to be at Sweden. And it's not just solos. Obviously, those finals are going to be going down tomorrow. We're done with the qualifiers, but we are going to be kicking off the day first thing tomorrow with qualifiers for 5s.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see that play out. I think that's one of the big reasons a lot of people are starting to tune in. They want to see the 5s, but I think Tixie just proved this is why you watch solos, too.
There's a reason. I mean, solos has a different flow to it. A lot of people get attached to the orgs and the 5-man teams and how they operate in a unit, and that's a big thing. But this is how solo players get found, and unknown talent makes it onto teams like this. You show up in a big way like that and show that under pressure while playing in a money match at your first LAN well, I guess I don't know Tixie well enough to say first LAN. Maybe he's done LANs before, but
I'm
first
definitely
H1
going to get
LAN,
to know Tixie now.
yeah, definitely. I'm definitely going to want to go say hello to that guy after we get done here because clearly I at least need to shake that man's hand.
I want to hug.
You're a hugger.
I'm just jumping in straight for the hug.
Just walk in, just full hug. It'll be great.
Hi, Tixie. My name's Rich.
Hi, Tixie. My name's Rich. I love you.
After that, I mean, go show him some love on Twitter. Clip that out. Tag him.
To find him, I'm not sure what his Twitter handle is, but somebody go find him.
Yeah, we're gonna
clip
know.
it.
We're gonna know very soon.
Clip it. Tag me. Tag him. I'll open up some DMs. We'll get in there.
Yeah, we're definitely going to slide into Tixie's DMs as soon as this is done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man. I want to thank everyone for tuning in today. Big thank you to all of the players, everyone at Daybreak who made this possible. Also want to thank Asus Republic of Gamers. We were playing on their rigs all day long. And then on top of that, Corsair for also hooking us up with the peripherals. Want to just make sure that we do the housekeeping. Thank everyone who made this tournament possible. But we are not going anywhere this weekend. There is so much more H1Z1 in store. As we move forward in the weekend, we are going to see the finals actually play out for solos, and we are going to see the tournament play out for 5s. There's just one big order of business, and I know we have all the best minds back there right now calculating the numbers. We are about to find out the last 20 players to be going to that grand final.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing that come up here pretty soon, and at that point, we will know
all 60.
All 60. We will have that information documented, ready to go, and then we'll get to go right back into that tomorrow night. And I'm always I'm a big fan of fives
You still
personally.
can't breathe,
but like,
huh?
no, I haven't quite caught my breath yet. I might actually be suffering from heart palpitations. But like, I watching TC do that has me so hyped to see. Those are things that happen where you get to see one player just truly show off, and that's what he did there. You don't see that as much in five. Sometimes you do. You see the pinch plays, or maybe you leave a guy out and one guy gets to pick off a whole team, and you can see those, and those are awesome. But seeing one guy just run through everyone is nuts.
Well, let's talk about exactly what we expect to see in fives, because it is obviously a very different play style. How exactly, as someone who has watched a lot of fives, someone who has commentated a lot of fives, how exactly do you expect to see that meta play out? How is it different than solo for anyone who may not have watched fives so far? We have a lot of new viewers right now.
Yeah, so look at this in the sense that, like, in solos, they're all spread out. They're kind of edging out their areas. They're trying to hold it down. They're trying to get into engagements. Now we're going to say it's five-man teams. Well, now they're not quite as spread out as 60 players do, where it's a giant spider web. We're going to see those 60 players come in even tighter, and then we're going to see plays where a lot of these guys use the smoke nades as defense to get away or use it to loot something.
Yeah.
These guys are going to use it to hide which way they're going. You got five guys throw out smoke, and it's a wall, and you'll see them make flank plays, leave somebody in the smoke that then comes out late. You start seeing some of these plays that can't really function in a solo environment, and seeing be able to. And they don't get pulled off that often. It's hard to outmaneuver other players when you've got five other guys watching. They kind of see everything. But when you see them go off, you have to respect the game and the fact that they went for those plays and pulled them out.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see that. But I think the thing I'm really the most excited to see is the 20 names of who has qualified for solos. For the Solo Grand Finals.
I think Tixi made it.
I think.
Did we mention this guy, Tixi?
Tixi's probably going to be number. How many kills did he get in the last portion of the game? Three or four?
We were. I mean, he got Triv. I think Kyrig was there as well. I think he got Triv, Kyrig.
Each one of these names is 1,000 points that Tixi has banked. On top of the fact that he banked 175K for coming in first place, and plus all of the points. All of the kudos in the real world for having a finish like that.
Yeah, wow. We're only at the fourth game of the entire series. We're at stop 1, game 4 of qualifiers.
Yeah, so
we're not even into finals yet, and it's getting this kind of action.
We have 5 games tomorrow? Is that how it actually plays out?
Tomorrow we'll have 2 qualifiers. So what happens there in teams is they basically there's the way that it moves on. There's one extra, so there's basically like the 3 and 3 or the 4 and 4, and then there's one extra team that comes in that's out of the people that bubbled. Which of the 2 teams on which one had the higher point total, and they'll shift in. So there's one guy that kind of gets in on the wild card. Per se.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That rounds out the 12.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got 5 invite right now. We're going to take 3 from each of those brackets, then the +1. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it comes out to 12.
All right, so very excited to see that as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a ton of fun to watch. I just want to see the look on the guys' faces when they get announced that they're the wild card team, right? That team that thinks that they're out and they bubbled out, and then they're the ones that come in. Like, that might be as hype as somebody winning.
I want player cams on Tixi, man. It's hard to do player cams when you have so many guys, but, man, to see his reaction must be incredible.
I would put the player cams up just to record their faces, because I would want to go back and just rewatch all their faces. You know,
yeah,
I think they've got the guys with the shoulder cams though
recording. I'm sure.
Recording.
That
I'm pretty sure that we've got
I
some
think we'll
shots
get to
that I
see
can't
that
wait
tomorrow.
to see. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we'll
definitely.
get to see that tomorrow after we cut that up and get it edited.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see that moment play out.
Oh, dude. I just want to see the intensity in Tixi's face. Is it intense, or is he like so confident that he's just
like
laughing his whole way
cold.
through it?
Just no emotion at
Just-
all.
yeah,
You never know.
It's one or the other.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like every player is going to be different. Sometimes you see that guy screaming the whole time, getting in people's faces. Other times, just absolutely nothing.
It's a little hard to do that here. I see that a lot in group plays. I see that happen a lot in some other games. And
that's the thing.
In console shooters, it seems to be a big thing.
Well,
but
H1Z1 is so much different than other games based off the fact that you just have so many different players. Like you have 60 at the very start. Who are you going to trash talk to?
Yep.
It would be absolutely impossible to remember that seating chart to actually start getting in someone's face.
Yeah, what do? You just stand up and start looking around, screaming out the person's name till they stand
you?
up.
you.
Yeah,
Like
right.
it's a little harder to do when there's 60 players. You're not sitting straight across from each other like you do in consoles.
Exactly. It's absolutely huge back here. If you're down in Atlanta, definitely come through to the event and get to check it out because this is like nothing I've ever seen before.
I mean, this is the start of the action. You still got 2 days left of this. If you aren't down here, I would definitely swing through. If you're in Atlanta, come down, check this out. This
You're
event
remotely
is
close to Atlanta.
This is
come
my
through.
first DreamHack as well, and this is definitely a one of the more hyped events I've been to. Like it's a different environment. It has a very different feel and energy level to it.
It's cool,
compared to
it's
other
cool to
events.
see everyone actually come together. And I was talking to a few friends who were over in the streaming section, and they were saying that this Saturday,
A couple friends. I mean, they're little
great.
guys. Nobody knows those
They're
guys.
great. They're great. I was talking to Hadid, and Hadid was basically saying like the Saturday and Sunday of the event is just really crazy.
Yeah,
Like, you think that the Friday is packed, and it is packed here. He said Saturday and Sunday are just absolutely crazy. But let's take a look at the top 20 from game number 2. And of course,
Teaksy!
I know
And he
that
did
guy.
it.
I know that guy. Yeah,
I think that's the high score of the day by 1.
it is because he got that 6th kill. So
Yeah.
that's going to be that extra 1,000 here. Them trailing behind him by quite a lot. It drops all the way down to 131K. It's going to be 50 Shades. Then after that, we see Kyrie, Rizar. Basically, as you move down the list,
You
too,
see everybody that he murdered.
Yeah, you see everyone that died to Teaksy's gun.
Yeah.
So that is quite impressive. But some of the big names get knocked out really early here. You see Stormson just hanging on by the hair of his chin, getting that 20th
Going down
place.
to Thump too. It was a rogue versus rogue battle. Both of them still managing to make it into that top 20 situation. Thump coming in 15th place, but that's definitely something that we saw. Nightwalker, 7th place. I think Nightwalker is going to be advancing for sure. CBK Flame, 11th place again. We're definitely going to see Flame going to that finals, I believe.
I think Blood Inferno should be safe as well, right under him. We saw Blood Inferno do decently in that
I think
first
he did.
match.
He bubbled out at like 24, 25, somewhere in there. Plus, this might be enough. It really depends on how those other bubble players this game performed in the first game.
The bubble's going to be important, and also thinking about who came in first the first time around. But there's only we can try to crunch numbers in our head. We had people much smarter do that for us. Let's actually just see the overall top 20 and see those players who are going to be going to the grand final for solos at the H1Z1 Elite Series. That is the next stop.
Yeah, so we're going to hop over, and we are at the overall top 20 graphic here.
Zach manages to just slaughter. That is a crazy amount of points to have accumulated.
Zach
Blood
did
Inferno
really
does
well.
make it, though. Reptar also going to make it. But I actually want to start with the bottom here.
I actually want to
start
start with Blood Inferno. I'm just going to cut you off.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, go
Blood
for it.
Inferno having those issues where he was right on the edge of making it in Group A, but had a computer issue that just completely, we weren't able to get him back in, and a player dropped that wasn't able to make it here today. So there was a spot to move him over and go, you know what, like you clearly had a technical, this wasn't of your doing, and he's able to hop in and play, and he manages to make it. So Blood Inferno getting a little bit of redemption after having those issues, and we're going to see him tomorrow. So I'm really happy to see that guy be able to get a second opportunity. That would have been bad to go out that way.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see it as well. And we saw Blood Inferno definitely earning it when he was playing. Crumb also getting that 14th place. We thought Crumb might get a little bit higher up on this scoreboard. We're going to have to see what he can pull off in that grand final.
Yeah, I think Crumb performed well. He ended up getting eliminated a little earlier than he would have liked to in that second game, but he had a really solid first game. Jerk Chicken here from Echo Fox performing very well consistently across both games. I think we saw him in top 20 both games. So Jerk going to go ahead and take down 13th place there. Overall, CBK Flame bumping up and taking 10th after taking 11th. So we saw one player do 18th, 18th, take 19th. CBK Flame takes 11th, 11th, and gets 10th.
Wow. Yeah, that
kind of works in a reverse order there.
Yeah, really funny to actually see that going down.
Yeah.
Oh, but we have some serious names in this lineup. I just want to recap exactly
we
how these
lost
players. We
two
lost some big
times this
names.
amount of names. So it's
yeah.
like we've lost.
And some of those names were definitely players that people were tuning in to watch. I mean, we saw big names go home today, but we got to look overall at exactly what went down. We had 4 matches play out today, started with 121 players. And we are down to, we pulled that into our top 40. They're all going to advance to the finals, and they will be joined by the 20 invited players. And that grand final going to be going down at 10 p.m. tomorrow, and we're going to have to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and I think we can probably go ahead and take a look at that lineup for tomorrow, and let's go ahead and actually show what that looks like. And here we are. This is the 60 that will be performing tomorrow at 10 Eastern and playing for their cut of $100,000. Can somebody pull off a does a play like Tixi happen tomorrow?
We'll have to see. The competition is just going to be so stiff, but you always know those last seconds of the game going to be no holds. It's always just absolutely insane.
I mean, I look through and I go, look at all these names, and then I go, look at some of the newer names, but you look at the newer names, and it's guys that just absolutely, they're making their name today.
Yeah,
They
look at the
made
guys
up.
like dropped, man.
BM Rog, who went off in those games. Him and Milky Day dropped, absolutely stepping up. Somebody that was known in the community but hadn't been on a LAN performance. And these guys are going to be stepping up to play with big-time legends in the community. People like Piney and Inboxes, Radic. These guys are people that have already won on LAN. Ninja, who's another big player that plays in multiple games and has proven himself to be a competitor no matter what he touches. You're going to see just a ton of people playing. Sweet Dreams, another solid player from Z2. And it's crazy to see this all go down. This is going to be the hardest 60-man solo event that any of these guys have ever played. It's going to be fighting for their lives.
There's no doubt at all. And let's talk about the thing that has actually brought them all out here to play against each other. That is the massive prize pool, $150K in prizing. There's going to be $100 per kill. Now, this was something that we haven't really seen yet. There are going to be bounties. Every single kill that you get is $100.
How much does Tixi make if he does that again tomorrow?
Oh, my God.
I mean, he ran through final like 7 there, and that's like $700, right? So we'll see that affecting the gameplay tomorrow, definitely. Gonna be awesome. Definitely don't miss that action tomorrow, guys. You definitely want to set an alarm. Make sure you're here for those finals at 10 Eastern. Make sure you're here earlier, actually. Check out those 5s qualifiers, and be sure to tune in. I definitely got to give a shout out again to Asus here, Asus Republic of Gamers, Asus ROG, all the computers and monitors, and then Corsair coming through again with those keyboards and mice.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge, really coming in big, and that was what it took to get the event started. But tomorrow is when we're really going to get it under the way. Gonna get to see who gets to pull off that first place finish for solos, and we'll start off 5s. Thank you so much for doing my first cast with me, Supersonic. It's been a lot of fun.
Dude, it honestly, great having you here, man. I had an absolute blast today. Looking forward to the rest of the weekend. I can't wait to get into some of these finals matches and just see what shakes out.
Yeah, we are just getting started here at DreamHack. That's going to be it for today, but be sure to tune in tomorrow to see how solos plays out and to kick off 5s. We'll see you there.
Wow, what a show right there, guys. That was insane. Wow, that was insane. Tixi right there pulled a final kill right there. That was fantastic. He got a lot of kills at the end. I just decided to turn on my mic right now just to say thank you guys for watching the stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I do not have any affiliation with the developers or, H1 in general. Well, I guess I do play the game a lot, but no, business affiliation or anything. I just wanted to stream the event, mainly because I'm a big fan of the game, and also because my buddy Disturbed Gaming had the opportunity to go play in the event. Unfortunately, he did go out very, very early in Group A. He didn't make the cut, so that kind of sucks for him, but it was still fun to watch. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and thanks to everybody who subscribed to the channel. I will most likely be streaming the 5s event tomorrow, along with the finals for solos. That will be live at about 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then on the 23rd, there should be 5s finals that I will be streaming as well. So yeah, thank you guys for coming out to the channel, watching this event with us. It was definitely a treat, especially watching Tixi right there at the end just obliterate everybody. That was the most insane thing that I had ever seen in any of these tournaments. So that was just awesome. So, yep, one final goodbye. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and I will see you guys in tomorrow's tournament.